by Owen Wister. The Virginian, a Horseman of the Plains. To Theodore Roosevelt. Some of these pages you have seen, some you have praised, one stands new written because you blamed it, and all, my dear critic, beg leave to remind you of their author's changeless admiration. To the Reader. Certain of the newspapers, when this book was first announced, made a mistake most natural upon seeing the subtitle as it then stood, A Tale of Sundry Adventures. "This sounds like a historical novel," said one of them, meaning, I take it, a colonial romance. As it now stands, the title will scarce lead to such interpretation, yet none the less is this book historical, quite as much so as any colonial romance. Indeed, when you look at the root of the matter, it is a colonial romance. For Wyoming, between 1874 and 1890, was a colony as wild as was Virginia 100 years earlier. As wild, with a scantier population, and the same primitive joys and dangers. There were, to be sure, not so many Chippendale settees. We know quite well the common understanding of the term historical novel. Hugh Wynne exactly fits it. But Silas Lapham is a novel as perfectly historical as is Hugh Wynne, for it pictures an era and personifies a type. It matters not that in the one we find George Washington, and in the other none save imaginary figures, else the Scarlet Letter were not historical. Nor does it matter that Dr. Mitchell did not live in the time of which he wrote, while Mr. Howells saw many Silas Laphams with his own eyes, else Uncle Tom's Cabin were not historical. Any narrative which presents faithfully a day and a generation is of necessity historical, and this one presents Wyoming between 1874 and 1890. Had you left New York or San Francisco at 10 o'clock this morning, by noon the day after tomorrow you could step out at Cheyenne. There you would stand at the heart of the world that is the subject of my picture. Yet you would look around you in vain for the reality. It is a vanished world. No journeys, save those which memory can take, will bring you to it now. The mountains are there, far and shining, and the sunlight, and the infinite earth, and the air that seems forever the true fountain of youth. But where is the buffalo, and the wild antelope, and where the horseman with his pasturing thousands? So like its old self does the sagebrush seem, when revisited, that you wait for the horseman to appear. But he will never come again. He rides in his historic yesterday. You will no more see him gallop out of the unchanging silence than you will see Columbus on the unchanging sea come sailing from Palos with his caravels. And yet the horseman is still so near our day that in some chapters of this book, which were published separate at the close of the 19th century, the present tense was used. It is true no longer. In those chapters it has been changed, and verbs like is and have now read was and had. Time has flowed faster than my ink. What has become of the horseman, the cowpuncher, the last romantic figure upon our soil? For he was romantic. Whatever he did with his might. The bread that he earned was earned hard. The wages that he squandered were squandered hard. Half a year's pay sometimes gone in a night. Blown in, as he expressed it, or blowed in, to be perfectly accurate. Well, he will be here among us always, invisible, waiting his chance to live and play as he would like. His wild kind has been among us always, since the beginning. A young man with his temptations, a hero without wings. The cowpuncher's ungoverned hours did not unman him. If he gave his word, he kept it. Wall Street would have found him behind the times. Nor did he talk lewdly to women. Newport would have thought him old-fashioned. He and his brief epoch make a complete picture, for in themselves they were as complete as the pioneers of the land or the explorers of the sea. A transition has followed the horseman of the plains, a shapeless state, a condition of men and manners as unlovely as is that moment in the year when winter is gone and spring not come, and the face of nature is ugly. I shall not dwell upon it here. Those who have seen it know well what I mean. Such transition was inevitable. Let us give thanks that it is but a transition and not a finality. Sometimes readers inquire, did I know the Virginian? As well, I hope, as a father should know his son. And sometimes it is asked, was such and such a thing true? Now to this I have the best answer in the world. Once a cowpuncher listened patiently while I read him a manuscript. It concerned an event upon an Indian reservation. "Was that the Crow reservation?" he inquired at the finish. I told him that it was no real reservation and no real event, and his face expressed displeasure. "Why," he demanded, "do you waste your time writing what never happened, when you know so many things that did happen?" And I could no more help telling him that this was the highest compliment ever paid me than I have been able to help telling you about it here. Charleston, South Carolina, March 31st, 1902. The Virginian. Some notable sight was drawing the passengers, both men and women, to the window, and therefore I rose and crossed the car to see what it was. I saw near the track an enclosure, and round it some laughing men, and inside it some whirling dust, and amid the dust some horses, plunging, huddling, and dodging. They were cow ponies in a corral, and one of them would not be caught no matter who threw the rope. We had plenty of time to watch this sport, for our train had stopped that the engine might take water at the tank before it pulled us up beside the station platform of Medicine Bow. We were also 6 hours late and starving for entertainment. The pony in the corral was wise and rapid of limb. Have you seen a skillful boxer watch his antagonist with a quiet, incessant eye? Such an eye as this did the pony keep upon whatever man took the rope. The man might pretend to look at the weather, which was fine, or he might affect earnest conversation with a bystander. It was bootless. The pony saw through it. No feint hoodwinked him. This animal was thoroughly a man of the world. His undistracted eye stayed fixed upon the dissembling foe, and the gravity of his horse expression made the matter one of high comedy. Then the rope would sail out at him, but he was already elsewhere. And if horses laugh, gaiety must have abounded in that corral. Sometimes the pony took a turn alone. Next he had slid in a flash among his brothers, and the whole of them, like a school of playful fish, whipped round the corral, kicking up the fine dust, and, I take it, roaring with laughter. Through the window glass of our Pullman the thud of their mischievous hoofs reached us, and the strong humorous curses of the cowboys. Then, for the first time, I noticed a man who sat on the high gate of the corral looking on. For he now climbed down with the undulations of a tiger, smooth and easy, as if his muscles flowed beneath his skin. The others had all visibly whirled the rope, some of them even shoulder high. I did not see his arm lift or move. He appeared to hold the rope down low by his leg, but like a sudden snake I saw the noose go out its length and fall true, and the thing was done. As the captured pony walked in with a sweet church-door expression, our train moved slowly on to the station, and a passenger remarked, "That man knows his business." But the passenger's dissertation upon roping I was obliged to lose, for Medicine Bow was my station. I bade my fellow travelers good-bye and descended, a stranger, into the great cattle land. And here, in less than 10 minutes, I learned news which made me feel a stranger indeed. My baggage was lost. It had not come on my train. It was adrift somewhere back in the 2,000 miles that lay behind me. And by way of comfort, the baggage man remarked that passengers often got astray from their trunks, but the trunks mostly found them after a while. Having offered me this encouragement, he turned whistling to his affairs and left me planted in the baggage room at Medicine Bow. I stood deserted among crates and boxes, blankly holding my check, hungry and forlorn. I stared out through the door at the sky and the plains, but I did not see the antelope shining among the sagebrush, nor the great sunset light of Wyoming. Annoyance blinded my eyes to all things save my grievance. I saw only a lost trunk, and I was muttering half aloud, "What a forsaken hole this is," when suddenly from outside on the platform came a slow voice. "Off to get married again? Oh, don't!" The voice was southern and gentle and drawling, and a second voice came in immediate answer, cracked and querulous. "It ain't again. Who says it's again? Who told you anyway?" And the first voice responded caressingly, "Why, your Sunday clothes told me, Uncle Hughie. They are speaking mighty loud o' nuptials." "You don't worry me," snapped Uncle Hughie with shrill heat. And the other gently continued, "Ain't them gloves the same you wore to your last weddin'?" "You don't worry me! You don't worry me!" now screamed Uncle Hughie. Already I had forgotten my trunk. Care had left me. I was aware of the sunset, and had no desire but for more of this conversation, for it resembled none that I had heard in my life so far. I stepped to the door and looked out upon the station platform. Lounging there at ease against the wall was a slim young giant, more beautiful than pictures. His broad soft hat was pushed back. A loose-knotted, dull scarlet handkerchief sagged from his throat, and one casual thumb was hooked in the cartridge belt that slanted across his hips. He had plainly come many miles from somewhere across the vast horizon, as the dust upon him showed. His boots were white with it. His overalls were gray with it. The weather-beaten bloom of his face shone through it duskily, as the ripe peaches look upon their trees in a dry season. But no dinginess of travel or shabbiness of attire could tarnish the splendor that radiated from his youth and strength. The old man upon whose temper his remarks were doing such deadly work was combed and curried to a finish, a bridegroom swept and garnished. But alas for age! Had I been the bride, I should have taken the giant, dust and all. He had by no means done with the old man. "Why, you've hung weddin' garments on every limb," he now drawled with admiration. "Who is the lucky lady this trip?" The old man seemed to vibrate. "Tell you there ain't been no other. Call me a Mormon, would you?" "Why, that—" "Call me a Mormon? Then name some of my wives. Name two. Name one. Dare you." "That Laramie widow promised you—" "Shucks!" "Only her doctor suddenly ordered southern climate and—" "Shucks! You're a false alarm." "So nothing but her lungs came between you. And next, you'd most got united with Cattle Kate, only—" "Tell you you're a false alarm." "Only she got hung." "Where's the wives in all this? Show the wives. Come now." "That corn-fed biscuit shooter at Rawlins you gave the canary—" "Never married her. Never did marry—" "But you come so near, uncle. She was the one left you that letter explaining how she'd got married to a young cyard player the very day before her ceremony with you was due, and—" "Oh, you're nothing. You're a kid. You don't amount to—" "And how she'd never forgot to feed the canary." "This country's getting full of kids," stated the old man witheringly. "It's doomed." This crushing assertion plainly satisfied him, and he blinked his eyes with renewed anticipation. His tall tormentor continued with a face of unchanging gravity and a voice of gentle solicitude. "How is the health of that unfortunate—" "That's right. Pour your insults. Pour 'em on a sick, afflicted woman." The eyes blinked with combative relish. "Insults? Oh, no, Uncle Hughie." "That's all right. Insults goes." "Why, I was mighty relieved when she began to recover her memory. Last time I heard, they told me she'd got it pretty near all back. Remembered her father and her mother and her sisters and brothers and her friends and her happy childhood and all her doin's except only your face. The boys was bettin' she'd get that far too, give her time. But I reckon after such a turrible sickness as she had, that would be expectin' most too much." At this Uncle Hughie jerked out a small parcel. "Shows how much you know," he cackled. "There, see that? That's my ring she sent me back, bein' too unstrung for marriage. So she don't remember me, don't she? Ha ha! "I said you were a false alarm." The Southerner put more anxiety into his tone. "And so you're a-taking the ring right on to the next one?" he exclaimed. "Oh, don't go to get married again, Uncle Hughie. What's the use of being married?" "What's the use?" echoed the bridegroom with scorn. When you grow up you'll think different." "Course I expect to think different when my age is different. I'm having the thoughts proper to 24, and you're having the thoughts proper to 60. 50! shrieked Uncle Hughie, jumping in the air. The Southerner took a tone of self-reproach. "Now, how could I forget you was 50, he murmured, "when you have been telling it to the boys so careful for the last 10 years? Have you ever seen a cockatoo, the white kind with the top knot, enraged by insult? The bird erects every available feather upon its person. So did Uncle Hughie seem to swell, clothes, mustache, and woolly white beard, and without further speech he took himself on board the eastbound train, which now arrived from its siding in time to deliver him. Yet this was not why he had not gone away before. At any time he could have escaped into the baggage room, or withdrawn to a dignified distance until his train should come up. But the old man had evidently got a sort of joy from this teasing. He had reached that inevitable age when we are tickled to be linked with affairs of gallantry, no matter how. With him now the eastbound departed slowly into that distance whence I had come. I stared after it as it went its way to the far shores of civilization. It grew small in the unending gulf of space, until all sign of its presence was gone save a faint skein of smoke against the evening sky. And now my lost trunk came back into my thoughts, and Medicine Bow seemed a lonely spot. A sort of ship had left me marooned in a foreign ocean. The Pullman was comfortably steaming home to port, while how was I to find Judge Henry's ranch? Where in this unfeatured wilderness was Sunk Creek? No creek or any water at all flowed here that I could perceive. My host had written he should meet me at the station and drive me to his ranch. This was all that I knew. He was not here. The baggage man had not seen him lately. The ranch was almost certain to be too far to walk to, tonight. My trunk, I discovered myself still staring dolefully after the vanished eastbound, and at the same instant I became aware that the tall man was looking gravely at me, as gravely as he had looked at Uncle Hughie throughout their remarkable conversation. To see his eye thus fixing me, and his thumb still hooked in his cartridge belt, certain tales of travelers from these parts forced themselves disquietingly into my recollection. Now that Uncle Hughie was gone, was I to take his place and be, for instance, invited to dance on the platform to the music of shots nicely aimed? "I reckon I am looking for you, sir," the tall man now observed. We cannot see ourselves as others see us, or I should know what appearance I cut at hearing this from the tall man. I said nothing, feeling uncertain. "I reckon I am looking for you, sir," he repeated politely. "I am looking for Judge Henry," I now replied. He walked toward me, and I saw that in inches he was not a giant. He was not more than 6 feet. It was Uncle Hughie that had made him seem to tower. But in his eye, in his face, in his step, in the whole man, there dominated a something potent to be felt, I should think, by man or woman. "The judge sent me after you, sir," he now explained in his civil Southern voice, and he handed me a letter from my host. Had I not witnessed his facetious performances with Uncle Hughie, I should have judged him wholly ungifted with such powers. There was nothing external about him but what seemed the signs of a nature as grave as you could meet, but I had witnessed, and therefore, supposing that I knew him in spite of his appearance, that I was, so to speak, in his secret, and could give him a sort of wink, I adopted at once a method of easiness. It was so pleasant to be easy with a large stranger who, instead of shooting at your heels, had very civilly handed you a letter. "You're from old Virginia, I take it?" I began. He answered slowly, "Then you have taken it correct, sir." A slight chill passed over my easiness, but I went cheerily on with a further inquiry. "Find many oddities out here like Uncle Hughie?" "Yes, sir, there is a right smart of oddities around. They come in on every train." At this point I dropped my method of easiness. "I wish that trunks came on the train," said I, and I told him my predicament. It was not to be expected that he would be greatly moved at my loss, but he took it with no comment whatever. "We'll wait in town for it," said he, always perfectly civil. Now, what I had seen of "town" was, to my newly arrived eyes, altogether horrible. If I could possibly sleep at the Judge's ranch, I preferred to do so. "Is it too far to drive there tonight?" I inquired. He looked at me in a puzzled manner. "For this valise," I explained, "contains all that I immediately need. In fact, I could do without my trunk for a day or two, if it is not convenient to send. So if we could arrive there not too late by starting at once—" I paused. "It's 263 miles," said the Virginian. To my loud ejaculation he made no answer, but surveyed me a moment longer, and then said, "Supper will be about ready now." He took my valise, and I followed his steps toward the eating house in silence. I was dazed. As we went, I read my host's letter, a brief, hospitable message. He was very sorry not to meet me himself. He had been getting ready to drive over when the surveyor appeared and detained him. Therefore, in his stead, he was sending a trustworthy man to town, who would look after me and drive me over. They were looking forward to my visit with much pleasure. This was all. Yes, I was dazed. How did they count distance in this country? You spoke in a neighborly fashion about driving over to town, and it meant, I did not know yet how many days. And what would be meant by the term dropping in, I wondered? And how many miles would be considered really far? I abstained from further questioning the trustworthy man. My questions had not fared excessively well. He did not propose making me dance, to be sure. That would scarcely be trustworthy. But neither did he propose to have me familiar with him. Why was this? What had I done to elicit that veiled and skilful sarcasm about oddities coming in on every train? Having been sent to look after me, he would do so, would even carry my valise, but I could not be jocular with him. This handsome, ungrammatical son of the soil had set between us the bar of his cold and perfect civility. No polished person could have done it better. What was the matter? I looked at him, and suddenly it came to me. If he had tried familiarity with me the first 2 minutes of our acquaintance, I should have resented it. By what right, then, had I tried it with him? It smacked of patronizing. On this occasion he had come off the better gentleman of the two. Here, in flesh and blood, was a truth which I had long believed in words, but never met before. The creature we call a gentleman lies deep in the hearts of thousands that are born without chance to master the outward graces of the type. Between the station and the eating house I did a deal of straight thinking, but my thoughts were destined presently to be drowned in amazement at the rare personage into whose society fate had thrown me. Town, as they called it, pleased me the less the longer I saw it. But until our language stretches itself and takes in a new word of closer fit, town will have to do for the name of such a place as was Medicine Bow. I have seen and slept in many like it since. Scattered wide, they littered the frontier from the Columbia to the Rio Grande, from the Missouri to the Sierras. They lay stark, dotted over a planet of treeless dust, like soiled packs of cards. Each was similar to the next, as one old 5-spot of clubs resembles another. Houses, empty bottles, and garbage, they were forever of the same shapeless pattern. More forlorn they were than stale bones. They seemed to have been strewn there by the wind, and to be waiting till the wind should come again and blow them away. Yet serene above their foulness swam a pure and quiet light, such as the East never sees. They might be bathing in the air of creation's first morning. Beneath sun and stars their days and nights were immaculate and wonderful. Medicine Bow was my first, and I took its dimensions, 29 buildings in all, 1 coal chute, 1 water tank, the station, 1 store, 2 eating houses, 1 billiard hall, 2 tool houses, 1 feed stable, and 12 others that for one reason and another I shall not name. Yet this wretched husk of squalor spent thought upon appearances. Many houses in it wore a false front to seem as if they were 2 stories high. There they stood, rearing their pitiful masquerade amid a fringe of old tin cans, while at their very doors began a world of crystal light, a land without end, a space across which Noah and Adam might come straight from Genesis. Into that space went wandering a road, over a hill and down out of sight, and up again smaller in the distance, and down once more, and up once more, straining the eyes, and so away. Then I heard a fellow greet my Virginian. He came rollicking out of a door, and made a pass with his hand at the Virginian's hat. The Southerner dodged it, and I saw once more the tiger undulation of body, and knew my escort was he of the rope and the corral. "How are you, Steve?" he said to the rollicking man, and in his tone I heard instantly old friendship speaking. With Steve he would take and give familiarity. Steve looked at me, and looked away, and that was all. But it was enough. In no company had I ever felt so much an outsider. Yet I liked the company, and wished that it would like me. "Just come to town?" inquired Steve of the Virginian. "Been here since noon. Been waiting for the train." "Going out tonight?" "I reckon I'll pull out tomorrow." "Beds are all took," said Steve. This was for my benefit. "Dear me," said I. "But I guess one of them drummers will let you double up with him." Steve was enjoying himself, I think. He had his saddle and blankets, and beds were nothing to him. "Drummers, are they?" asked the Virginian. "2 Jews handling cigars, 1 American with consumption killer, and a Dutchman with jewelry." The Virginian set down my valise and seemed to meditate. "I did want a bed tonight," he murmured gently. "Well," Steve suggested, "the American looks like he washed the oftenest." "That's of no consequence to me," observed the Southerner. "Guess it'll be when you see 'em." "Oh, I'm meanin' something different. I wanted a bed to myself." "Then you'll have to build one." "Betcha I have the Dutchman's." "Take a man that won't scare. Betcha drinks you can't have the Americans." "Go you," said the Virginian. "I'll have his bed without any fuss. Drinks for the crowd." "I suppose you have me beat," said Steve, grinning at him affectionately. "You're such a son of a when you get down to work. Well, so long. I gotta go fix my horse's hoofs." I had expected that the man would be struck down. He had used to the Virginian a term of heaviest insult, I thought. I had marveled to hear it come so unheralded from Steve's friendly lips, and now I marveled still more. Evidently he had meant no harm by it, and evidently no offense had been taken. Used thus, this language was plainly complimentary. I had stepped into a world new to me indeed, and novelties were occurring with scarce any time to get breath between them. As to where I should sleep, I had forgotten that problem altogether in my curiosity. What was the Virginian going to do now? I began to know that the quiet of this man was volcanic. "Will you wash first, sir?" We were at the door of the eating house, and he set my valise inside. In my tenderfoot innocence, I was looking indoors for the washing arrangements. "It's out hyeh, suh," he informed me gravely, but with strong Southern accent. Internal mirth seemed often to heighten the local flavor of his speech. There were other times when it had scarce any special accent or fault in grammar. A trough was to my right, slippery with soapy water, and hanging from a roller above one end of it was a rag of discouraging appearance. The Virginian caught it, and it performed one whirling revolution on its roller. Not a dry or clean inch could be found on it. He took off his hat and put his head in the door. "Your towel, ma'am," said he, "has been too popular." She came out, a pretty woman. Her eyes rested upon him for a moment, then upon me with disfavor. Then they returned to his black hair. "The allowance is one a day," she said very quietly. "But when folks are particular—" She completed her sentence by removing the old towel and giving a clean one to us. "Thank you, ma'am," said the cow-puncher. She looked once more at his black hair, and without any word returned to her guests at supper. A pail stood in the trough, almost empty, and this he filled for me from a well. There was some soap sliding at large in the trough, but I got my own. And then, in a tin basin, I removed as many of the stains of travel as I was able. It was not much of a toilet that I made in this first wash trough of my experience, but it had to suffice, and I took my seat at supper. Canned stuff it was, corned beef, and one of my table companions said the truth about it. "When I slung my teeth over that," he remarked, "I thought I was chewing a hammock." We had strange coffee and condensed milk, and I have never seen more flies. I made no attempt to talk, for no one in this country seemed favorable to me. By reason of something, my clothes, my hat, my pronunciation, whatever it might be, I possessed the secret of estranging people at sight. Yet I was doing better than I knew. My strict silence and attention to the corned beef made me in the eyes of the cowboys at table compare well with the over-talkative commercial travelers. The Virginian's entrance produced a slight silence. He had done wonders with the wash trough, and he had somehow brushed his clothes. With all the roughness of his dress, he was now the neatest of us. He nodded to some of the other cowboys, and began his meal in quiet. But silence is not the native element of the drummer. An average fish can go a longer time out of water than this breed can live without talking. One of them now looked across the table at the grave, flannel-shirted Virginian. He inspected, and came to the imprudent conclusion that he understood his man. "Good evening," he said briskly. "Good evening," said the Virginian. "Just come to town?" pursued the drummer. "Just come to town," the Virginian suavely assented. "Cattle business jumping along?" inquired the drummer. "Oh, fair," and the Virginian took some more corned beef. "Gets a move on your appetite, anyway," suggested the drummer. The Virginian drank some coffee. Presently the pretty woman refilled his cup without his asking her. "Guess I've met you before," the drummer stated next. The Virginian glanced at him for a brief moment. "Haven't I now? Ain't I seen you somewhere? Look at me. You been in Chicago, ain't you? You look at me well. Remember Ikey's, don't you?" "I don't reckon I do." "See now, I knowed you'd been in Chicago 4 or 5 years ago, or maybe it's 2 years. Time's nothing to me, but I never forget a face. Yes, sir, him and me's met at Ikey's all right." This important point the drummer stated to all of us. We were called to witness how well he had proved old acquaintanceship. "Ain't the world small, though?" he exclaimed complacently. "Meet a man once, and you're sure to run onto him again. That's straight. That's no barroom josh." And the drummer's eyes included us all in his confidence. I wondered if he had attained that high perfection when a man believes his own lies. The Virginian did not seem interested. He placidly attended to his food, while our landlady moved between dining room and kitchen, and the drummer expanded. "Yes, sir, Ikey's, over by the stockyards. Patronized by all cattlemen that knows what's what. That's where. Maybe it's 3 years. Time never was nothing to me. But faces, why, I can't quit 'em. Adults or children, male and female. Onc't I seen 'em, I couldn't lose one off my memory, not if you were to pay me bounty, $5 a face. White men, that is. Can't do nothing with niggers or Chinese. But you're white, all right." The drummer suddenly returned to the Virginian with this high compliment. The cowpuncher had taken out a pipe and was slowly rubbing it. The compliment seemed to escape his attention, and the drummer went on. "I can tell a man when he's white. Put him at Ikey's or out loose here in the sagebrush." And he rolled a cigar across to the Virginian's plate. "Selling them?" inquired the Virginian. "Solid goods, my friend. Havana wrappers, the biggest tobacco proposition for 5 cents got out yet. Take it, try it, light it, watch it burn. Here," and he held out a bunch of matches. The Virginian tossed a 5-cent piece over to him. "Oh no, my friend, not from you, not after Ikey's. I don't forget you. See? I knowed your face right away. See, that's straight. I seen you at Chicago all right." "Maybe you did," said the Virginian. "Sometimes I'm mighty careless what I look at." "Well, pie damn!" now exclaimed the Dutch drummer hilariously. "I am plume disappointed. I was hoping to sell him some dings myself." "Not the same here," stated the American. "He's too healthy for me. I gave him up on sight." Now it was the American drummer whose bed the Virginian had in his eye. This was a sensible man, and had talked less than his brothers in the trade. I had little doubt who would end by sleeping in his bed, but how the thing would be done interested me more deeply than ever. The Virginian looked amiably at his intended victim, and made 1 or 2 remarks regarding patent medicines. There must be a good deal of money in them, he supposed, with a live man to manage them. The victim was flattered. No other person at the table had been favored with so much of the tall cowpuncher's notice. He responded, and they had a pleasant talk. I did not divine that the Virginian's genius was even then at work, and that all this was part of his satanic strategy. But Steve must have divined it, for while a few of us still sat finishing our supper, that facetious horseman returned from doctoring his horse's hoofs, put his head into the dining room, took in the way in which the Virginian was engaging his victim in conversation, remarked aloud, "I've lost," and closed the door again. "What's he lost?" inquired the American drummer. "Oh, you mustn't mind him," drawled the Virginian. "He's one of those box-head jokers goes around openin' and shuttin' doors that-a-way. We call him harmless. Well," he broke off, "I reckon I'll go smoke. Not allowed in here?" This last he addressed to the landlady with especial gentleness. She shook her head, and her eyes followed him as he went out. Left to myself, I meditated for some time upon my lodging for the night, and smoked a cigar for consolation as I walked about. It was not a hotel that we had supped in. Hotel at Medicine Bow there appeared to be none, but connected with the eating house was that place where, according to Steve, the beds were all taken, and there I went to see for myself. Steve had spoken the truth. It was a single apartment containing 4 or 5 beds, and nothing else whatever. And when I looked at these beds, my sorrow that I could sleep in none of them grew less. To be alone in one offered no temptation, and as for this courtesy of the country, this doubling up, well, they have got ahead of us. This was the Virginian standing at my elbow. I assented. They have staked out their claims, he added. In this public sleeping room they had done what one does to secure a seat in a railroad train. Upon each bed, as notice of occupancy, lay some article of travel or of dress. As we stood there, the 2 Jews came in and opened and arranged their valises, and folded and refolded their linen dusters. Then a railroad employee entered and began to go to bed at this hour, before dusk had wholly darkened into night. For him, going to bed meant removing his boots and placing his overalls and waistcoat beneath his pillow. He had no coat. His work began at 3 in the morning, and even as we still talked, he began to snore. "The man that keeps the store is a friend of mine," said the Virginian, "and you can be pretty near comfortable on his counter. Got any blankets?" I had no blankets. "Looking for a bed?" inquired the American drummer, now arriving. "Yes, he's looking for a bed," answered the voice of Steve behind him. "Seems a waste of time," observed the Virginian. He looked thoughtfully from one bed to another. "I didn't know I'd have to lay over here. Well, I have sat up before." "This one's mine," said the drummer, sitting down on it. "Half's plenty enough room for me." "You're certainly mighty kind," said the cowpuncher, "but I'd not think o' disconveniencin' you." "That's nothin'. The other half is yours. Turn in right now if you feel like it." "No, I don't reckon I'll turn in right now. Better keep your bed to yourself." "See here," urged the drummer. "If I take you, I'm safe from drawing some party I might not care so much about. This here sleepin' proposition is a lottery." "Well," said the Virginian, and his hesitation was truly masterly, "if you put it that way—" "I do put it that way. Why, you're clean. You've had a shave right now. You turn in when you feel inclined, old man. I ain't retirin' just yet." The drummer had struck a slightly false note in these last remarks. He should not have said, "old man." Until this, I had thought him merely an amiable person who wished to do a favor. But "old man" came in wrong. It had a hateful taint of his profession, the being too soon with everybody, the celluloid good fellowship that passes for ivory with 9 and 10 of the city crowd. But not so with the sons of the sagebrush. They live nearer nature, and they know better. But the Virginian blandly accepted "old man" from his victim. He had a game to play. "Well, I certainly thank you," he said. "After a while I'll take advantage of your kind offer." I was surprised. Possession being 9 points of the law, it seemed his very chance to entrench himself in the bed. But the cowpuncher had planned a campaign needing no entrenchments. Moreover, going to bed before 9 o'clock, upon the first evening in many weeks that a town's resources were open to you, would be a dull proceeding. Our entire company, drummer and all, now walked over to the store, and here my sleeping arrangements were made easily. This store was the cleanest place and the best in Medicine Bow, and would have been a good store anywhere, offering a multitude of things for sale, and kept by a very civil proprietor. He bade me make myself at home, and place both of his counters at my disposal. Upon the grocery side there stood a cheese too large and strong to sleep near comfortably, and I therefore chose the dry goods side. Here thick quilts were unrolled for me, to make it soft, and no condition was placed upon me further than that I should remove my boots, because the quilts were new and clean and for sale. So now my rest was assured. Not an anxiety remained in my thoughts. These, therefore, turned themselves wholly to the other man's bed, and how he was going to lose it. I think that Steve was more curious even than myself. Time was on the wing. His bet must be decided, and the drinks enjoyed. He stood against the grocery counter, contemplating the Virginian. But it was to me that he spoke. The Virginian, however, listened to every word. "Your first visit to this country?" I told him yes. "How do you like it?" I expected to like it very much. "How does the climate strike you?" I thought the climate was fine. "Makes a man thirsty, though." This was the subcurrent which the Virginian plainly looked for. But he, like Steve, addressed himself to me. "Yes," he put in, "thirsty while a man's soft yet. You'll harden." "I guess you'll find it a drier country than you were given to expect," said Steve. "If your habits have been frequent that way," said the Virginian. "There's parts of Wyoming," pursued Steve, "where you'll go hours and hours before you'll see a drop of wetness." "And if you keep a thinking about it," said the Virginian, "it'll seem like days and days." Steve, at this stroke, gave up, and clapped him on the shoulder with a joyous chuckle. "You old son of a—" he cried affectionately. "Drinks are due now," said the Virginian. "My treat, Steve. But I reckon your suspense will have to linger a while yet." Thus they dropped into direct talk from that speech of the fourth dimension where they had been using me for their telephone. "Any kyards goin' tonight?" inquired the Virginian. "Stud and draw," Steve told him. "Strangers playin'." "I think I'd like to get into a game for a while," said the Southerner. "Strangers, you say?" And then, before quitting the store, he made his toilet for this little hand at poker. It was a simple preparation. He took his pistol from his holster, examined it, then shoved it between his overalls and his shirt in front, and pulled his waistcoat over it. He might have been combing his hair, for all the attention anyone paid to this, except myself. Then the two friends went out, and I bethought me of that epithet which Steve again had used to the Virginian as he clapped him on the shoulder. Clearly this wild country spoke a language other than mine. The word here was a term of endearment. Such was my conclusion. The drummers had finished their dealings with the proprietor, and they were gossiping together in a knot by the door as the Virginian passed out. "See you later, old man." This was the American drummer accosting his prospective bedfellow. "Oh, yes," returned the bedfellow, and was gone. The American drummer winked triumphantly at his brethren. "He's all right," he observed, jerking a thumb after the Virginian. "He's easy. You got to know him to work him, that's all." "Und what is your point?" inquired the German drummer. "Point is, he'll not take any goods off you or me, but he's going to talk up the killer to any consumptive he runs across. I ain't done with him yet. Say," he now addressed the proprietor, "what's her name?" "Whose name?" "Woman runs the eatin' house." "Glenn, Mrs. Glenn." "Ain't she new?" "Been settled here about a month. Husband's a freight conductor." "Thought I'd not seen her before. She's a good looker." Yes, the kind of good looks I'd sooner see in another man's wife than mine." "So that's the gait, is it?" Well, it don't seem to be. She come here with that reputation, but there's been general disappointment." "Then she ain't lacked suitors any?" "Lacked? Are you acquainted with cowboys?" "And she disappointed 'em? Maybe she likes her husband?" Well, how are you going to tell about them silent kind?" "Talkin' of conductors," began the drummer, and we listened to his anecdote. It was successful with his audience, but when he launched fluently upon a second, I strolled out. There was not enough wit in this narrator to relieve his indecency, and I felt shame at having been surprised into laughing with him. I left that company growing confidential over their leering stories, and I sought the saloon. It was very quiet and orderly. Beer in quart bottles at $1 I had never met before, but saving its price, I found no complaint to make of it. Through folding doors I passed from the bar proper with its bottles and elk head, back to the hall with its various tables. I saw a man sliding cards from a case, and across the table from him another man laying counters down. Nearby was a second dealer pulling cards from the bottom of a pack, and opposite him a solemn old rustic piling and changing coins upon the cards which lay already exposed. But now I heard a voice that drew my eyes to the far corner of the room. "Why didn't you stay in Arizona?" Harmless-looking words as I write them down here, yet at the sound of them I noticed the eyes of the others directed to that corner. What answer was given to them I did not hear, nor did I see who spoke. Then came another remark. "Well, Arizona's no place for amateurs." This time the two card dealers that I stood near began to give a part of their attention to the group that sat in the corner. There was in me a desire to leave this room. So far my hours at Medicine Bow had seemed to glide beneath a sunshine of merriment, of easy-going jocularity. This was suddenly gone, like the wind changing to north in the middle of a warm day. But I stayed, being ashamed to go. 5 or 6 players sat over in the corner at a round table where counters were piled. Their eyes were close upon their cards, and one seemed to be dealing a card at a time to each, with pauses and betting between. Steve was there and the Virginian. The others were new faces. "No place for amateurs," repeated the voice, and now I saw that it was the dealer's. There was in his countenance the same ugliness that his words conveyed. "Who's that talking?" said one of the men near me in a low voice. "Trampas." "What's he?" "Cowpuncher, bronco buster, tin horn, most anything." "Who's he talking at?" "Think it's the black-headed guy he's talking at." "That ain't supposed to be safe, is it?" "Guess we're all going to find out in a few minutes." "Been trouble between 'em?" "They've not met before. Trampas don't enjoy losing to a stranger." "Fellows from Arizona, you say?" "No, Virginia. He's recently back from having a look at Arizona. Went down there last year for a change. Works for the Sunk Creek outfit." And then the dealer lowered his voice still further and said something in the other man's ear, causing him to grin, after which both of them looked at me. There had been silence over in the corner, but now the man Trampas spoke again. "And 10," said he, sliding out some chips from before him. Very strange it was to hear him, how he contrived to make those words a personal taunt. The Virginian was looking at his cards. He might have been deaf. "And 20," said the next player easily. The next threw his cards down. It was now the Virginian's turn to bet or leave the game, and he did not speak at once. Therefore Trampas spoke. "Your bet, you son of a—" The Virginian's pistol came out, and his hand lay on the table, holding it unaimed. And with a voice as gentle as ever, the voice that sounded almost like a caress, but drawling a very little more than usual, so that there was almost a space between each word, he issued his orders to the man Trampas. "When you call me that, smile." And he looked at Trampas across the table. Yes, the voice was gentle, but in my ears it seemed as if somewhere the bell of death was ringing, and silence, like a stroke, fell on the large room. All men present, as if by some magnetic current, had become aware of this crisis. In my ignorance, and the total stoppage of my thoughts, I stood stock still, and noticed various people crouching or shifting their positions. "Sit quiet," said the dealer scornfully to the man near me. "Can't you see he don't want to push trouble? He has handed Trampas the choice to back down or draw his steel." Then, with equal suddenness and ease, the room came out of its strangeness. Voices and cards, the click of chips, the puff of tobacco, glasses lifted to drink. This level of smooth relaxation hinted no more plainly of what lay beneath than does the surface tell the depth of the sea. For Trampas had made his choice, and that choice was not to draw his steel. If it was knowledge that he sought, he had found it, and no mistake. We heard no further reference to what he had been pleased to style amateurs. In no company would the black-headed man who had visited Arizona be rated a novice at the cool art of self-preservation. One doubt remained. What kind of a man was Trampas? A public back-down is an unfinished thing, for some natures at least. I looked at his face, and thought it sullen, but tricky rather than courageous. Something had been added to my knowledge also. Once again I had heard applied to the Virginian that epithet which Steve so freely used. The same words, identical to the letter. But this time they had produced a pistol. When you call me that, smile. So I perceived a new example of the old truth, that the letter means nothing until the spirit gives it life. It was for several minutes, I suppose, that I stood drawing these silent morals. No man occupied himself with me. Quiet voices and games of chance and glasses lifted to drink continued to be the peaceful order of the night. And into my thoughts broke the voice of that card dealer who had already spoken so sagely. He also took his turn at moralizing. "What did I tell you?" he remarked to the man for whom he continued to deal and who continued to lose money to him. "Tell me when." "Didn't I tell you he'd not shoot?" the dealer pursued with complacence. "You got ready to dodge. You had no call to be concerned. He's not the kind a man need feel anxious about." The player looked over at the Virginian, doubtfully. "Well," he said, "I don't know what you folks call a dangerous man." "Not him!" exclaimed the dealer with admiration. "He's a brave man. That's different." The player seemed to follow this reasoning no better than I did. "It's not a brave man that's dangerous," continued the dealer. "It's the cowards that scare me." He paused that this might sink home. "Fella came in here last Tuesday," he went on. "He got into some misunderstanding about the drinks. Well, sir, before we could put him out of business, he'd hurt two perfectly innocent onlookers. They'd no more to do with it than you have," the dealer explained to me. "Were they badly hurt?" I asked. "One of 'em was. He's died since." "What became of the man?" "Why, we put him out of business, I told you. He died that night. But there was no occasion for any of it, and that's why I never like to be around where there's a coward. You can't tell. He'll always go to shooting before it's necessary, and there's no security who he'll hit. But a man like that black-headed guy is," the dealer indicated the Virginian, "need never worry you. And there's another point why there's no need to worry about him. It'd be too late." These good words ended the moralizing of the dealer. He had given us a piece of his mind. He now gave the whole of it to dealing cards. I loitered here and there, neither welcome nor unwelcome at present, watching the cowboys at their play. Saving Trampas, there was scarce a face among them that had not in it something very likeable. Here were lusty horsemen ridden from the heat of the sun and the wet of the storm, to divert themselves a while. Youth untamed sat here for an idle moment, spending easily its hard-earned wages. City saloons rose into my vision, and I instantly preferred this Rocky Mountain place. More of death it undoubtedly saw, but less of vice than did its New York equivalents. And death is a thing much cleaner than vice. Moreover, it was by no means vice that was written upon these wild and manly faces. Even where baseness was visible, baseness was not uppermost. Daring, laughter, endurance, these were what I saw upon the countenances of the cowboys. And this very first day of my knowledge of them marks a date with me. For something about them, and the idea of them, smote my American heart, and I have never forgotten it, nor ever shall as long as I live. In their flesh our natural passions ran tumultuous, but often in their spirit sat hidden a true nobility, and often beneath its unexpected shining their figures took on heroic stature. The dealer had styled the Virginian a black-headed guy. This did well enough as an unflattered portrait. Judge Henry's trustworthy man, with whom I was to drive 263 miles, certainly had a very black head of hair. It was the first thing to notice now, if one glanced generally at the table where he sat at cards. But the eye came back to him, drawn by that inexpressible something which had led the dealer to speak so much at length about him. Still, black-headed guy justly fits him and his next performance. He had made his plan for this like a true and, I must say, inspired devil. And now the highly appreciative town of Medicine Bow was to be treated to a manifestation of genius. He sat playing his stud poker. After a decent period of losing and winning, which gave Trampas all proper time for a change of luck and a repairing of his fortunes, he looked at Steve and said amiably, "How does bed strike you?" I was beside their table, learning gradually that stud poker has in it more of what I will call red pepper than has our Eastern game. The Virginian followed his own question. "Bed strikes me," he stated. Steve feigned indifference. He was far more deeply absorbed in his bet and the American drummer than he was in this game, but he chose to take out a fat, florid gold watch, consult it elaborately, and remark, "It's only 11." "You forget I'm from the country," said the black-headed guy. "The chickens have been roostin' a right smart while." His sunny Southern accent was again strong. In that brief passage with Trampas it had been almost wholly absent, but different moods of the spirit bring different qualities of utterance, where a man comes by these naturally. The Virginian cashed in his checks. "A while ago," said Steve, "you had won 3 months' salary." "I'm still $20 to the good," said the Virginian. "That's better than breaking a leg." Again, in some voiceless Masonic way, most people in that saloon had become aware that something was in process of happening. Several left their games and came to the front by the bar. "If he ain't in bed yet," mused the Virginian. "I'll find out," said I, and I hurried across to the dim sleeping room, happy to have a part in this. They were all in bed, and in some beds 2 were sleeping. How they could do it, but in those days I was fastidious. The American had come in recently and was still awake. "Thought you were to sleep at the store," said he. So then I invented a little lie and explained that I was in search of the Virginian. "Better search the dives," said he. "These cowboys don't get to town often." At this point I stumbled sharply over something. "It's my box of consumption killer," explained the drummer. "Well, I hope that man will stay out all night." "Bed narrow?" I inquired. "For 2 it is, and the pillows are mean. Takes both before you feel anything's under your head." He yawned, and I wished him pleasant dreams. At my news, the Virginian left the bar at once, and crossed to the sleeping room. Steve and I followed softly, and behind us several more strung out in an expectant line. "What is this going to be?" they inquired curiously of each other. And upon learning the great novelty of the event, they clustered with silence intense outside the door where the Virginian had gone in. We heard the voice of the drummer, cautioning his bedfellow. "Don't trip over the killer," he was saying. "The Prince of Wales barked his shin just now." It seemed my English clothes had earned me this title. The boots of the Virginian were next heard to drop. "Can you make out what he's at?" whispered Steve. He was plainly undressing. The rip of swift unbuttoning told us that the black-headed guy must now be removing his overalls. "Why, thank you, no," he was replying to a question of the drummer. "Outside or in's all one to me." "Then if you'd just as soon take the wall." "Why, certainly." There was a sound of bedclothes and creaking. "This hyeh pillow needs a southern climate," was the Virginian's next observation. Many listeners had now gathered at the door. The dealer and the player were both here. The storekeeper was present, and I recognized the agent of the Union Pacific Railroad among the crowd. We made a large company, and I felt that trembling sensation which is common when the cap of a camera is about to be removed upon a group. "I should think," said the drummer's voice, "that you'd feel your knife and gun clean through that pillow." "I do," responded the Virginian. "I should think you'd put 'em on a chair and be comfortable." I'd be uncomfortable then. Used to the feel of them, I suppose? That's it, used to the feel of them. I would miss them, and that would make me wakeful. Well, good night. Good night. If I get to talkin' and tossin' or what not, you'll understand you're to— Yes, I'll wake you. No, don't you, for God's sake. Not? Don't you touch me. What'll I do? Roll away quick to your side. It don't last but a minute. The Virginian spoke with a reassuring drawl. Upon this there fell a brief silence, and I heard the drummer clear his throat once or twice. It's merely the nightmare, I suppose, he said after a throat clearing. Lord, yes, that's all, and don't happen twice a year. Was you thinking it was fits? Oh, no, I just wanted to know. I've been told before that it was not safe for a person to be waked suddenly that way out of a nightmare. Yes, I've heard that too, but it never harms me any. I didn't want you to run risks. Me? Oh, it'll be all right now that you know how it is. The Virginian's drawl was full of assurance. There was a second pause, after which the drummer said, Tell me again how it is. The Virginian answered very drowsily, Oh, just don't let your arm or your leg touch me if I go to jumping around. I'm dreaming of Indians when I do that, and if anything touches me then, I'm liable to grab my knife right in my sleep. Oh, I understand, said the drummer, clearing his throat. Yes. Steve was whispering delighted oaths to himself, and in his joy applying to the Virginian one unprintable name after another. We listened again, but now no further words came. Listening very hard, I could half make out the progress of a heavy breathing and a restless turning I could clearly detect. This was the wretched drummer. He was waiting. But he did not wait long. Again there was a light creak, and after it a light step. He was not even going to put his boots on in the fatal neighborhood of the dreamer. By a happy thought, Medicine Bow formed into two lines, making an avenue from the door. And then the commercial traveler forgot his consumption killer. He fell heavily over it. Immediately from the bed the Virginian gave forth a dreadful howl. And then everything happened at once, and how shall mere words narrate it? The door burst open, and out flew the commercial traveler in his stockings. One hand held a lump of coat and trousers with suspenders dangling. His boots were clutched in the other. The sight of us stopped his flight short. He gazed, the boots fell from his hand, and at his profane explosion, Medicine Bow set up a united, unearthly noise and began to play Virginia Reel with him. The other occupants of the beds had already sprung out of them, clothed chiefly with their pistols and ready for war. "What is it?" they demanded. "What is it?" "Why, I reckon it's drinks on Steve," said the Virginian from his bed, and he gave the first broad grin that I had seen from him. "I'll set 'em up all night," Steve shouted, as the reel went on regardless. The drummer was bawling to be allowed to put at least his boots on. "This way, pard," was the answer, and another man whirled him round. "This way, Bo," they called to him. "This way, Bud," and he was passed like a shuttlecock down the line. Suddenly the leaders bounded into the sleeping room. "Feed the machine," they said, "feed her!" And seizing the German drummer who sold jewelry, they flung him into the trough of the reel. I saw him go bouncing like an ear of corn to be shelled, and the dance engulfed him. I saw a Jew sent rattling after him, and next they threw in the railroad employee, and the other Jew, and while I stood mesmerized, my own feet left the earth. I shot from the room and sped like a bobbing cork into this mill race, whirling my turn in the wake of the others amid cries of, "Here comes the Prince of Wales!" There was soon not much English left about my raiment. They were now shouting for music. Medicine Bow swept in like a cloud of dust to where a fiddler sat playing in a hall, and gathering up fiddler and dancers, swept out again, a larger Medicine Bow, growing all the while. Steve offered us the freedom of the house, everywhere. He implored us to call for whatever pleased us, and as many times as we should please. He ordered the town to be searched for more citizens to come and help him pay his bet. But changing his mind, kegs and bottles were now carried along with us. We had found 3 fiddlers, and these played busily for us, and thus we set out to visit all cabins and houses where people might still by some miracle be asleep. The first man put out his head to decline, but such a possibility had been foreseen by the proprietor of the store. This seemingly respectable man now came dragging some sort of apparatus from his place, helped by the Virginian. The cowboys cheered, for they knew what this was. The man in his window likewise recognized it, and uttering a groan, came immediately out and joined us. What it was, I also learned in a few minutes. For we found a house where the people made no sign at either our fiddlers or our knocking, and then the infernal machine was set to work. Its parts seemed to be no more than an empty keg and a plank. Some citizen informed me that I should soon have a new idea of noise, and I nerved myself for something severe in the way of gunpowder. But the Virginian and the proprietor now sat on the ground holding the keg braced, and 2 others got down apparently to play seesaw over the top of it with the plank. But the keg and plank had been rubbed with rosin, and they drew the plank back and forth over the keg. Do you know the sound made in a narrow street by a dray loaded with strips of iron? That noise is a lullaby compared with the staggering, blinding bellow which rose from the keg. If you were to try it in your native town, you would not merely be arrested, you would be hanged, and everybody would be glad, and the clergyman would not bury you. My head, my teeth, the whole system of my bones leaped and chattered at the din, and out of the house, like drops squirted from a lemon, came a man and his wife. No time was given them. They were swept along with the rest, and having been routed from their own bed, they now became most furious in assailing the remaining homes of Medicine Bow. Everybody was to come out. Many were now riding horses at top speed out into the plains and back, while the procession of the plank and keg continued its work, and the fiddlers played incessantly. Suddenly there was a quiet. I did not see who brought the message, but the word ran among us that there was a woman, the engineer's woman down by the water tank, very sick. The doctor had been to see her from Laramie. Everybody liked the engineer. Plank and keg were heard no more. The horsemen found it out and restrained their gambols. Medicine Bow went gradually home. I saw doors shutting and lights go out. I saw a late few reassemble at the card tables, and the drummers gathered themselves together for sleep. The proprietor of the store, you could not see a more respectable-looking person, hoped that I would be comfortable on the quilts, and I heard Steve urging the Virginian to take one more glass. "We've not met for so long," he said. But the Virginian, the black-headed guy who had set all this nonsense going, said no to Steve. "I have got to stay responsible," was his excuse to his friend, and the friend looked at me. Therefore I surmised that the judge's trustworthy man found me an embarrassment to his holiday. But if he did, he never showed it to me. He had been sent to meet a stranger and drive him to Sunk Creek in safety, and this charge he would allow no temptation to imperil. He nodded good night to me. "If there's anything I can do for you, you'll tell me." I thanked him. "What a pleasant evening," I added. "I'm glad you found it so." Again his manner put a bar to my approaches. Even though I had seen him wildly disporting himself, those were matters which he chose not to discuss with me. Medicine Bow was quiet as I went my way to my quilts. So still, that through the air the deep whistles of the freight trains came from below the horizon across great miles of silence. I passed cowboys, whom half an hour before I had seen prancing and roaring, now rolled in their blankets beneath the open and shining night. "What world am I in?" I said aloud. "Does this same planet hold Fifth Avenue?" And I went to sleep, pondering over my native land. Morning had been for some while astir in Medicine Bow before I left my quilts. The new day and its doings began around me in the store, chiefly at the grocery counter. Dry goods were not in great request. The early-rising cowboys were off again to their work, and those to whom their night's holiday had left any dollars were spending these for tobacco or cartridges or canned provisions for the journey to their distant camps. Sardines were called for, and potted chicken, and deviled ham, a sophisticated nourishment at first sight for these sons of the sagebrush. But portable, ready-made food plays of necessity a great part in the opening of a new country. These picnic pots and cans were the first of her trophies that civilization dropped upon Wyoming's virgin soil. The cowboy is now gone to worlds invisible. The wind has blown away the white ashes of his campfires, but the empty sardine box lies rusting over the face of the western earth. So through my eyes, half closed, I watched the sale of these tins, and grew familiar with the ham's inevitable trademark, that label with the devil and his horns and hoofs and tail very pronounced, all colored a sultry, prodigious scarlet. And when each horseman had made his purchase, he would trail his spurs over the floor, and presently the sound of his horse's hoofs would be the last of him. Through my dozing attention came various fragments of talk, and sometimes useful bits of knowledge. For instance, I learned the true value of tomatoes in this country. One fellow was buying 2 cans of them. "Meadow Creek dry already?" commented the proprietor. "Been dry 10 days," the young cowboy informed him. And it appeared that along the road he was going, water would not be reached much before sundown, because this Meadow Creek had ceased to run. His tomatoes were for drink, and thus they have refreshed me many times since. "No beer?" suggested the proprietor. The boy made a shuddering face. "Don't say its name to me," he exclaimed. "I couldn't hold my breakfast down." He rang his silver money upon the counter. "I've swore off for 3 months," he stated. "I'm going to be as pure as the snow." And away he went jingling out of the door to ride 75 miles. 3 more months of hard, unsheltered work, and he would ride into town again, with his adolescent blood crying aloud for its own. "I'm obliged," said a new voice, rousing me from a new doze. "She's easier this morning, since the medicine." This was the engineer, whose sick wife had brought a hush over Medicine Bow's rioting. "I'll give her them flowers soon as she wakes," he added. "Flowers?" repeated the proprietor. "You didn't leave that bunch at our door?" "Wish I'd thought to do it." "She likes to see flowers," said the engineer. And he walked out slowly, with his thanks unachieved. He returned at once with the Virginian, for in the band of the Virginian's hat were 2 or 3 blossoms. "It don't need mentionin'," the Southerner was saying, embarrassed by any expression of thanks. "If we had knowed last night—" "You didn't disturb her any," broke in the engineer. "She's easier this morning. I'll tell her about them flowers." "Why, it don't need mentionin'," the Virginian again protested, almost crossly. "The little things looked kind of fresh, and I just picked them." His eye now fell upon me where I lay upon the counter. "I reckon breakfast will be getting through," he remarked. I was soon at the wash trough. It was only 6:30, but many had been before me. One glance at the roller towel told me that. I was afraid to ask the landlady for a clean one, and so I found a fresh handkerchief, and accomplished a sparing toilet. In the midst of this the drummers joined me, one by one, and they used the degraded towel without hesitation. In a way they had the best of me. Filth was nothing to them. The latest risers in Medicine Bow, we sat at breakfast together, and they essayed some light familiarities with the landlady. But these experiments were failures. Her eyes did not see, nor did her ears hear them. She brought the coffee and the bacon with a sedateness that propriety itself could scarce have surpassed. Yet impropriety lurked noiselessly all over her. You could not have specified how. It was interblended with her sum total. Silence was her apparent habit and her weapon. But the American drummer found that she could speak to the point when need came for this. During the meal he had praised her golden hair. It was golden indeed, and worth a high compliment, but his kind displeased her. She had let it pass, however, with no more than a cool stare. But on taking his leave, when he came to pay for the meal, he pushed it too far. "Pity this must be our last," he said, and as it brought no answer, "Ever travel?" he inquired. "Where I go there's room for a pair of us." "Then you'd better find another jackass," she replied quietly. I was glad that I had not asked for a clean towel. From the commercial travelers I now separated myself, and wandered alone in pleasurable aimlessness. It was 7 o'clock. Medicine Bow stood voiceless and unpeopled. The cowboys had melted away. The inhabitants were indoors, pursuing the business or the idleness of the forenoon. Visible motion there was none. No shell upon the dry sands could lie more lifeless than Medicine Bow. Looking in at the store, I saw the proprietor sitting with his pipe extinct. Looking in at the saloon, I saw the dealer dealing dumbly to himself. Up in the sky there was not a cloud nor a bird, and on the earth the lightest straw lay becalmed. Once I saw the Virginian at an open door, where the golden-haired landlady stood talking with him. Sometimes I strolled in the town, and sometimes out on the plain I lay down with my daydreams in the sagebrush. Pale herds of antelope were in the distance, and near by the demure prairie dogs sat up and scrutinized me. Steve, Trampas, the riot of horsemen, my lost trunk, Uncle Hughie with his abortive brides, all things merged in my thoughts in a huge, delicious indifference. It was like swimming slowly at random in an ocean that was smooth and neither too cool nor too warm. And before I knew it, 5 lazy, imperceptible hours had gone thus. There was the Union Pacific train, coming as if from shores forgotten. Its approach was silent and long drawn out. I easily reached town and the platform before it had finished watering at the tank. It moved up, made a short halt, I saw my trunk come out of it, and then it moved away silently as it had come, smoking and dwindling into distance unknown. Beside my trunk was one other, tied extravagantly with white ribbon. The fluttering bows caught my attention, and now I suddenly saw a perfectly new sight. The Virginian was further down the platform, doubled up with laughing. It was good to know that with sufficient cause he could laugh like this. A smile had thus far been his limit of external mirth. Rice now flew against my hat, and hissing gusts of rice spouted on the platform. All the men left in Medicine Bow appeared like magic, and more rice choked the atmosphere. Through the general clamor a cracked voice said, "Don't hit her in the eye, boys!" And Uncle Hughie rushed proudly by me with an actual wife on his arm. She could easily have been his granddaughter. They got at once into a vehicle, the trunk was lifted in behind, and amid cheers, rice, shoes, and broad felicitations the pair drove out of town, Uncle Hughie shrieking to the horses, and the bride waving unabashed adieus. The word had come over the wires from Laramie. Uncle Hughie has made it this time. Expect him on today's number 2. And Medicine Bow had expected him. Many words arose on the departure of the new married couple. "Who's she?" "What's he got for her?" "Got a gold mine up Bear Creek." And after comment and prophecy, Medicine Bow returned to its dinner. This meal was my last here for a long while. The Virginian's responsibility now returned. Duty drove the Judge's trustworthy man to take care of me again. He had not once sought my society of his own accord. His distaste for what he supposed me to be, I don't exactly know what this was, remained unshaken. I have thought that matters of dress and speech should not carry with them so much mistrust in our democracy. Thieves are presumed innocent until proved guilty, but a starched collar is condemned at once. Perfect civility and obligingness I certainly did receive from the Virginian, only not a word of fellowship. He harnessed the horses, got my trunk, and gave me some advice about taking provisions for our journey, something more palatable than what food we should find along the road. It was well thought of, and I bought quite a parcel of dainties, feeling that he would despise both them and me, and thus I took my seat beside him, wondering what we should manage to talk about for 263 miles. Farewell in those days was not said in cattle land. Acquaintances watched our departure with a nod or with nothing, and the nearest approach to "good-bye" was the proprietor's "so long." But I caught sight of one farewell given without words. As we drove by the eating-house, the shade of a side window was raised, and the landlady looked her last upon the Virginian. Her lips were faintly parted, and no woman's eyes ever said more plainly, "I am one of your possessions." She had forgotten that it might be seen. Her glance caught mine, and she backed into the dimness of the room. What look she may have received from him, if he gave her any at this too public moment, I could not tell. His eyes seemed to be upon the horses, and he drove with the same mastering ease that had roped the wild pony yesterday. We passed the ramparts of Medicine Bow, thick heaps and fringes of tin cans, and shelving mounds of bottles cast out of the saloons. The sun struck these at 100 glittering points, and in a moment we were in the clean plains, with the prairie dogs and the pale herds of antelope. The great still air bathed us, pure as water and strong as wine. The sunlight flooded the world, and shining upon the breast of the Virginian's flannel shirt lay a long gold thread of hair. The noisy American drummer had met defeat, but this silent, free lance had been easily victorious. It must have been 5 miles that we traveled in silence, losing and seeing the horizon among the ceaseless waves of the earth. Then I looked back, and there was Medicine Bow, seemingly a stone's throw behind us. It was a full half-hour before I looked back again, and there, sure enough, was always Medicine Bow. A size or two smaller, I will admit, but visible in every feature, like something seen through the wrong end of a field-glass. The eastbound express was approaching the town, and I noticed the white steam from its whistle, but when the sound reached us, the train had almost stopped. And in reply to my comment upon this, the Virginian deigned to remark that it was more so in Arizona. "A man come to Arizona," he said, "with one of them telescopes to study the heavenly bodies. He was a Yankee, sir, and a right smart one, too. And one night we was watchin' for some little old fallen stars that he said was due, and I saw some lights movin' along across the mesa pretty lively, and I sang out. But he told me it was just the train, and I told him I didn't know you could see the kyars that plain from his place. 'You can see 'em,' he said to me, 'but it is last night's kyars you're lookin' at.'" At this point the Virginian spoke severely to one of the horses. "Of course," he then resumed to me, "that Yankee man did not mean quite all he said. You, Buck!" he again broke off suddenly to the horse. "But Arizona, sir," he continued, "it certainly has a most deceivin' atmosphere. Another man told me he had seen a lady close one eye at him when he was 2 minutes hard run from her." This time the Virginian gave Buck the whip. "What effect," I inquired with a gravity equal to his own, "does this extraordinary foreshortening have upon a quart of whiskey?" When it's outside ye, sir, no distance looks too far to go to it." He glanced at me with an eye that held more confidence than hitherto he had been able to feel in me. I had made one step in his approval, but I had many yet to go. This day he preferred his own thoughts to my conversation, and so he did all the days of this first journey, while I should have greatly preferred his conversation to my thoughts. He dismissed some attempts that I made upon the subject of Uncle Hughey, so that I had not the courage to touch upon Trampas, and that chill, brief collision which might have struck the spark of death. Trampas! I had forgotten him till this silent drive I was beginning. I wondered if I should ever see him, or Steve, or any of those people again, and this wonder I expressed aloud. "There's no tellin' in this country," said the Virginian. "Folks come easy, and they go easy. In settled places, like back in the States, even a poor man mostly has a home. Don't care if it's only a barrel on a lot, the fellow'll keep frequentin' that lot, and if you want him you can find him. But out hyeh in the sagebrush, a man's home is apt to be his saddle blanket. First thing you know he has moved it to Texas." "You have done some moving yourself," I suggested. But this word closed his mouth. "I have had a look at the country," he said, and we were silent again. Let me, however, tell you here that he had set out for a look at the country at the age of 14, and that by his present age of 24 he had seen Arkansas, Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, California, Oregon, Idaho, Montana, and Wyoming. Everywhere he had taken care of himself and survived, nor had his strong heart yet waked up to any hunger for a home. Let me also tell you that he was one of thousands drifting and living thus, but, as you shall learn, one in 1,000. Medicine Bow did not forever remain in sight. When next I thought of it and looked behind, nothing was there but the road we had come. It lay like a ship's wake across the huge groundswell of the earth. We were swallowed in a vast solitude. A little while before sunset a cabin came in view, and here we passed our first night. 2 young men lived here, tending their cattle. They were fond of animals. By the stable a chained coyote rushed nervously in a circle, or sat on its haunches and snapped at gifts of food ungraciously. A tame young elk walked in and out of the cabin door, and during supper it tried to push me off my chair. A half-tame mountain sheep practiced jumping from the ground to the roof. The cabin was papered with posters of a circus, and skins of bear and silver fox lay upon the floor. Until 9 o'clock one man talked to the Virginian, and one played gaily upon a concertina, and then we all went to bed. The air was like December, but in my blankets and a buffalo robe I kept warm, and luxuriated in the Rocky Mountains' silence. Going to wash before breakfast at sunrise, I found needles of ice in a pail. Yet it was hard to remember that this quiet, open, splendid wilderness, with not a peak in sight just here, was 6,000 feet high. And when breakfast was over, there was no December left, and by the time the Virginian and I were 10 miles upon our way, it was June. But always every breath that I breathed was pure as water and strong as wine. We never passed a human being this day. Some wild cattle rushed up to us and away from us. Antelopes stared at us from 100 yards. Coyotes ran skulking through the sagebrush to watch us from a hill. At our noon meal we killed a rattlesnake and shot some young sage chickens, which were good at supper, roasted at our campfire. By 8:30 we were asleep beneath the stars, and by 4:30 I was drinking coffee and shivering. The horse, Buck, was hard to catch this second morning. Whether some hills that we were now in had excited him, or whether the better water up here had caused an effervescence in his spirits, I cannot say. but I was as hot as July by the time we had him safe in harness, or rather unsafe in harness, for Buck, in the mysterious language of horses, now taught wickedness to his side partner, and about 11 o'clock they laid their evil heads together and decided to break our necks. We were passing, I have said, through a range of demi-mountains. It was a little country where trees grew, water ran, and the plains were shut out for a while. The road had steep places in it, and places here and there where you could fall off and go bounding to the bottom among stones. But Buck, for some reason, did not think these opportunities good enough for him. He selected a more theatrical moment. We emerged from a narrow canyon suddenly upon 500 cattle and some cowboys branding calves by a fire in a corral. It was a sight that Buck knew by heart. He instantly treated it like an appalling phenomenon. I saw him kick 7 ways. I saw Muggins kick 5 ways. Our furious motion snapped my spine like a whip. I grasped the seat. Something gave a forlorn jingle. It was the brake. "Don't jump," commanded the trustworthy man. "No," I said, as my hat flew off. Help was too far away to do anything for us. We passed scathless through a part of the cattle. I saw their horns and backs go by. Some earth crumbled, and we plunged downward into water rocking among stones, and upward again through some more crumbling earth. I heard a crash and saw my trunk landing in the stream. "She's safer there," said the trustworthy man. "True," I said. "We'll go back for her," said he, with his eyes on the horses and his foot on the crippled brake. A dry gully was coming, and no room to turn. The farther side of it was terraced with rock. We should simply fall backward, if we did not fall forward first. He steered the horses straight over, and just at the bottom swung them with astonishing skill to the right along the hard-baked mud. They took us along the bed up to the head of the gully, and through a thicket of quaking asps. The light trees bent beneath our charge and bastinadoed the wagon as it went over them. But their branches enmeshed the horses' legs, and we came to a harmless standstill among a bower of leaves. I looked at the trustworthy man and smiled vaguely. He considered me for a moment. "I reckon," said he, "you're feelin' about halfway between 'Oh Lord' and 'Thank God.'" "That's quite it," said I, as he got down on the ground. "Nothing's broke," said he, after a searching examination, and he indulged in a true Virginian expletive. "Gentlemen, hush," he murmured gently, looking at me with his grave eyes. "One time I got pretty near scared. You, Buck," he continued, "some folks would beat you now till you'd be uncertain whether you was a hoss or a railroad accident. I'd do it myself, only it wouldn't cure you." I now told him that I supposed he had saved both our lives, but he detested words of direct praise. He made some grumbling rejoinder, and led the horses out of the thicket. Buck, he explained to me, was a good horse, and so was Muggins. Both of them generally meant well, and that was the judge's reason for sending them to meet me. But these broncos had their off days. Off days might not come very often, but when the humor seized a bronco, he had to have his spree. Buck would now behave himself as a horse should for probably 2 months. "They are just like humans," the Virginian concluded. Several cowboys arrived on a gallop to find how many pieces of us were left. We returned down the hill, and when we reached my trunk, it was surprising to see the distance that our runaway had covered. My hat was also found, and we continued on our way. Buck and Muggins were patterns of discretion through the rest of the mountains. I thought when we camped this night that it was strange Buck should be again allowed to graze at large, instead of being tied to a rope while we slept. But this was my ignorance. With the hard work that he was gallantly doing, the horse needed more pasture than a rope's length would permit him to find. Therefore he went free, and in the morning gave us but little trouble in catching him. We crossed a river in the forenoon, and far to the north of us we saw the Bow Leg Mountains, pale in the bright sun. Sunk Creek flowed from their western side, and our 263 miles began to grow a small thing in my eyes. Buck and Muggins, I think, knew perfectly that tomorrow would see them home. They recognized this region, and once they turned off at a fork in the road. The Virginian pulled them back rather sharply. "Want to go back to Balaam's?" he inquired of them. "I thought you had more sense." I asked, "Who was Balaam?" "A maltreater of hosses," replied the cowpuncher. "His ranch is on Butte Creek over yonder," and he pointed to where the diverging road melted into space. "The judge bought Buck and Muggins from him in the spring." "So he maltreats horses?" I repeated. "That's the word all through this country. A man that will do what they claim Balaam does to a hoss when he's mad ain't fit to be called human." The Virginian told me some particulars. "Oh!" I almost screamed at the horror of it, and again, "Oh!" "He'd have probably done that to Buck as soon as he stopped running away. If I caught a man doing that—" We were interrupted by a sedate-looking traveler riding upon an equally sober horse. "Mawnin', Taylor," said the Virginian, pulling up for gossip. "Ain't you strayed off your range pretty far?" "You're a nice one," replied Mr. Taylor, stopping his horse and smiling amiably. "Tell me something I don't know," retorted the Virginian. "Hold up a man at cards and rob him?" pursued Mr. Taylor. "Oh, the news has got ahead of you." "Trampas has been hyeh explainin', has he?" said the Virginian with a grin. "Was that your victim's name?" said Mr. Taylor facetiously. "No, it wasn't him that brought the news. Say, what did you do, anyway?" "So that thing has got around," murmured the Virginian. "Well, it wasn't worth such wide repawtin'." And he gave the simple facts to Taylor, while I sat wondering at the contagious powers of rumor. Here, through this voiceless land, this desert, this vacuum, it had spread like a change of weather. "Any news up your way?" the Virginian concluded. Importance came into Mr. Taylor's countenance. "Bear Creek is going to build a schoolhouse," said he. "Goodness gracious!" drawled the Virginian. "What's that for?" Now Mr. Taylor had been married for some years. "To educate the offspring of Bear Creek," he answered with pride. "Offspring of Bear Creek," the Virginian meditatively repeated. "I don't remember noticin' much offspring. There was some white-tailed deer, and a right smart o' jackrabbits." "The Swintons have moved up from Drybone," said Mr. Taylor, always seriously. "They found it no place for young children. And there's Uncle Carmody with 6, and Ben Dow, and Westfall has become a family man, and—" "Jim Westfall?" exclaimed the Virginian. "Him a family man? Well, if this hyeh territory is going to get full of family men and empty of game, I believe I'll—" "Get married yourself?" suggested Mr. Taylor. "Me? I ain't near reached the marriageable age, no, suh. But Uncle Hughey has got there at last, you know." "Uncle Hughey!" shouted Mr. Taylor. He had not heard this. Rumor is very capricious. Therefore the Virginian told him, and the family man rocked in his saddle. "Build your schoolhouse," said the Virginian. "Uncle Hughey has qualified himself to subscribe to all such propositions. Got your eye on a schoolmarm?" "We are taking steps," said Mr. Taylor. "Bear Creek ain't going to be hasty about a schoolmarm." "Sure," assented the Virginian. "The children wouldn't want you to hurry." But Mr. Taylor was, as I have indicated, a serious family man. The problem of educating his children could appear to him in no light except a sober one. "Bear Creek," he said, "don't want the experience they had over at Calef. We must not hire an ignoramus." "Sure," assented the Virginian again. "Nor we don't want no gad-away flirt," said Mr. Taylor. "She must keep her eyes on the blackboard," said the Virginian gently. "Well, we can wait till we get a guaranteed article," said Mr. Taylor. "And that's what we're going to do. It can't be this year, and it needn't to be. None of the kids is very old, and the schoolhouse has got to be built." He now drew a letter from his pocket and looked at me. "Are you acquainted with Miss Mary Stark Wood of Bennington, Vermont?" he inquired. I was not acquainted with her at this time. "She's one we are thinking of. She's a correspondent with Mrs. Balaam." Taylor handed me the letter. "She wrote that to Mrs. Balaam, and Mrs. Balaam said the best thing was for to let me see it and judge for myself. I'm taking it back to Mrs. Balaam. Maybe you can give me your opinion how it sizes up with the letters they write back East?" The communication was mainly of a business kind, but also personal and freely written. I do not think that its writer expected it to be exhibited as a document. The writer wished very much that she could see the West, but she could not gratify this desire merely for pleasure, or she would long ago have accepted the kind invitation to visit Mrs. Balaam's ranch. Teaching school was something she would like to do if she were fitted for it. "Since the mills failed," the writer said, "we have all gone to work and done a lot of things so that Mother might keep on living in the old house. Yes, the salary would be a temptation, but, my dear, isn't Wyoming bad for the complexion? And could I sue them if mine got damaged? It is still admired. I could bring one male witness at least to prove that." Then the writer became businesslike again. Even if she came to feel that she could leave home, she did not at all know that she could teach school, nor did she think it right to accept a position in which one had had no experience. "I do love children, boys especially," she went on. "My small nephew and I get on famously. But imagine if a whole benchful of boys began asking me questions that I couldn't answer. What should I do? For one could not spank them all, you know. And Mother says that I ought not to teach anybody spelling, because I leave the U out of honor." Altogether it was a letter which I could assure Mr. Taylor sized up very well with the letters written in my part of the United States, and it was signed, "Your very sincere spinster, Molly Stark Wood." "I never seen honor spelled with a U," said Mr. Taylor, over whose not highly civilized head certain portions of the letter had lightly passed. I told him that some old-fashioned people still wrote the word so. "Either way would satisfy Bear Creek," said Mr. Taylor, "if she's otherwise up to requirements." The Virginian was now looking over the letter musingly, and with awakened attention. "Your very sincere spinster," he read aloud slowly. "I guess that means she's 40, said Taylor. "I reckon she is about 20, said the Virginian, and again he fell to musing over the paper that he held. "Her handwriting ain't like any I've saw," pursued Mr. Taylor. "But Bear Creek would not object to that, provided she knows 'rithmetic and George Washington and them kind of things." "I expect she is not an awful sincere spinster," surmised the Virginian, still looking at the letter, still holding it as if it were some token. Has any botanist set down what the seed of love is? Has it anywhere been set down in how many ways this seed may be sown? In what various vessels of gossamer it can float across wide spaces? Or upon what different soils it can fall, and live unknown, and bide its time for blooming? The Virginian handed back to Taylor the sheet of notepaper where a girl had talked as the women he had known did not talk. If his eyes had ever seen such maidens, there had been no meeting of eyes, and if such maidens had ever spoken to him, the speech was from an established distance. But here was a free language, altogether new to him. It proved, however, not alien to his understanding, as it was alien to Mr. Taylor's. We drove onward, a mile perhaps, and then 2. He had lately been full of words, but now he barely answered me, so that a silence fell upon both of us. It must have been all of 10 miles that we had driven when he spoke of his own accord. "Your real spinster don't speak of her lot that easy," he remarked, and presently he quoted a phrase about the complexion. "Could I sue them if mine got damaged?" And he smiled over this to himself, shaking his head. "What would she be doing on Bear Creek?" he next said, and finally, "I reckon that witness will detain her in Vermont, and her mother'll keep living at the old house." Thus did the cow-puncher deliver himself, not knowing at all that the seed had floated across wide spaces, and was biding its time in his heart. On the morrow we reached Sunk Creek. Judge Henry's welcome and his wife's would have obliterated any hardships that I had endured, and I had endured none at all. For a while I saw little of the Virginian. He lapsed into his native way of addressing me occasionally as "Suh," a habit entirely repudiated by this land of equality. I was sorry. Our common peril during the runaway of Buck and Muggins had brought us to a familiarity that I hoped was destined to last. But I think that it would not have gone farther, save for a certain personage. I must call her a personage. And as I am indebted to her for gaining me a friend whose prejudice against me might never have been otherwise overcome, I shall tell you her little story, and how her misadventures and her fate came to bring the Virginian and me to an appreciation of one another. Without her, it is likely I should also not have heard so much of the story of the schoolmarm, and how that lady at last came to Bear Creek. My personage was a hen, and she lived at the Sunk Creek Ranch. Judge Henry's ranch was notable for several luxuries. He had milk, for example. In those days his brother ranchmen had thousands of cattle very often, but not a drop of milk, save the condensed variety. Therefore they had no butter. The judge had plenty. Next rarest to butter and milk in the cattle country were eggs. But my host had chickens. Whether this was because he had followed cockfighting in his early days, or whether it was due to Mrs. Henry, I cannot say. I only know that when I took a meal elsewhere, I was likely to find nothing but the eternal sow-belly, beans, and coffee, while at Sunk Creek the omelet and the custard were frequent. The passing traveler was glad to tie his horse to the fence here, and sit down to the judge's table, for its fame was as wide as Wyoming. It was an oasis in the territory's desolate bill of fare. The long fences of Judge Henry's home ranch began upon Sunk Creek, soon after that stream emerged from its canyon through the Bow Leg. It was a place always well cared for by the owner, even in the days of his bachelorhood. The placid regiments of cattle lay in the cool of the cottonwoods by the water, or slowly moved among the sagebrush, feeding upon the grass that in those forever departed years was plentiful and tall. The steers came fat off his unenclosed range, and fattened still more in his large pasture, while his small pasture, a field some 8 miles square, was for several seasons given to the judge's horses, and over this ample space there played and prospered the good colts which he raised from Paladin, his imported stallion. After he married, I have been assured that his wife's influence became visible in and about the house at once. Shade trees were planted, flowers attempted, and to the chickens was added the much more troublesome turkey. I, the visitor, was pressed into service when I arrived, green from the east. I took hold of the farmyard and began building a better chicken house, while the judge was off creating meadowland in his gray and yellow wilderness. When any cowboy was unoccupied, he would lounge over to my neighborhood and silently regard my carpentering. Those cowpunchers bore names of various denominations. There was Honey Wiggin, there was Nebrasky, and Dollar Bill, and Chalkeye. And they came from farms and cities, from Maine and from California. But the romance of American adventure had drawn them all alike to this great playground of young men, and in their courage, their generosity, and their amusement at me, they bore a close resemblance to each other. Each one would silently observe my achievements with the hammer and the chisel. Then he would retire to the bunkhouse, and presently I would overhear laughter. But this was only in the morning. In the afternoon, on many days of the summer which I spent at the Sunk Creek Ranch, I would go shooting, or ride up toward the entrance of the canyon and watch the men working on the irrigation ditches. Pleasant systems of water running in channels were being led through the soil, and there was a sound of rippling here and there among the yellow grain. The green thick alfalfa grass waved almost, it seemed, of its own accord, for the wind never blew, and when at evening the sun lay against the plain, the rift of the canyon was filled with a violet light, and the Bow-Leg Mountains became transfigured with hues of floating and unimaginable color. The sun shone in a sky where never a cloud came, and noon was not too warm nor the dark too cool. And so for 2 months I went through these pleasant, uneventful days, improving the chickens, an object of mirth, living in the open air, and basking in the perfection of content. I was justly styled a tenderfoot. Mrs. Henry had in the beginning endeavored to shield me from this humiliation, but when she found that I was inveterate in laying my inexperience of Western matters bare to all the world, begging to be enlightened upon rattlesnakes, prairie dogs, owls, blue and willow grouse, sage hens, how to rope a horse or tighten the front cinch of my saddle, and that my spirit soared into enthusiasm at the mere sight of so ordinary an animal as a white-tailed deer, she let me rush about with my firearms, and made no further effort to stave off the ridicule that my blunders perpetually earned from the ranch hands, her own humorous husband, and any chance visitor who stopped for a meal or stayed the night. I was not called by my name after the first feeble etiquette due to a stranger in his first few hours had died away. I was known simply as the Tenderfoot. I was introduced to the neighborhood, a circle of 80 miles, as the Tenderfoot. It was thus that Balaam, the maltreater of horses, learned to address me when he came a 2 days' journey to pay a visit. And it was this name and my notorious helplessness that bid fair to end what relations I had with the Virginian. For when Judge Henry ascertained that nothing could prevent me from losing myself, that it was not uncommon for me to saunter out after breakfast with a gun, and in 30 minutes cease to know north from south, he arranged for my protection. He detailed an escort for me, and the escort was once more the trustworthy man. The poor Virginian was taken from his work and his comrades, and set to playing nurse for me. And for a while this humiliation ate into his untamed soul. It was his lugubrious lot to accompany me in my rambles, preside over my blunders, and save me from calamitously passing into the next world. He bore it in courteous silence, except when speaking was necessary. He would show me the lower ford, which I could never find for myself, generally mistaking a quicksand for it. He would tie my horse properly. He would recommend me not to shoot my rifle at a white-tailed deer in the particular moment that the outfit wagon was passing behind the animal on the further side of the brush. There was seldom a day that he was not obliged to hasten and save me from sudden death or from ridicule, which is worse. Yet never once did he lose his patience, and his gentle, slow voice and apparently lazy manner remained the same, whether we were sitting at lunch together, or up in the mountain during a hunt, or whether he was bringing me back my horse which had run away because I had again forgotten to throw the reins over his head and let them trail. "He'll always stand if you do that," the Virginian would say. "See how my hoss stays right quiet yonda?" After such admonition he would say no more to me, but this tame nursery business was assuredly gall to him. For though utterly a man in countenance and in his self-possession and incapacity to be put at a loss, he was still boyishly proud of his wild calling, and wore his leather straps and jingled his spurs with obvious pleasure. His tiger limberness and his beauty were rich with unabated youth, and that force which lurked beneath his surface must often have curbed his intolerance of me. In spite of what I knew must be his opinion of me, the tenderfoot, my liking for him grew, and I found his silent company more and more agreeable. That he had spells of talking, I had already learned at Medicine Bow. But his present taciturnity might almost have effaced this impression, had I not happened to pass by the bunkhouse one evening after dark, when Honey Wiggin and the rest of the cowboys were gathered inside it. That afternoon the Virginian and I had gone duck shooting. We had found several in a beaver dam, and I had killed 2 as they sat close together. But they floated against the breastwork of sticks out in the water some 4 feet deep, where the escaping current might carry them down the stream. The judge's red setter had not accompanied us, because she was expecting a family. "We don't want her along anyways," the cowpuncher had explained to me. "She runs around mighty irresponsible, and she'll stand a prairie dog 'bout as often as she'll stand a bird. She's a triflin' animal." My anxiety to own the ducks caused me to pitch into the water with all my clothes on, and subsequently crawl out a slippery, triumphant, weltering heap. The Virginian's serious eyes had rested upon this spectacle of mud, but he expressed nothing as usual. "They ain't overly good eatin'," he observed, tying the birds to his saddle. "They're divers." "Divers?" I exclaimed. "Why didn't they dive?" "I reckon they was young ones and hadn't experience." "Well," I said, crestfallen, but attempting to be humorous, "I did the diving myself." But the Virginian made no comment. He handed me my double-barreled English gun, which I was about to leave deserted on the ground behind me, and we rode home in our usual silence, the mean little white-breasted, sharp-billed divers dangling from his saddle. It was in the bunkhouse that he took his revenge. As I passed, I heard his gentle voice silently achieving some narrative to an attentive audience, and just as I came by the open window, where he sat on his bed in shirt and drawers, his back to me, I heard his concluding words. "And the hat on his head was the one mark showed you he weren't a snapping turtle." The anecdote met with instantaneous success, and I hurried away into the dark. The next morning I was occupied with the chickens. 2 hens were fighting to sit on some eggs that a third was daily laying, and which I did not want hatched, and for the 3rd time I had kicked Em'ly off 7 potatoes she had rolled together and was determined to raise I know not what sort of family from. She was shrieking about the hen house as the Virginian came in to observe, I suspect, what I might be doing now that could be useful for him to mention in the bunkhouse. He stood a while, and at length said, "We lost our best rooster when Mrs. Henry came to live here." I paid no attention. "He was a right elegant Dominicker," he continued. I felt a little riled about the snapping turtle, and showed no interest in what he was saying, but continued my functions among the hens. This unusual silence of mine seemed to elicit unusual speech from him. "You see, that rooster, he'd always lived round here when the judge was a bachelor, and he never seen no ladies or any persons wearing female garments. You ain't got rheumatism, sir?" "Me? No." "I reckoned maybe them little odd divers you got damp going after." He paused. "Oh, no, not in the least, thank you." "You seemed sort of grave this morning, and I'm certainly glad it ain't them divers." "Well, the rooster?" I inquired finally. "Oh, him! He weren't raised where he could see petticoats. Mrs. Henry, she come here from the railroad with the judge after dark. Next mawnin' early she walked out to view her new home, and the rooster was a feedin' by the door, and he seen her. Well, sir, he screeched that awful I run out of the bunkhouse, and he just went over the fence and took down Sunk Creek shoutin' fire right along. He has never come back." "There's a hen over there now that has no judgment," I said, indicating Em'ly. She had got herself outside the house and was on the bars of a corral, her vociferations reduced to an occasional squawk. I told him about the potatoes. "I never knowed her name before," said he. "That runaway rooster, he hated her, and she hated him same as she hates 'em all." "I named her myself," said I, "after I came to notice her particularly. There's an old maid at home who's charitable and belongs to the cruelty to animals, and she never knows whether she had better cross in front of a street car or wait. I named the hen after her. Does she ever lay eggs?" The Virginian had not troubled his head over the poultry. "Well, I don't believe she knows how. I think she came near being a rooster." "She's sure manly lookin'," said the Virginian. We had walked toward the corral, and he was now scrutinizing Em'ly with interest. She was an egregious fowl. She was huge and gaunt, with great yellow beak, and she stood straight and alert in the manner of responsible people. There was something wrong with her tail. It slanted far to one side, one feather in it twice as long as the rest. Feathers on her breast there were none. These had been worn entirely off by her habit of sitting upon potatoes and other rough, abnormal objects. And this lent to her appearance an air of being décolletée, singularly at variance with her otherwise prudish ensemble. Her eye was remarkably bright, but somehow it had an outraged expression. It was as if she went about the world perpetually scandalized over the doings that fell beneath her notice. Her legs were blue, long, and remarkably stout. "She'd ought to wear knickerbockers," murmured the Virginian. "She'd look a heap better'n some of them college students. And she'll set on potatoes, you say?" "She thinks she can hatch out anything. I found her with onions, and last Tuesday I caught her on 2 balls of soap." In the afternoon the tall cowpuncher and I rode out to get an antelope. After an hour, during which he was completely taciturn, he said, "I reckon maybe this here lonesome country ain't been healthy for Em'ly to live in. It ain't for some humans. Them old trappers in the mountains gets skewed in the head mighty often, and talks out loud when nobody's nigher 100 miles." "Em'ly has not been solitary," I replied. "There are 40 chickens here." "That's so," said he. "It don't explain her." He fell silent again, riding beside me, easy and indolent in the saddle. His long figure looked so loose and inert that the swift light spring he made to the ground seemed an impossible feat. He had seen an antelope where I saw none. "Take a shot yourself," I urged him as he motioned me to be quick. "You never shoot when I'm with you." "I ain't hyeh for that," he answered. "Now you've let him get away on you." The antelope had in truth departed. "Why," he said to my protest, "I can hit them things any day. What's your notion as to Em'ly?" "I can't account for her," I replied. "Well," he said musingly, and then his mind took one of those particular turns that made me love him. "Taylor ought to see her. She'd be just the schoolmarm for Bear Creek." "She's not much like the eating house lady at Medicine Bow," I said. He gave a hilarious chuckle. "No, Em'ly knows nothin' of them joys. So you have no notion about her? Well, I've got one. I reckon maybe she was hatched after a big thunderstorm." "In a big thunderstorm!" I exclaimed. "Yes. Don't you know about them and what they'll do to eggs? A big case of lightnin' and thunder will addle eggs and keep 'em from hatchin'. And I expect one came along, and all the other eggs of Em'ly's set didn't hatch out, but got plumb addled, and she happened not to get addled that far, and so she just managed to make it through. But she certainly ain't got a strong head." "I fear she has not," said I. "Mighty honorable intentions," he observed. "If she can't make out to lay anything, she wants to hatch something, and be a mother anyways." "I wonder what relation the law considers that a hen is to the chicken she hatched but did not lay?" I inquired. The Virginian made no reply to this frivolous suggestion. He was gazing over the wide landscape gravely and with apparent inattention. He invariably saw game before I did, and was off his horse and crouched among the sage while I was still getting my left foot clear of the stirrup. I succeeded in killing an antelope, and we rode home with the head and hindquarters. "No," said he, "it's sure the thunder and not the lonesomeness. How do you like the lonesomeness yourself?" I told him that I liked it. "I could not live without it now," he said. "This has got into my system." He swept his hand out at the vast space of world. "I went back home to see my folks onced. Mother was dying slow, and she wanted me. I stayed a year. But them Virginia mountains could please me no more. After she was gone, I told my brothers and sisters good-bye. We like each other well enough, but I reckon I'll not go back." We found Em'ly seated upon a collection of green California peaches which the Judge had brought from the railroad. "I don't mind her any more," I said. "I'm sorry for her." "I've been sorry for her right along," said the Virginian. "She does hate the roosters so." And he said that he was making a collection of every class of object which he found her treating as eggs. But Em'ly's egg industry was terminated abruptly one morning, and her unquestioned energies diverted to a new channel. A turkey, which had been sitting in the root house, appeared with 12 children, and a family of bantams occurred almost simultaneously. Em'ly was importantly scratching the soil inside Paladin's corral when the bantam tribe of newly born came by down the lane, and she caught sight of them through the bars. She crossed the corral at a run, and intercepted 2 of the chicks that were trailing somewhat behind their real mamma. These she undertook to appropriate, and assumed a high tone with the bantam, who was smaller, and hence obliged to retreat with her still numerous family. I interfered and put matters straight, but the adjustment was only temporary. In an hour I saw Em'ly immensely busy with 2 more bantams, leading them about and taking a care of them which I must admit seemed perfectly efficient. And now came the first incident that made me suspect her to be demented. She had proceeded with her changelings behind the kitchen, where one of the irrigation ditches ran under the fence from the hayfield to supply the house with water. Some distance along this ditch, inside the field, were the 12 turkeys in the short, recently cut stubble. Again Em'ly set off instantly like a deer. She left the dismayed bantams behind her. She crossed the ditch with one jump of her stout blue legs, flew over the grass, and was at once among the turkeys, where, with an instinct of maternity as undiscriminating as it was reckless, she attempted to huddle some of them away. But this other mamma was not a bantam, and in a few moments Em'ly was entirely routed in her attempt to acquire a new variety of family. This spectacle was witnessed by the Virginian and myself, and it overcame him. He went speechless across to the bunkhouse, by himself, and sat on his bed, while I took the abandoned bantams back to their own circle. I have often wondered what the other fowls thought of all this. Some impression it certainly did make upon them. The notion may seem out of reason to those who have never closely attended to other animals than man, but I am convinced that any community which shares some of our instincts will share some of the resulting feelings, and that birds and beasts have conventions, the breach of which startles them. If there be anything in evolution, this would seem inevitable. At all events, the chicken house was upset during the following several days. Em'ly disturbed now the bantams and now the turkeys, and several of these latter had died, though I will not go so far as to say that this was the result of her misplaced attentions. Nevertheless, I was seriously thinking of locking her up till the broods should be a little older, when another event happened, and all was suddenly at peace. The Judge's setter came in one morning wagging her tail. She had had her puppies, and she now took us to where they were housed, in between the floor of a building and the hollow ground. Em'ly was seated on the whole litter. "No," I said to the judge, "I am not surprised. She is capable of anything." In her new choice of offspring, this hen had at length encountered an unworthy parent. The setter was bored by her own puppies. She found the hole under the house an obscure and monotonous residence compared with the dining room, and our company more stimulating and sympathetic than that of her children. A much petted contact with our superior race had developed her dog intelligence above its natural level, and turned her into an unnatural, neglectful mother, who was constantly forgetting her nursery for worldly pleasures. At certain periods of the day she repaired to the puppies and fed them, but came away when this perfunctory ceremony was accomplished, and she was glad enough to have a governess bring them up. She made no quarrel with Em'ly, and the two understood each other perfectly. I have never seen among animals any arrangement so civilized and so perverted. It made Em'ly perfectly happy. To see her sitting all day jealously spreading her wings over some blind puppies was sufficiently curious, but when they became large enough to come out from under the house and toddle about in the proud hen's wake, I longed for some distinguished naturalist. I felt that our ignorance made us inappropriate spectators of such a phenomenon. Em'ly scratched and clucked, and the puppies ran to her, pawed her with their fat limp little legs, and retreated beneath her feathers in their games of hide and seek. Conceive, if you can, what confusion must have reigned in their infant minds as to who the setter was. "I reckon they think she's the wet nurse," said the Virginian. When the puppies grew to be boisterous, I perceived that Em'ly's mission was approaching its end. They were too heavy for her, and their increasing scope of playfulness was not in her line. Once or twice they knocked her over, upon which she arose and pecked them severely, and they retired to a safe distance, and sitting in a circle yapped at her. I think they began to suspect that she was only a hen after all. So Em'ly resigned with an indifference which surprised me, until I remembered that if it had been chickens she would have ceased to look after them by this time. But here she was again, out of a job, as the Virginian said. "She's raised them puppies for that triflin' setter, and now she'll be huntin' around for something else useful to do that ain't in her business." Now there were other broods of chickens to arrive in the hen house, and I did not desire any more bantam and turkey performances, so to avoid confusion I played a trick upon Em'ly. I went down to Sunk Creek and fetched some smooth oval stones. She was quite satisfied with these, and passed a quiet day with them in a box. This was not fair, the Virginian asserted. "You ain't going to just leave her fooled that-a-way?" I did not see why not. "Why, she raised them puppies all right. Ain't she showed she knows how to be a mother anyways? Em'ly ain't going to get her time took up for nothin' while I'm round hyeh," said the cow-puncher. He laid a gentle hold of Em'ly and tossed her to the ground. She, of course, rushed out among the corrals in a great state of nerves. "I don't see what good you do meddling," I protested. To this he deigned no reply, but removed the unresponsive stones from the straw. "Why, if they ain't right warm!" he exclaimed plaintively. "The poor deluded son of a gun!" And with this unusual description of a lady, he sent the stones sailing like a line of birds. "I'm regular gettin' stuck on Em'ly," continued the Virginian. "You needn't to laugh. Don't you see she's got sort o' human feelings and desires? I always knowed hosses was like people, and my collie, of course. It is kind of foolish, I expect, but that hen's going to have a real egg directly right now to set on." With this he removed one from beneath another hen. "We'll have Em'ly raise this hyeh," said he, "so she can put in her time profitable." It was not accomplished at once, for Em'ly, singularly enough, would not consent to stay in the box whence she had been routed. At length we found another retreat for her, and in these new surroundings, with a new piece of work for her to do, Em'ly sat on the one egg which the Virginian had so carefully provided for her. Thus, as in all genuine tragedies, was the stroke of fate wrought by chance and the best intentions. Em'ly began sitting on Friday afternoon near sundown. Early next morning my sleep was gradually dispersed by a sound unearthly and continuous. Now it dwindled, receding to a distance. Again it came near, took a turn, drifted to the other side of the house. Then, evidently whatever it was, passed my door close, and I jumped upright in my bed. The high, tense strain of vibration, nearly but not quite a musical note, was like the threatening scream of machinery, though weaker, and I bounded out of the house in my pajamas. There was Em'ly, disheveled, walking wildly about, her one egg miraculously hatched within 10 hours. The little lonely yellow ball of down went cheeping along behind, following its mother as best it could. What then had happened to the established period of incubation? For an instant the thing was like a portent, and I was near joining Em'ly in her horrid surprise when I saw how it all was. The Virginian had taken an egg from a hen which had already been sitting for 3 weeks. I dressed in haste, hearing Em'ly's distracted outcry. It steadily sounded, without perceptible pause for breath, and marked her erratic journey back and forth through stables, lanes, and corrals. The shrill disturbance brought all of us out to see her, and in the hen house I discovered the new brood making its appearance punctually. But this natural explanation could not be made to the crazed hen. She continued to scour the premises, her slant tail and its one preposterous feather waving as she aimlessly went, her stout legs stepping high with an unnatural motion, her head lifted nearly off her neck, and in her brilliant yellow eye an expression of more than outrage at this overturning of a natural law. Behind her, entirely ignored and neglected, trailed the little progeny. She never looked at it. We went about our various affairs, and all through the clear sunny day that unending metallic scream pervaded the premises. The Virginian put out food and water for her, but she tasted nothing. I am glad to say that the little chicken did. I do not think that the hen's eyes could see, except in the way that sleepwalkers do. The heat went out of the air, and in the canyon the violet light began to show. Many hours had gone, but Em'ly never ceased. Now she suddenly flew up in a tree and sat there with her noise still going. But it had risen lately several notes into a slim, acute level of terror, and was not like machinery any more, nor like any sound I ever heard before or since. Below the tree stood the bewildered little chicken, cheeping and making tiny jumps to reach its mother. "Yes," said the Virginian, "it's comical. Even her egg acted different from anybody else's." He paused and looked across the wide mellowing plain, with the expression of easy-going gravity so common with him. Then he looked at Em'ly in the tree, and the yellow chicken. "It ain't so damned funny," said he. We went in to supper, and I came out to find the hen lying on the ground, dead. I took the chicken to the family in the hen house. No, it was not altogether funny any more, and I did not think less of the Virginian when I came upon him surreptitiously digging a little hole in the field for her. "I have buried some citizens here and there," said he, "that I have respected less." And when the time came for me to leave Sunk Creek, my last word to the Virginian was, "Don't forget Em'ly." "I ain't likely to," responded the cowpuncher. "She is just one of them parables." Save when he fell into his native idioms, which they told me his wanderings had well nigh obliterated until that year's visit to his home again revived them in his speech, he had now for a long while dropped the "sir" and all other barriers between us. We were thorough friends, and had exchanged many confidences, both of the flesh and of the spirit. He even went the length of saying that he would write me the Sunk Creek news if I would send him a line now and then. I have many letters from him now. Their spelling came to be faultless, and in the beginning was little worse than George Washington's. The judge himself drove me to the railroad by another way, across the Bowleg Mountains and south through Balaam's Ranch and Drybone to Rock Creek. "I'll be very homesick," I told him. "Come and pull the latch string whenever you please," he bade me. I wished that I might. No lotus land ever cast its spell upon man's heart more than Wyoming had enchanted mine. "Dear friend," thus in the spring the Virginian wrote me, "yours received. It must be a poor thing to be sick. That time I was shot at Cañada de Oro would have made me sick if it had been a little lower, or if I was much of a drinking man. You will be well if you give over city life, and take a hunt with me about August or say September, for then the elk will be out of the velvet. Things do not please me here just now, and I am going to settle it by vamoosing. But I would be glad to see you. It would be pleasure, not business, for me to show you plenty elk and get you strong. I am not crybabying to the judge or making any kick about things. He will want me back after he has swallowed a little tincture of time. It is the best dose I know. Now to answer your questions. Yes, the Emily hen might have ate loco weed if hens do. I never saw anything but stock and horses get poisoned with loco weed. No, the school is not built yet. They are always big talkers on Bear Creek. No, I have not seen Steve. He is around, but I am sorry for him. Yes, I have been to Medicine Bow. I had the welcome I wanted. Do you remember a man I played poker and he did not like it? He is working on the upper ranch near 10 Sleep. He does not amount to a thing except with weaklings. Uncle Hughie has twins. The boys got him vexed some about it, but I think they are his. Now that is all I know today, and I would like to see you poco presently, as they say at Los Cruces. There's no sense in you being sick. The rest of this letter discussed the best meeting point for us should I decide to join him for a hunt. That hunt was made, and during the weeks of its duration something was said to explain a little more fully the Virginian's difficulty at the Sunk Creek Ranch, and his reason for leaving his excellent employer, the judge. Not much was said, to be sure. The Virginian seldom spent many words upon his own troubles. But it appeared that owing to some jealousy of him on the part of the foreman or the assistant foreman, he found himself continually doing another man's work, but under circumstances so skilfully arranged that he got neither credit nor pay for it. He would not stoop to telling tales out of school. Therefore his ready and prophetic mind devised the simple expedient of going away altogether. He calculated that Judge Henry would gradually perceive there was a connection between his departure and the cessation of the satisfactory work. After a judicious interval, it was his plan to appear again in the neighborhood of Sunk Creek and await results. Concerning Steve, he would say no more than he had written, but it was plain that for some cause this friendship had ceased. Money for his services during the hunt he positively declined to accept, asserting that he had not worked enough to earn his board, and the expedition ended in an untraveled corner of the Yellowstone Park, near Pitchstone Canyon, where he and young Lynn McLean and others were witnesses of a sad and terrible drama that has been elsewhere chronicled. His prophetic mind had foreseen correctly the shape of events at Sunk Creek. The only thing that it had not foreseen was the impression to be made upon the judge's mind by his conduct. Toward the close of that winter, Judge and Mrs. Henry visited the East. Through them a number of things became revealed. The Virginian was back at Sunk Creek. "And," said Mrs. Henry, "he would never have left you if I had had my way, Judge H." "No, Madam Judge," retorted her husband. "I am aware of that, for you have always appreciated a fine appearance in a man." "I certainly have," confessed the lady mirthfully. "And the way he used to come bringing my horse, with the ridges of his black hair so carefully brushed, and that blue-spotted handkerchief tied so effectively round his throat, was something that I missed a great deal after he went away." "Thank you, my dear, for this warning. I have plans that will keep him absent quite constantly for the future." And then they spoke less flightily. "I always knew," said the lady, "that you had found a treasure when that man came." The judge laughed. "When it dawned on me," he said, "how cleverly he caused me to learn the value of his services by depriving me of them, I doubted whether it was safe to take him back." "Safe?" cried Mrs. Henry. "Safe, my dear, because I'm afraid he is pretty nearly as shrewd as I am. And that's rather dangerous in a subordinate." The judge laughed again. "But his action regarding the man they call Steve has made me feel easy." And then it came out that the Virginian was supposed to have discovered in some way that Steve had fallen from the grace of that particular honesty which respects another man's cattle. It was not known for certain, but calves had begun to disappear in cattle land, and cows had been found killed, and calves with one brand upon them had been found with mothers that bore the brand of another owner. This industry was taking root in cattle land, and of those who practiced it, some were beginning to be suspected. Steve was not quite fully suspected yet, but that the Virginian had parted company with him was definitely known, and neither man would talk about it. There was the further news that the Bear Creek schoolhouse at length stood complete, floor, walls, and roof, and that a lady from Bennington, Vermont, a friend of Mrs. Balaam's, had quite suddenly decided that she would try her hand at instructing the new generation. The judge and Mrs. Henry knew this because Mrs. Balaam had told them of her disappointment that she would be absent from the ranch on Butte Creek when her friend arrived, and therefore unable to entertain her. The friend's decision had been quite suddenly made, and must form the subject of the next chapter. I do not know with which of the two estimates, Mr. Taylor's or the Virginian's, you agreed. Did you think that Miss Mary Stark Wood of Bennington, Vermont, was 40 years of age? That would have been an error. At the time she wrote the letter to Mrs. Balaam, of which letter certain portions have been quoted in these pages, she was in her 21st year, or, to be more precise, she had been 20 some 8 months previous. Now, it is not usual for young ladies of 20 to contemplate a journey of nearly 2,000 miles to a country where Indians and wild animals live unchained, unless they are to make such journey in company with a protector, or are going to a protector's arms at the other end. Nor is school teaching on Bear Creek a usual ambition for such young ladies. But Miss Mary Stark Wood was not a usual young lady for two reasons. First, there was her descent. Had she so wished, she could have belonged to any number of those patriotic societies of which our American ears have grown accustomed to hear so much. She could have been enrolled in the Boston Tea Party, the Ethan Allen Ticonderogas, the Green Mountain Daughters, the Saratoga Sacred Circle, and the Confederated Colonial Chatelaines. She traced direct descent from the historic lady whose name she bore, that Molly Stark who was not a widow after the battle where her lord, her Captain John, battled so bravely as to send his name thrilling down through the blood of generations of schoolboys. This ancestress was her chief claim to be a member of those shining societies which I have enumerated. But she had been willing to join none of them, although invitations to do so were by no means lacking. I cannot tell you her reason. Still, I can tell you this. When these societies were much spoken of in her presence, her very sprightly countenance became more sprightly, and she added her words of praise or respect to the general chorus. But when she received an invitation to join one of these bodies, her countenance, as she read the missive, would assume an expression which was known to her friends as sticking her nose in the air. I do not think that Molly's reason for refusing to join could have been a truly good one. I should add that her most precious possession, a treasure which accompanied her even if she went away for only one night's absence, was an heirloom, a little miniature portrait of the old Molly Stark, painted when that far-off dame must have been scarce more than 20. And when each summer the young Molly went to Dunbarton, New Hampshire, to pay her established family visit to the last survivors of her connection who bore the name of Stark, no word that she heard in the Dunbarton houses pleased her so much as when a certain great-aunt would take her by the hand and, after looking with fond intentness at her, pronounce, "My dear, you're getting more like the General's wife every year you live." "I suppose you mean my nose," Molly would then reply. "Nonsense, child. You have the family length of nose, and I've never heard that it has disgraced us." "But I don't think I'm tall enough for it." "There now, run to your room and dress for tea. The Starks have always been punctual." And after this annual conversation, Molly would run to her room, and there in its privacy, even at the risk of falling below the punctuality of the Starks, she would consult two objects for quite a minute before she began to dress. These objects, as you have already correctly guessed, were the miniature of the General's wife and the looking-glass. So much for Miss Molly Starkwood's descent. The second reason why she was not a usual girl was her character. This character was the result of pride and family pluck battling with family hardship. Just 1 year before she was to be presented to the world, not the great metropolitan world, but a world that would have made her welcome and done her homage at its little dances and little dinners in Troy and Rutland and Burlington, fortune had turned her back upon the Woods. Their possessions had never been great ones, but they had sufficed. From generation to generation the family had gone to school like gentlefolk, dressed like gentlefolk, used the speech and ways of gentlefolk, and as gentlefolk lived and died. And now the mills failed. Instead of thinking about her first evening dress, Molly found pupils to whom she could give music lessons. She found handkerchiefs that she could embroider with initials, and she found fruit that she could make into preserves. That machine called the typewriter was then in existence, but the day of women typewriters had as yet scarcely begun to dawn, else I think Molly would have preferred this occupation to the handkerchiefs and the preserves. There were people in Bennington who wondered how Miss Wood could go about from house to house teaching the piano, and she a lady. There always have been such people, I suppose, because the world must always have a rubbish heap. But we need not dwell upon them further than to mention one other remark of theirs regarding Molly. They all with one voice declared that Sam Bannett was good enough for anybody who did fancy embroidery at 5 cents a letter. "I dare say he had a great-grandmother quite as good as hers," remarked Mrs. Flint, the wife of the Baptist minister. "That's entirely possible," returned the Episcopal rector of Hoosick, "only we don't happen to know who she was." The rector was a friend of Molly's. After this little observation, Mrs. Flint said no more, but continued her purchases in the store where she and the rector had happened to find themselves together. Later she stated to a friend that she had always thought the Episcopal Church a snobbish one, and now she knew it. So public opinion went on being indignant over Molly's conduct. She could stoop to work for money, and yet she pretended to hold herself above the most rising young man in Hoosick Falls, and all just because there was a difference in their grandmothers. Was this the reason at the bottom of it, the very bottom? I cannot be certain, because I have never been a girl myself. Perhaps she thought that work is not a stooping, and that marriage may be. Perhaps, but all I really know is that Molly Wood continued cheerfully to embroider the handkerchiefs, make the preserves, teach the pupils, and firmly to reject Sam Bannett. Thus it went on until she was 20. There certain members of her family began to tell her how rich Sam was going to be, was indeed already. It was at this time that she wrote Mrs. Balaam her doubts and her desires as to migrating to Bear Creek. It was at this time also that her face grew a little paler, and her friends thought that she was overworked, and Mrs. Flint feared she was losing her looks. It was at this time, too, that she grew very intimate with that great aunt over at Dunbarton, and from her received much comfort and strengthening. "Never," said the old lady, "especially if you can't love him." "I do like him," said Molly, "and he is very kind." "Never," said the old lady again. "When I die, you'll have something, and that will not be long now." Molly flung her arms around her aunt and stopped her words with a kiss. And then one winter afternoon, 2 years later, came the last straw. The front door of the old house had shut. Out of it had stepped the persistent suitor. Mrs. Flint watched him drive away in his smart sleigh. "That girl is a fool," she said furiously, and she came away from her bedroom window where she had posted herself for observation. Inside the old house a door had also shut. This was the door of Molly's own room, and there she sat in floods of tears, for she could not bear to hurt a man who loved her with all the power of love that was in him. It was about twilight when her door opened, and an elderly lady came softly in. "My dear," she ventured, "and you were not able—" "Oh, mother!" cried the girl, "have you come to say that too?" The next day Miss Wood had become very hard. In 3 weeks she had accepted the position on Bear Creek. In 2 months she started, heart heavy, but with a spirit craving the unknown. On a Monday noon a small company of horsemen strung out along the trail from Sunk Creek to gather cattle over their allotted sweep of range. Spring was backward, and they, as they rode galloping and gathering upon the cold week's work, cursed cheerily and occasionally sang. The Virginian was grave in bearing and of infrequent speech, but he kept a song going, a matter of some 79 verses. 78 were quite unprintable, and rejoiced his brother cowpunchers monstrously. They, knowing him to be a singular man, forbore ever to press him, and awaited his own humour, lest he should weary of the lyric. And when, after a day of silence apparently saturnine, he would lift his gentle voice and begin, "If you go to monkey with my Lulu girl, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll carve your heart with my razor, and I'll shoot you with my pistol too." Then they would stridently take up each last line, and keep it going 3, 4, 10 times, and kick holes in the ground to the swing of it. By the levels of Bear Creek that reach like inlets among the promontories of the lonely hills, they came upon the schoolhouse, roofed and ready for the first native Wyoming crop. It symbolized the dawn of a neighborhood, and it brought a change into the wilderness air. The feel of it struck cold upon the free spirits of the cowpunchers, and they told each other that, what with women and children and wire fences, this country would not long be a country for men. They stopped for a meal at an old comrade's. They looked over his gate, and there he was, pattering among garden furrows. "Pickin' nosegays?" inquired the Virginian, and the old comrade asked if they could not recognize potatoes except in the dish. But he grinned sheepishly at them, too, because they knew that he had not always lived in a garden. Then he took them into his house, where they saw an object crawling on the floor with a handful of sulphur matches. He began to remove the matches, but stopped in alarm at the vociferous result, and his wife looked in from the kitchen to caution him about humoring little Christopher. When she beheld the matches she was aghast, but when she saw her baby grow quiet in the arms of the Virginian, she smiled at that cowpuncher and returned to her kitchen. Then the Virginian slowly spoke again. "How many little strangers have you got, James?" "Only 2. "My, ain't it most 3 years since you married? You mustn't let time creep ahead of you, James." The father once more grinned at his guests, who themselves turned sheepish and polite, for Mrs. Westfall came in, brisk and hearty, and set the meat upon the table. After that it was she who talked. The guests ate scrupulously, muttering "Yes, ma'am," and "No, ma'am," in their plates, while their hostess told them of increasing families upon Bear Creek, and the expected school teacher, and little Alfred's early teething, and how it was time for all of them to become husbands like James. The bachelors of the saddle listened, always diffident, but eating heartily to the end, and soon after they rode away in a thoughtful clump. The wives of Bear Creek were few as yet, and the homes scattered. The schoolhouse was only a sprig on the vast face of a world of elk and bear and uncertain Indians. But that night, when the earth near the fire was littered with the cowpunchers' beds, the Virginian was heard drawling to himself, "Alfred and Christopher. Oh, sugar!" They found pleasure in the delicately chosen shade of this oath. He also recited to them a new verse about how he took his Lulu girl to the schoolhouse for to learn her ABC, and as it was quite original and unprintable, the camp laughed and swore joyfully, and rolled in its blankets to sleep under the stars. Upon a Monday noon likewise, for things will happen so, some tearful people in petticoats waved handkerchiefs at a train that was just leaving Bennington, Vermont. A girl's face smiled back at them once, and withdrew quickly, for they must not see the smile die away. She had with her a little money, a few clothes, and in her mind a rigid determination neither to be a burden to her mother nor to give in to that mother's desires. Absence alone would enable her to carry out this determination. Beyond these things she possessed not much except spelling books, a colonial miniature, and that craving for the unknown which has been mentioned. If the ancestors that we carry shut up inside us take turns in dictating to us our actions and our state of mind, undoubtedly Grandmother Stark was empress of Molly's spirit upon this Monday. At Hoosick Junction, which came soon, she passed the up train bound back to her home, and seeing the engineer and the conductor, faces that she knew well, her courage nearly failed her, and she shut her eyes against this glimpse of the familiar things that she was leaving. To keep herself steady, she gripped tightly a little bunch of flowers in her hand. But something caused her eyes to open, and there before her stood Sam Bannett, asking if he might accompany her so far as Rotterdam Junction. "No," she told him with a severity born from the struggle she was making with her grief. "Not a mile with me, not to Eagle Bridge. Good-bye." And Sam, what did he do? He obeyed her. I should like to be sorry for him. But obedience was not a lover's part here. He hesitated. The golden moment hung hovering. The conductor cried, "All aboard!" The train went, and there on the platform stood obedient Sam, with his golden moment gone like a butterfly. After Rotterdam Junction, which was some 40 minutes farther, Molly Wood sat bravely up in the through car, dwelling upon the unknown. She thought that she had attained it in Ohio on Tuesday morning, and wrote a letter about it to Bennington. On Wednesday afternoon she felt sure, and wrote a letter much more picturesque. But on the following day, after breakfast at North Platte, Nebraska, she wrote a very long letter indeed, and told them that she had seen a black pig on a white pile of buffalo bones, catching drops of water in the air as they fell from the railroad tank. She also wrote that trees were extraordinarily scarce. Each hour westward from the pig confirmed this opinion, and when she left the train at Rock Creek late upon that fourth night, in those days the trains were slower, she knew that she had really attained the unknown, and sent an expensive telegram to say that she was quite well. At 6 in the morning the stage drove away into the sagebrush, with her as its only passenger, and by sundown she had passed through some of the primitive perils of the world. The second team, virgin to harness, and displeased with this novelty, tried to take it off, and went down to the bottom of a gully on its 8 hind legs, while Miss Wood sat mute and unflinching beside the driver. Therefore he, when it was over, and they on the proper road again, invited her earnestly to be his wife during many of the next 15 miles, and told her of his snug cabin and his horses and his mine. Then she got down and rode inside, independence and Grandmother Stark shining in her eye. At Point of Rocks, where they had supper and his drive ended, her face distracted his heart, and he told her once more about his cabin, and lamentably hoped she would remember him. She answered sweetly that she would try, and gave him her hand. After all, he was a frank-looking boy, who had paid her the highest compliment that a boy, or a man for that matter, knows, and it is said that Molly Stark, in her day, was not a new woman. The new driver banished the first one from the maiden's mind. He was not a frank-looking boy, and he had been taking whiskey. All night long he took it, while his passenger, helpless and sleepless inside the lurching stage, sat as upright as she possibly could. Nor did the voices that she heard at Drybone reassure her. Sunrise found the white stage lurching eternally on across the alkali, with a driver and a bottle on the box, and a pale girl staring out at the plain, and knotting in her handkerchief some utterly dead flowers. They came to a river where the man bungled over the ford. 2 wheels sank down over an edge, and the canvas toppled like a descending kite. The ripple came sucking through the upper spokes, and as she felt the seat careen, she put out her head and tremulously asked if anything was wrong. But the driver was addressing his team, with much language and also with the lash. Then a tall rider appeared close against the buried axles, and took her out of the stage on his horse so suddenly that she screamed. She felt splashes, saw a swimming flood, and found herself lifted down upon the shore. The rider said something to her about cheering up and its being all right, but her wits were stock still, so she did not speak and thank him. After 4 days of train and 30 hours of stage, she was having a little too much of the unknown at once. Then the tall man gently withdrew, leaving her to become herself again. She limply regarded the river pouring round the slanted stage, and a number of horsemen with ropes who righted the vehicle and got it quickly to dry land, and disappeared at once with a herd of cattle, uttering lusty yells. She saw the tall one delaying beside the driver and speaking. He spoke so quietly that not a word reached her, until of a sudden the driver protested loudly. The man had thrown something, which turned out to be a bottle. This twisted loftily and dived into the stream. He said something more to the driver, then put his hand on the saddle horn, looked half lingeringly at the passenger on the bank, dropped his grave eyes from hers, and swinging upon his horse, was gone just as the passenger opened her mouth and with inefficient voice murmured, "Oh, thank you," at his departing back. The driver drove up now, a chastened creature. He helped Miss Wood in, and inquired after her welfare with a hanging head. Then, meek as his own drenched horses, he climbed back to his reins, and nursed the stage on toward the Bowleg Mountains, much as if it had been a perambulator. As for Miss Wood, she sat recovering, and she wondered what the man on the horse must think of her. She knew that she was not ungrateful, and that if he had given her an opportunity she would have explained to him. If he supposed that she did not appreciate his act— Here, into the midst of these meditations, came an abrupt memory that she had screamed, she could not be sure when. She rehearsed the adventure from the beginning, and found 1 or 2 further uncertainties. How it had all been while she was on the horse, for instance. It was confusing to determine precisely what she had done with her arms. She knew where one of his arms had been, and the handkerchief with the flowers was gone. She made a few rapid dives in search of it. Had she or had she not seen him putting something in his pocket? And why had she behaved so unlike herself? In a few miles Miss Wood entertained sentiments of maidenly resentment toward her rescuer, and of maidenly hope to see him again. To that river crossing he came again, alone, when the days were growing short. The ford was dry sand, and the stream a winding lane of shingle. He found a pool (pools always survive the year round in this stream), and having watered his pony, he lunched near the spot to which he had borne the frightened passenger that day. Where the flowing current had been he sat, regarding the now extremely safe channel. "She certainly wouldn't need to grip me so close this mawnin'," he said, as he pondered over his meal. "I reckon it will mightily astonish her when I tell her how harmless the torrent is lookin'." He held out to his pony a slice of bread matted with sardines, which the pony expertly accepted. "You're a plumb pie-biter, you Monty," he continued. Monty rubbed his nose on his master's shoulder. "I wouldn't trust you with berries and cream. No, suh, not though you did rescue a drownin' lady." Presently he tightened the forward cinch, got in the saddle, and the pony fell into his wise mechanical jog, for he had come a long way and was going a long way, and he knew this as well as the man did. To use the language of cattle land, steers had "jumped to 75." This was a great and prosperous leap in their value. To have flourished in that golden time you need not be dead now, nor even middle-aged, but it is Wyoming mythology already, quite as fabulous as the high-jumping cow. Indeed, people gathered together and behaved themselves much in the same pleasant and improbable way. Johnson County, and Natrona, and Converse, and others, to say nothing of the Cheyenne Club, had been jumping over the moon for some weeks, all on account of steers. And on the strength of this vigorous price of 75, the Stanton brothers were giving a barbecue at the Goose Egg Outfit, their ranch on Bear Creek. Of course the whole neighborhood was bidden, and would come 40 miles to a man. Some would come further. The Virginian was coming 118. It had struck him, rather suddenly, as shall be made plain, that he would like to see how they were getting along up there on Bear Creek. "They" was how he put it to his acquaintances. His acquaintances did not know that he had bought himself a pair of trousers and a scarf, unnecessarily excellent for such a general visit. They did not know that in the spring, 2 days after the adventure with the stage, he had learned accidentally who the lady in the stage was. This he had kept to himself. Nor did the camp ever notice that he had ceased to sing that 80th stanza he had made about the ABC, the stanza which was not printable. He effaced it imperceptibly, giving the boys the other 79 at judicious intervals. They dreamed of no guile, but merely saw in him, whether frequenting camp or town, the same not over-angelic comrade whom they valued and could not wholly understand. All spring he had ridden trail, worked at ditches during summer, and now he had just finished with the beef roundup. Yesterday, while he was spending a little comfortable money at the Drybone hog ranch, a casual traveler from the north gossiped of Bear Creek, and the fences up there, and the farm crops, the Westfalls and the young schoolmarm from Vermont, for whom the Taylors had built a cabin next door to theirs. The traveler had not seen her, but Mrs. Taylor and all the ladies thought the world of her, and Lynn McLean had told him she was "away up in G." She would have plenty of partners at this Swinton barbecue. Great boon for the country, wasn't it, steers jumping that way? The Virginian heard, asking no questions, and left town in an hour, with the scarf and trousers tied in his slicker behind his saddle. After looking upon the ford again, even though it was dry and not at all the same place, he journeyed in attentively. When you have been hard at work for months with no time to think, of course you think a great deal during your first empty days. "Step along, you Monty hoss," he said, rousing after some while. He disciplined Monty, who flattened his ears affectedly and snorted. "Why, you surely ain't thinking of yourself as a hero? She wasn't really a drowndin', you pie-biter." He rested his serious glance upon the alkali. "She's not likely to have forgot that mix-up, though. I guess I'll not remind her about gripping me and all that. She wasn't the kind a man ought to josh about such things. She had a right clear eye. Thus, tall and loose in the saddle, did he jog along the 60 miles which still lay between him and the dance. 2 camps in the open, and the Virginian's Monte horse, untired, brought him to the Swintons in good time for the barbecue. The horse received good food at length, while his rider was welcomed with good whiskey. Good whiskey, for had not steers jumped to 75? Inside the goose-egg kitchen many small delicacies were preparing, and a steer was roasting whole outside. The bed of flame under it showed steadily brighter against the dusk that was beginning to veil the lowlands. The busy hosts went and came, while men stood and men lay near the fire-glow. Chalk-Eye was there, and Nebrasky, and Trampas, and Honey Wiggin, with others, enjoying the occasion. But Honey Wiggin was enjoying himself. He had an audience. He was sitting up discoursing to it. "Hello," he said, perceiving the Virginian. "So you've dropped in for your turn. Number 6, ain't he, boys?" "Depends who's a running the countin'," said the Virginian, and stretched himself down among the audience. "I've saw him number 1 when nobody else was around," said Trampas. "How far away was you standin' when you beheld that?" inquired the lounging Southerner. "Well, boys," said Wiggin, "I expect it will be Miss Schoolmarm says who's number 1 tonight." "So she's arrived in this yeh country?" observed the Virginian, very casually. "Arrived?" said Trampas again. "Where have you been grazing lately?" "A right smart way from the mules." "Nebrasky and the boys was tellin' me they'd missed you off the range," again interposed Wiggin. "Say, Nebrasky, who have you offered your canary to the schoolmarm said you mustn't give her?" Nebrasky grinned wretchedly. "Well, she's a lady, and she's square, not taking a man's gift when she don't take the man. But you'd ought to get back all them letters you wrote her. You sure ought to ask for them telltales." "Aw, shaw, honey," protested the youth. It was well known that he could not write his name. "Why, if here ain't Bouquet Baldy!" cried the agile Wiggin, stooping to fresh prey. "Found them slippers yet, Baldy? Tell you boys, that was turrible sad luck Baldy had. Did you hear about that? Baldy, you know, he can stay on a tame horse most as well as the schoolmarm, but just you give him a pair of young knittin' needles and see him make 'em sweat. He worked an elegant pair of slippers with pink cabbages on 'em for Miss Wood." "I bought 'em at Medicine Bow," blundered Baldy. "So you did," assented the skilful comedian. "Baldy, he bought 'em, and on the road to her cabin there at the tailor's he got thinking they might be too big, and he got studying what to do, and he fixed up to tell her about his not being sure of the size, and how she was to let him know if they dropped off her, and he'd exchange 'em, and when he got right near her door, why, he couldn't find his courage, and so he slips the parcel under the fence and starts serenading her. But she ain't inside her cabin at all. She's at supper next door with the Taylors, and Baldy singing, 'Love has conquered pride and anger' to a lone house. Lynn McLean was comin' up by Taylor's corral, where Taylor's Texas bull was. Well, it was turrible sad. Baldy's pants got tore, but he fell inside the fence, and Lynn druv the bull back, and somebody stole them Medicine Bow galoshes. Are you goin' to knit her some more, Bouquet?" "About half that ain't straight," Baldy commented with mildness. "The half that was tore off your pants? Well, never mind, Baldy. Lynn will get left too, same as all of you." "Is there many?" inquired the Virginian. He was still stretched on his back, looking up at the sky. "I don't know how many she's been used to where she was raised," Wiggin answered. "A kid stage driver come from Point of Rocks one day and went back the next. Then the foreman of the 76 outfit, and the horse wrangler from the Bar Circle L, and 2 deputy marshals with punchers stringing right along, all got their tumble. Old Judge Burridge from Cheyenne come up in August for a hunt and stayed round here and never hunted at all. There was that horse thief, awful good lookin'. Taylor wanted to warn her about him, but Mrs. Taylor said she'd look after her if it was needed. Mr. Horse Thief gave it up quicker than most, but the schoolmarm couldn't have knowed he had a Mrs. Horse Thief camped on Poison Spider till afterwards. She wouldn't go riding with him. She'll go with some, taking a kid along. Bah, said Trampas. The Virginian stopped looking at the sky and watched Trampas from where he lay. I think she encourages a man some, said poor Nebrasky. Encourages? Because she lets you teach her how to shoot? Said Wiggin. Well, I don't guess I'm a judge. I've always kinda kep away from them good women. Don't seem to think of anything to chat about to 'em. The only folks I'd say she encourages is the school kids. She kisses them. Ridin' and shootin' and kissin' the kids, sneered Trampas. That's a heap too pussy-kitten for me. They laughed. The sagebrush audience is readily cynical. Look for the man, I say, Trampas pursued. And ain't he there? She leaves Baldy sit on the fence while she and Lynn McLean. They laughed loudly at the blackguard picture which he drew, and the laugh stopped short, for the Virginian stood over Trampas. You can rise up now and tell 'em you lie, he said. The man was still for a moment in the dead silence. I thought you claimed you and her wasn't acquainted, said he then. Stand on your legs, you polecat, and say you're a liar. Trampas's hand moved behind him. Quit that, said the Southerner, or I'll break your neck. The eye of a man is the prince of deadly weapons. Trampas looked in the Virginian's and slowly rose. I didn't mean, he began, and paused, his face poisonously bloated. Well, I'll call that sufficient. Keep a standin' still. I ain't going to trouble you long. In admittin' yourself to be a liar, you have spoke God's truth for onct. Honey Wiggin, you and me and the boys have hit town too frequent for any of us to play Sunday on the balance of the gang. He stopped and surveyed public opinion, seated around in carefully inexpressive attention. We ain't a Christian outfit a little bit, and maybe we have most forgotten what decency feels like, but I reckon we haven't forgot what it means. You can sit down now if you want. The liar stood and sneered experimentally, looking at public opinion. But this changeful deity was no longer with him, and he heard it variously assenting, "That's so," and "She's a lady," and otherwise excellently moralizing. So he held his peace. When, however, the Virginian had departed to the roasting steer, and public opinion relaxed into that comfort which we all experience when the sermon ends, Trampas sat down amid the reviving cheerfulness, and ventured again to be facetious. "Shut your rank mouth," said Wiggin to him, amiably. "I don't care whether he knows her or if he done it on principle. I'll accept the roundin' up he gave us, and say, you'll swallow your dose too. Us boys'll stand in with him in this." So Trampas swallowed. And what of the Virginian? He had championed the feeble, and spoken honorably in meeting, and according to all the constitutions and bylaws of morality, he should have been walking in virtue's especial calm. But there it was, he had spoken, he had given them a peep through the keyhole at his inner man, and as he prowled away from the assemblage before whom he stood convicted of decency, it was vicious rather than virtuous that he felt. Other matters also disquieted him. So Lynn McLean was hanging round that schoolmarm. Yet he joined Ben Swinton in a seemingly Christian spirit. He took some whiskey and praised the size of the barrel, speaking with his host like this: "There certainly ain't going to be trouble about a second helpin'." "Hope not. We'd ought to have more trimmin's, though. We're shy on ducks." "You have the barrel. Has Lynn McLean seen that?" "No. We tried for ducks away down as far as the Laparelle outfit. A real barbecue—" "There's large thirsts on Bear Creek. Lynn McLean will pass on ducks." "Lynn's not thirsty this month." "Signed for 1 month, has he?" "Signed? He's spooning our schoolmarm." They claim she's a right sweet-faced girl. Yes, yes, awful agreeable, and next thing you're fooled clean through. You don't say. She keeps a-teachin' the darn kids, and it seems like a good growed-up man can't interest her. You don't say. There used to be all the ducks you wanted at the Lapparelle, but their fool cook's dead stuck on raisin' turkeys this year. That must have been mighty close to a drowndin' the schoolmarm got at South Fork. Why, I guess not. When? She's never spoken of any such thing, that I've heard. Most likely the stage driver got it wrong, then. Yes, must have drownded somebody else. Here they come. That's her riding the horse. There's the Westfalls. Where you running to? To fix up. Got any soap around here? Yes, shouted Swinton, for the Virginian was now some distance away. Towels and everything in the dugout. And he went to welcome his first formal guests. The Virginian reached his saddle under a shed. So she's never mentioned it, said he, untying his slicker for the trousers and scarf. I didn't notice Lynn anywheres around her. He was over in the dugout now, whipping off his overalls, and soon he was excellently clean and ready, except for the tie in his scarf and the part in his hair. I'd have knowed her in Greenland, he remarked. He held the candle up and down at the looking-glass, and the looking-glass up and down at his head. It's mighty strange why she ain't mentioned that. He worried the scarf a fold or two further, and at length, a trifle more than satisfied with his appearance, he proceeded most serenely toward the sound of the tuning fiddles. He passed through the storeroom behind the kitchen, stepping lightly lest he should rouse the 10 or 12 babies that lay on the table or beneath it. On Bear Creek, babies and children always went with their parents to a dance, because nurses were unknown. So little Alfred and Christopher lay there among the wraps, parallel and crosswise with little Taylors and little Carmodys and Lees, and all the Bear Creek offspring that was not yet able to skip at large and hamper its indulgent elders in the ballroom. "Why, Lynn ain't here yet," said the Virginian, looking in upon the people. There was Miss Wood, standing up for the quadrille. "I didn't remember her hair was that pretty," said he. "But ain't she a little girl?" Now she was in truth 5 feet 3, but then he could look away down on the top of her head. "Salute your honey," called the first fiddler. All partners bowed to each other, and as she turned, Miss Wood saw the man in the doorway. Again, as it had been at South Fork that day, his eyes dropped from hers, and she, divining instantly why he had come after half a year, thought of the handkerchief and of that scream of hers in the river, and became filled with tyranny and anticipation, for indeed he was fine to look upon. So she danced away, carefully unaware of his existence. "First Lady Center," said her partner, reminding her of her turn. "Have you forgotten how it goes since last time?" Molly Wood did not forget again, but quadrilled with the most sprightly devotion. "I see some new faces tonight," she said presently. "You always do forget our poor faces," said her partner. "Oh, no, there's a stranger now. Who is that black man?" "Well, he's from Virginia, and he ain't allowin' he's black." "He's a tenderfoot, I suppose?" "Ha, ha, ha, that's rich, too." And so the simple partner explained a great deal about the Virginian to Molly Wood. At the end of the set she saw the man by the door take a step in her direction. "Oh," she said quickly to the partner, "how warm it is! I must see how those babies are doing." And she passed the Virginian in a breeze of unconcern. His eyes gravely lingered where she had gone. "She knowed me right away," said he. He looked for a moment, then leaned against the door. "How warm it is," said she. "Well, it ain't so screechin' hot hyeh. And as for rushin' after Alfred and Christopher, when their natural mother is bumpin' around handy, she certainly can't be offended." He broke off and looked again where she had gone. And then Miss Wood passed him brightly again, and was dancing the schottisch almost immediately. "Oh, yes, she knows me," the swarthy cow-puncher mused. She has to take trouble not to see me, and what she's a fussin' at is mighty interestin'. Hello!" "Hello," returned Lin McLean sourly. He had just looked into the kitchen. "Not dancin'?" the Southerner inquired. "Don't know how." "Had scarlet fever and forgot your past life?" Lin grinned. "Better persuade the schoolmarm to learn it. She's goin' to give me instruction." "Huh!" went Mr. McLean, and skulked out to the barrel. "Why, they claimed you weren't drinkin' this month," said his friend, following. "Well, I am. Here's luck." The two pledged in tin cups. "But I'm not waltzin' with her," blurted Mr. McLean grievously. "She called me an exception." "Waltzin'?" repeated the Virginian quickly, and hearing the fiddles he hastened away. Few in the Bear Creek country could waltz, and with these few it was mostly an unsteered and ponderous exhibition. Therefore was the Southerner bent upon profiting by his skill. He entered the room, and his lady saw him come where she sat alone for the moment, and her thoughts grew a little hurried. "Will you try a turn, ma'am?" "I beg your pardon?" It was a remote, well-schooled eye that she lifted now upon him. "If you like a waltz, ma'am, will you waltz with me?" "You're from Virginia, I understand?" said Molly Wood, regarding him politely, but not rising. One gains authority immensely by keeping one's seat. All good teachers know this. "Yes, ma'am, from Virginia." "I've heard that Southerners have such good manners." "That's correct." The cow-puncher flushed, but he spoke in his unvaryingly gentle voice. "For in New England, you know," pursued Miss Molly, noting his scarf and clean-shaven chin, and then again steadily meeting his eye, "gentlemen ask to be presented to ladies before they ask them to waltz." He stood a moment before her, deeper and deeper scarlet, and the more she saw his handsome face, the keener rose her excitement. She waited for him to speak of the river, for then she was going to be surprised, and gradually to remember, and finally to be very nice to him. But he did not wait. "I ask your pardon, lady," said he, and bowing, walked off, leaving her at once afraid that he might not come back. But she had altogether mistaken her man. Back he came serenely with Mr. Taylor, and was duly presented to her. Thus were the conventions vindicated. It can never be known what the cow-puncher was going to say next, for Uncle Hughey stepped up with a glass of water which he had left Miss Wood to bring, and asking for a turn most graciously received it. She danced away from a situation where she began to feel herself getting the worst of it. One moment the Virginian stared at his lady as she lightly circulated, and then he went out to the barrel. Leave him for Uncle Hughey! Jealousy is a deep and delicate thing, and works its spite in many ways. The Virginian had been ready to look at Lin McLean with a hostile eye, but finding him now beside the barrel, he felt a brotherhood between himself and Lin, and his hostility had taken a new and whimsical direction. "Here's how," said he to McLean, and they pledged each other in the tin cups. "Been getting them instructions?" said Mr. McLean, grinning. "I thought I saw you learning your steps through the window." "Here's your good health," said the Southerner. Once more they pledged each other handsomely. "Did she call you an exception or anything?" said Lin. "Well, it would cipher out right close in that neighborhood." "Here's how, then!" cried the delighted Lin over his cup. "Just because you happen to come from Vermont," continued Mr. McLean, "is no cause for extra pride. Shoo! I was raised in Massachusetts myself, and big men have been raised there, too. Daniel Webster and Israel Putnam, and a lot of them politicians." "Virginia is a good little old state," observed the Southerner. "Both of 'em's a sight ahead of Vermont. She told me I was the first exception she'd struck." "What rule were you proving at the time, Lin?" "Well, you see, I started to kiss her." "You didn't." "Shucks, I didn't mean nothin'." "I reckon you stopped mighty sudden?" "Why, I'd been ridin' out with her, ridin' to school, ridin' from school, and a comin' and a goin'. and she chattin' cheerful and askin' me a heap of questions all about myself every day, and I not lyin' much, neither, and so I figured she wouldn't mind. Lots of 'em like it. But she didn't, you bet." "No," said the Virginian, deeply proud of his lady who had slighted him. He had pulled her out of the water once, and he had been her unrewarded knight even today, and he felt his grievance, but he spoke not of it to Lynn, for he felt also, in memory, her arms clinging round him as he carried her ashore upon his horse. But he muttered, "Plumb ridiculous," as her injustice struck him afresh, while the outraged McLean told his tale. "Trample is what she has done on me tonight, and without notice. We was startin' to come here. Taylor and Missis were ahead in the buggy, and I was holdin' her horse and helpin' her up in the saddle like I done for days and days. Who was there to see us? And I figured she'd not mind, and she calls me an exception. You'd ought to have just heard her about Western men respectin' women. So that's the last word we've spoke. We come 25 miles then, she scootin' in front and her horse kickin' the sand in my face. Mrs. Taylor, she guessed somethin' was up, but she didn't tell." "Miss Wood did not tell?" "Not she. She'll never open her head. She can take care of herself, you bet." The fiddles sounded hilariously in the house, and the feet also. They had warmed up altogether, and their dancing figures crossed the windows back and forth. The two cow-punchers drew near to a window and looked in gloomily. "There she goes," said Lynn. "With Uncle Hughey again," said the Virginian sourly. "You might suppose he didn't have a wife and twins to see the way he goes gamballin' around." "Westfall has taken a turn with her now," said McLean. "James!" exclaimed the Virginian. "He's another with a wife and family, and he gets the dancin' too." "There she goes with Taylor," said Lynn presently. "Another married man," the Southerner commented. They prowled round to the storeroom and passed through the kitchen to where the dancers were robustly tramping. Miss Wood was still the partner of Mr. Taylor. "Let's have some whiskey," said the Virginian. They had it and returned, and the Virginian's disgust and sense of injury grew deeper. "Old Carmody has got her now," he drawled. "He polkas like a landslide. She learns his monkey-faced kid to spell dog and cow all the mornin'. He'd ought to be tucked up cozy in his bed right now, old Carmody ought." They were standing in that place set apart for the sleeping children, and just at this moment one of two babies that were stowed beneath a chair uttered a drowsy note. A much louder cry, indeed a chorus of lament, would have been needed to reach the ears of the parents in the room beyond, such was the noisy volume of the dance. But in this quiet place the light sound caught Mr. McLean's attention, and he turned to see if anything were wrong. But both babies were sleeping peacefully. "Them's Uncle Hughey's twins," he said. "How do you happen to know that?" inquired the Virginian, suddenly interested. "Saw his wife put 'em under the chair so she could find 'em right off when she come to go home." "Oh," said the Virginian thoughtfully. "Oh, find 'em right off. Yes. Uncle Hughey's twins." He walked to a spot from which he could view the dance. "Well," he continued, returning, "the schoolmarm must have taken quite a notion to Uncle Hughey. He has got her for this quadrille." The Virginian was now speaking without rancor, but his words came with a slightly augmented drawl, and this with him was often a bad omen. He now turned his eyes upon the collected babies, wrapped in various colored shawls and knitted work. 9, 10, 11 beautiful sleepin' strangers, he counted in a sweet voice. "Any of 'em yourn, Lin?" "Not that I know of," grinned Mr. McLean. 11, 12. This hyeh is little Christopher in the blue striped quilt. Or maybe that other yellow head is him. The angels have commenced to drop in on us right smart along Bear Creek, Lin." "What trash are you talking, anyway?" "If they look so awful alike in the heavenly gyarden," the gentle Southerner continued, "I just hate to be the folks that has the cuttin' of 'em out of the general herd. And that's a right quaint notion, too," he added softly. "Them under the chair are Uncle Hughie's, didn't you tell me?" And stooping, he lifted the torpid babies and placed them beneath the table. "No, that ain't thorough," he murmured. With wonderful dexterity and solicitude for their welfare, he removed the loose wrap which was around them, and this soon led to an intricate process of exchange. For a moment Mr. McLean had been staring at the Virginian, puzzled. Then, with a joyful yelp of enlightenment, he sprang to abet him. And while both busied themselves with the shawls and quilts, the unconscious parents went dancing vigorously on, and the small, occasional cries of their progeny did not reach them. The Swinton barbecue was over. The fiddles were silent, the steer was eaten, the barrel emptied, or largely so, and the tapers extinguished. Round the house and sunken fire all movement of guests was quiet. The families were long departed homeward, and after their hospitable turbulence, the Swintons slept. Mr. and Mrs. Westfall drove through the night, and as they neared their cabin there came from among the bundled wraps a still, small voice. "Jim," said his wife, "I said Alfred would catch cold." "Bosh, Lizzie, don't you fret. He's a little more than a yearling, and of course he'll snuffle." And young James took a kiss from his love. "Well, how you can speak of Alfred that way, calling him a yearling as if he was a calf, and he just as much your child as mine, I don't see, James Westfall." "Why, what under the sun do you mean?" "There he goes again. Do hurry up home, Jim. He's got a real strange cough." So they hurried home. Soon the 9 miles were finished, and good James was unhitching by his stable lantern, while his wife and the house hastened to commit their offspring to bed. The traces had dropped, and each horse marched forward for further unbuckling, when James heard himself called. Indeed, there was that in his wife's voice which made him jerk out his pistol as he ran. But it was no bear or Indian, only 2 strange children on the bed. His wife was glaring at them. He sighed with relief and laid down the pistol. "Put that on again, James Westfall. You'll need it. Look here." "Well, they won't bite. Whose are they? Where have you stowed ourn?" "Where have I—" Utterance forsook this mother for a moment. "And you ask me?" she continued. "Ask Lin McLean. Ask him that sets bulls on folks and steals slippers, what he's done with our innocent lambs, mixing them up with other people's coughing, unhealthy brats. That's Charlie Taylor in Alfred's clothes, and I know Alfred didn't cough like that, and I said to you it was strange. And the other one that's been put in Christopher's new quilts, it's not even a boy." As this crime against society loomed clear to James Westfall's understanding, he sat down on the nearest piece of furniture, and heedless of his wife's tears and his exchanged children, broke into unregenerate laughter. Doubtless after his sharp alarm about the bear, he was unstrung. His lady, however, promptly restrung him, and by the time they had repacked the now clamorous changelings, and were rattling on their way to the tailor's, he began to share her outraged feelings properly, as a husband and a father should. But when he reached the tailor's, and learned from Miss Wood that at this house a child had been unwrapped whom nobody could at all identify, and that Mr. and Mrs. Taylor were already far on the road to the Swintons, James Westfall whipped up his horses and grew almost as thirsty for revenge as was his wife. Where the steer had been roasted, the powdered ashes were now cold white, and Mr. McLean, feeling through his dreams the change of dawn come over the air, sat up cautiously among the outdoor slumberers and waked his neighbor. "Day will be soon," he whispered, "and we must light out of this. I never suspicioned you had that much of the devil in you before." "I reckon some of the fellows will act headstrong," the Virginian murmured luxuriously among the warmth of his blankets. "I tell you, we must skip," said Lin for the second time, and he rubbed the Virginian's black head, which alone was visible. "Skip, then, you," came muffled from within, "and keep yourself mighty scarce till they can appreciate our frolic." The Southerner withdrew deeper into his bed, and Mr. McLean, informing him that he was a fool, arose and saddled his horse. From the saddle-bag he brought a parcel, and lightly laying this beside Bouquet Baldy, he mounted and was gone. When Baldy awoke later, he found the parcel to be a pair of flowery slippers. In selecting the inert Virginian as the fool, Mr. McLean was scarcely wise. It is the absent who are always guilty. Before ever Lynn could have been a mile in retreat, the rattle of the wheels roused all of them, and here came the Taylors. Before the Taylors' knocking had brought the Swintons to their door, other wheels sounded, and here were Mr. and Mrs. Carmody, and Uncle Hughie with his wife, and close after them Mr. Dow, alone, who told how his wife had gone into one of her fits, she upon whom Dr. Barker at Drybone had enjoined total abstinence from all excitement. Voices of women and children began to be uplifted. The Westfalls arrived in a lather, and the Thomases, and by sunrise, what with fathers and mothers and spectators and loud offspring, there was gathered such a meeting as has seldom been before among the generations of speaking men. Today you can hear legends of it from Texas to Montana, but I am giving you the full particulars. Of course they pitched upon poor Lynn. Here was the Virginian doing his best, holding horses and helping ladies descend, while the name of McLean began to be muttered with threats. Soon a party led by Mr. Dow set forth in search of him, and the Southerner debated a moment if he had better not put them on a wrong track, but he concluded that they might safely go on searching. Mrs. Westfall found Christopher at once in the green shawl of Anna Maria Dow, but all was not achieved thus in the twinkling of an eye. Mr. McLean had, it appeared, as James Westfall lugubriously pointed out, not merely swapped the duds, he had shuffled the whole doggone deck, and they cursed this satanic invention. The fathers were but of moderate assistance. It was the mothers who did the heavy work, and by 10 o'clock some unsolved problems grew so delicate that a ladies' caucus was organized in a private room, no admittance for men, and what was done there I can only surmise. During its progress the search party returned. It had not found Mr. McLean. It had found a tree with a notice pegged upon it reading, "God bless our home." This was captured. But success attended the caucus. Each mother emerged, satisfied that she had received her own, and each sire, now that his family was itself again, began to look at his neighbor sideways. After a man has been angry enough to kill another man, after the fire of righteous slaughter has raged in his heart, as it had certainly raged for several hours in the hearts of these fathers, the flame will usually burn itself out. This will be so in a generous nature, unless the cause of the anger is still unchanged. But the children had been identified, none had taken hurt, all had been humanely given their nourishment. The thing was over, the day was beautiful. A tempting feast remained from the barbecue. These Bear Creek fathers could not keep their ire at red heat. Most of them, being as yet more their wives' lovers than their children's parents, began to see the mirthful side of the adventure, and they ceased to feel very severely toward Lynn McLean. Not so the women. They cried for vengeance, but they cried in vain and were met with smiles. Mrs. Westfall argued long that punishment should be dealt the offender. "Anyway," she persisted, "it was real defiant of him putting that up on the tree. I might forgive him but for that." "Yes," spoke the Virginian in their midst, "that wasn't sort o' right, 'specially as I am the man you're huntin'." They sat dumb at his assurance. "Come and kill me," he continued, round upon the party. "I'll not resist." But they could not resist the way in which he had looked round upon them. He had chosen the right moment for his confession, as a captain of a horse awaits the proper time for a charge. Some rebukes he did receive, the worst came from the mothers, and all that he could say for himself was, "I am getting off too easy." "But what was your point?" said Westfall. "Blamed if I know any more. I expect it must have been the whiskey." "I would mind it less," said Mrs. Westfall, "if you looked a bit sorry or ashamed." The Virginian shook his head at her penitently. "I'm trying to," he said. And thus he sat disarming his accusers until they began to lunch upon the copious remnants of the barbecue. He did not join them at this meal. In telling you that Mrs. Dow was the only lady absent upon this historic morning, I was guilty of an inadvertence. There was one other. The Virginian rode away sedately through the autumn sunshine, and as he went he asked his Monte horse a question. "Do you reckon she'll have forgotten you too, you pie-biter?" said he. Instead of the new trousers, the cow-puncher's leathern chaps were on his legs, but he had the new scarf knotted at his neck. Most men would gladly have equaled him in appearance. "You, Monty," said he, "will she be at home?" It was Sunday and no school day, and he found her in her cabin that stood next the tailor's house. Her eyes were very bright. "I thought I'd just call," said he. "Why, that's such a pity. Mr. and Mrs. Taylor are away." "Yes, they've been right busy. That's why I thought I'd call. Will you come for a ride, ma'am?" "Dear me, You can ride my hoss. He's gentle." "What, and you walk?" "No, ma'am, nor the two of us ride him this time, either." At this she turned entirely pink, and he, noticing, went on quietly. "I'll catch up one of Taylor's hosses. Taylor knows me." "No, I don't really think I could do that, but thank you very much. I must go now and see how Mrs. Taylor's fire is." "I'll look after that, ma'am. I'd like for you to go ridin' mighty well. You have no babies this mawnin' to be anxious after." At this shaft Grandmother Stark flashed awake deep within the spirit of her descendant, and she made a haughty declaration of war. "I don't know what you mean, sir," she said. Now was his danger, for it was easy to fall into mere crude impertinence, and ask her why, then, did she speak thus abruptly. There were various easy things of this kind for him to say, and any rudeness would have lost him the battle. But the Virginian was not the man to lose such a battle in such a way. His shaft had hit. She thought he referred to those babies about whom last night she had shown such superfluous solicitude. Her conscience was guilty. This was all that he had wished to make sure of before he began operations. "Why, I mean," said he, easily, sitting down near the door, "that it's Sunday. School don't hinder you from enjoying a ride today. You'll teach the kids all the better for it tomorrow, ma'am. Maybe it's your duty." And he smiled at her. "My duty? It's quite novel to have strangers—" "Am I a stranger?" he cut in, firing his first broadside. "I was introduced, ma'am," he continued, noting how she had flushed again. "And I would not be oversteppin' for the world. I'll go away if you want." And hereupon he quietly rose and stood, hat in hand. Molly was flustered. She did not at all want him to go. No one of her admirers had ever been like this creature. The fringed leathern chapereros, the cartridge belt, the flannel shirt, the knotted scarf at the neck, these things were now an old story to her. Since her arrival she had seen young men and old in plenty dressed thus. But worn by this man now standing by her door, they seemed to radiate romance. She did not want him to go, and she wished to win her battle. And now in her agitation she became suddenly severe, as she had done at Hoosic Junction. He should have a punishment to remember. "You call yourself a man, I suppose," she said. But he did not tremble in the least. Her fierceness filled him with delight, and the tender desire of ownership flooded through him. "A grown-up, responsible man," she repeated. "Yes, ma'am, I think so." He now sat down again. "And you let them think that Mr. McLean— You dare not look me in the face and say that Mr. McLean did that last night." "I reckon I dasn't." "There, I knew it. I said so from the first." "And me a stranger to you," he murmured. It was his second broadside. It left her badly crippled. She was silent. "Who did you mention it to, ma'am?" She hoped she had him. "Why, are you afraid?" And she laughed lightly. "I told 'em myself, and their astonishment seemed so genuine, I just hate to think they had fooled me that thorough when they knowed it all along, from you seeing me." "I did not see you. I knew it must. Of course I did not tell any one. When I said so from the first, I meant, you can understand perfectly what I meant." "Yes, ma'am." Poor Molly was near stamping her foot. "And what sort of a trick," she rushed on, "was that to play? Do you call it a manly thing to frighten and distress women because for no reason at all? I should never have imagined it could be the act of a person who wears a big pistol and rides a big horse. I should be afraid to go riding with such an immature protector." "Yes, that was awful childish. Your words do cut a little, for maybe there's been times when I have acted pretty near like a man. But I certainly forgot to be introduced before I spoke to you last night. Because why? You found me out dead in one thing. Won't you take a guess at this too?" "I cannot sit guessing why people do not behave themselves. You seem to know better." "Well, ma'am, I've played square and owned up to you, and that's not what you're doing by me. I ask your pardon if I say what I have a right to say, in language not as good as I'd like to talk to you with. But at South Fork Crossin', who did any introducin'? Did you complain I was a stranger then?" No!" she flashed out, then, quite sweetly, "The driver told me it wasn't really so dangerous there, you know." "That's not the point I'm makin'. You are a grown-up woman, a responsible woman. You've come ever so far, and all alone, to a rough country to instruct young children that play games, tag and hide and seek and fooleries they'll have to quit when they get old. Don't you think pretendin' you don't know a man, his name's nothin', but him, a man whom you were glad enough to let assist you when somebody was needed, don't you think that's mighty close to hide and seek them children plays? I ain't so sure but what there's a pair of us children in this hyeh room." Molly Wood was regarding him saucily. "I don't think I like you," said she. "That's all square enough. You're going to love me before we get through. I wish you'd come a-ridin', ma'am." "Dear, dear, dear, so I'm going to love you? How will you do it? I know men think they only need to sit and look strong and make chests at a girl. Goodness gracious, I ain't making any chests at you." Laughter overcame him for a moment, and Miss Wood liked his laugh very much. "Please come a-ridin'," he urged. "It's the prettiest kind of a day." She looked at him frankly, and there was a pause. "I will take back 2 things that I said to you," she then answered him. "I believe that I do like you, and I know that if I went riding with you I should not have an immature protector." And then, with a final gesture of acknowledgment, she held out her hand to him. "And I have always wanted," she said, "to thank you for what you did at the river." He took her hand, and his heart bounded. "You're a gentleman," he exclaimed. It was now her turn to be overcome with merriment. "I've always wanted to be a man," she said. "I'm mighty glad you ain't," said he, looking at her. But Molly had already received enough broadsides for one day. She could allow no more of them, and she took herself capably in hand. "Where did you learn to make such pretty speeches?" she asked. "Well, never mind that. One sees that you have had plenty of practice for one so young." "I'm 27," blurted the Virginian, and knew instantly that he had spoken like a fool. "Who would have dreamed it?" said Molly, with well-measured mockery. She knew that she had scored at last, and that this day was hers. "Don't be too sure you are glad I'm not a man," she now told him. There was something like a challenge in her voice. "I risk it," he remarked. "For I am almost 23 myself," she concluded, and she gave him a look on her own account. "And you'll not come a-ridin'?" he persisted. "No," she answered him, "no." And he knew that he could not make her. "Then I will tell you good-bye," said he. "But I am comin' again, and next time I'll have along a gentle hoss for you." "Next time, next time. Well, perhaps I will go with you. Do you live far?" "I live on Judge Henry's ranch over yondah. He pointed across the mountains. "It's on Sunk Creek. A pretty rough trail, but I can come hyeh to see you in a day, I reckon. Well, I hope you'll certainly enjoy good health, ma'am." "Oh, there's one thing," said Molly Wood, calling after him rather quickly. I'm not at all afraid of horses. You needn't bring such a gentle one. I was very tired that day, and I don't scream as a rule." He turned and looked at her so that she could not meet his glance. "Bless your heart," said he, "will you give me one of those flowers?" "Oh, certainly. I am always so glad when people like them." "They're pretty near the color of your eyes." "Never mind my eyes." "Can't help it, ma'am, not since South Fork." He put the flower in the leather band of his hat, and rode away on his Monte horse. Miss Wood lingered a moment, then made some steps toward her gate, from which he could still be seen, and then, with something like a toss of the head, she went in and shut her door. Later in the day the Virginian met Mr. McLean, who looked at his hat and innocently quoted, "My Lulu picked a daisy." "Don't you, Lin?" said the Southerner. "Then I won't," said Lin. Thus, for this occasion, did the Virginian part from his lady, and nothing said one way or another about the handkerchief that had disappeared during the South Fork incident. As we fall asleep at night, our thoughts will often ramble back and forth between the two worlds. "What color were his eyes?" wondered Molly on her pillow. "His mustache is not bristly like so many of them. Sam never gave me such a look at Hoosic Junction. No, you can't come with me. Get off your horse. The passengers are all staring." And while Molly was thus dreaming that the Virginian had ridden his horse into the railroad car, and sat down beside her, the fire in the great stone chimney of her cabin flickered quietly, its gleams now and again touching the miniature of Grandmother Stark upon the wall. Camped on the Sunk Creek trail, the Virginian was telling himself in his blankets, "I ain't too old for education. Maybe she will lend me books, and I'll watch her ways and learn. Stand still, Monty. I can learn a lot more than the kids on that. There's Monty, you pie biter, stop. He has ate up your book, ma'am, but I'll get you." And then the Virginian was fast asleep. To the circle at Bennington, a letter from Bear Creek was always a welcome summons to gather and hear of doings very strange to Vermont. And when the tale of the changed babies arrived duly by the post, it created a more than usual sensation, and was read to a large number of pleased and scandalized neighbors. "I hate her to be where such things can happen," said Mrs. Wood. "I wish I could have been there," said her son-in-law, Andrew Bell. "She does not mention who played the trick," said Mrs. Andrew Bell. "We shouldn't be any wiser if she did," said Mrs. Wood. "I'd like to meet the perpetrator," said Andrew. "Oh, no," said Mrs. Wood, "they're all horrible." And she wrote at once, begging her daughter to take good care of herself, and to see as much of Mrs. Balaam as possible, and of any other ladies that are near you, for you seem to me to be in a community of roughs. I wish you would give it all up. Did you expect me to laugh about the babies?" Mrs. Flint, when this story was repeated to her, she had not been invited in to hear the letter, remarked that she had always felt that Molly Wood must be a little vulgar, ever since she began to go about giving music lessons like any ordinary German. But Mrs. Wood was considerably relieved when the next letter arrived. It contained nothing horrible about barbecues or babies. It mentioned the great beauty of the weather, and how well and strong the fine air was making the writer feel. And it asked that books might be sent, many books of all sorts, novels, poetry, all the good old books, and any good new ones that could be spared. Cheap editions, of course. "Indeed she shall have them," said Mrs. Wood. "How her mind must be starving in that dreadful place." The letter was not a long one, and, besides the books, spoke of little else except the fine weather and the chances for outdoor exercise that this gave. "You have no idea," it said, "how delightful it is to ride, especially on a spirited horse, which I can do now quite well." "How nice that is," said Mrs. Wood, putting down the letter. "I hope the horse is not too spirited." "Who does she go riding with?" asked Mrs. Bell. "She doesn't say, Sarah. Why?" "Nothing. She has a queer way of not mentioning things now and then." "Sarah!" exclaimed Mrs. Wood, reproachfully. "Oh, well, mother, you know just as well as I do that she can be very independent and unconventional." "Yes, but not in that way. She wouldn't ride with poor Sam Bannett, and after all he is a suitable person." Nevertheless, in her next letter, Mrs. Wood cautioned her daughter about trusting herself with any one of whom Mrs. Balaam did not thoroughly approve. The good lady could never grasp that Mrs. Balaam lived a long day's journey from Bear Creek, and that Molly saw her about once every 3 months. "We have sent your books," the mother wrote. "Everybody has contributed from their store. Shakespeare, Tennyson, Browning, Longfellow, and a number of novels by Scott, Thackeray, George Eliot, Hawthorne, and lesser writers, some volumes of Emerson, and Jane Austen complete because you admire her so particularly." This consignment of literature reached Bear Creek about a week before Christmas time. By New Year's Day, the Virginian had begun his education. "Well, I have managed to get through 'em," he said as he entered Molly's cabin in February, and he laid 2 volumes upon her table. "And what do you think of them?" she inquired. "I think that I've certainly earned a good long ride to-day." "Georgie Taylor has sprained his ankle." "No, I don't mean that kind of a ride. I've earned a ride with just us 2 alone. I've read every word of both of 'em, you know." "I'll think about it. Did you like them?" "No, not much. If I'd knowed that one was a detective story, I'd have got you to try something else on me. Can you guess the murderer, or is the author too smart for you? That's all they amount to. Well, he was too smart for me this time, but that didn't distress me any. That other book talks too much." Molly was scandalized, and she told him it was a great work. "Oh, yes, yes, a fine book, but it will keep up its talkin'. Don't let you alone." "Didn't you feel sorry for poor Maggie Tulliver?" Yes, sorry for her, and for Tommy, too. But the man did right to drown 'em both." "It wasn't a man, a woman wrote that." "A woman did? Well, then, of course she talks too much." "I'll not go riding with you!" shrieked Molly. But she did, and he returned to Sunk Creek, not with a detective story, but this time with a Russian novel. It was almost April when he brought it back to her, and a heavy sleet storm lost them their ride, so he spent his time indoors with her, not speaking a syllable of love. When he came to take his departure, he asked her for some other book by this same Russian, but she had no more. "I wish you had," he said. "I've never saw a book could tell the truth like that one does." "Why, what do you like about it?" she exclaimed. To her it had been distasteful. "Everything," he answered. "That young come-outer, and his family that can't understand him, for he is broad gauge, you see, and they are narrow gauge." The Virginian looked at Molly a moment almost shyly. "Do you know," he said, and a blush spread over his face, "I pretty near cried when that young come-outer was dyin', and said about himself, 'I was a giant.' Life made him broad gauge, you see, and then took his chance away." Molly liked the Virginian for his blush. It made him very handsome. But she thought that it came from his confession about pretty near cryin'. The deeper cause she failed to divine, that he, like the dying hero in the novel, felt himself to be a giant whom life had made broad gauge and denied opportunity. Fecund nature begets and squanders thousands of these rich seeds in the wilderness of life. He took away with him a volume of Shakespeare. "I've saw good plays of his," he remarked. Kind Mrs. Taylor, in her cabin next door, watched him ride off in the sleet, bound for the lonely mountain trail. "If that girl don't get ready to take him pretty soon," she observed to her husband, "I'll give her a piece of my mind." Taylor was astonished. Is he thinking of her?" he inquired. "Lord, Mr. Taylor, and why shouldn't he?" Mr. Taylor scratched his head and returned to his newspaper. It was warm, warm and beautiful upon Bear Creek. Snow shone upon the peaks of the Bowleg Range. Lower on their slopes the pines were stirring with a gentle song, and flowers bloomed across the wide plains at their feet. Molly and her Virginian sat at a certain spring where he had often ridden with her. On this day he was bidding her farewell before undertaking the most important trust which Judge Henry had as yet given him. For this journey she had provided him with Sir Walter Scott's Kenilworth. Shakespeare he had returned to her. He had bought Shakespeare for himself. "As soon as I got used to readin' it," he had told her, "I knowed for certain that I liked readin' for enjoyment." But it was not of books that he had spoken much today. He had not spoken at all. He had bade her listen to the meadowlark, when its song fell upon the silence like beaded drops of music. He had showed her where a covey of young willow grouse were hiding as their horses passed. And then, without warning, as they sat by the spring, he had spoken potently of his love. She did not interrupt him. She waited until he was wholly finished. "I am not the sort of wife you want," she said, with an attempt of airiness. He answered roughly, "I am the judge of that." And his roughness was a pleasure to her, yet it made her afraid of herself. When he was absent from her, and she could sit in her cabin and look at Grandmother Stark, and read home letters, then in imagination she found it easy to play the part which she had arranged to play regarding him, the part of the guide and superior and indulgent companion. But when he was by her side, that part became a difficult one. Her woman's fortress was shaken by a force unknown to her before. Sam Bannett did not have it in him to look as this man could look, when the cold luster of his eyes grew hot with internal fire. What color they were baffled her still. Can it possibly change? She wondered. It seemed to her that sometimes when she had been looking from a rock straight down into clear sea water, this same color had lurked in its depths. "Is it green or is it gray?" she asked herself, but did not turn just now to see. She kept her face toward the landscape. "All men are born equal," he now remarked slowly. "Yes," she quickly answered with a combative flash. "Well?" "Maybe that don't include women?" he suggested. "I think it does." "Do you tell the kids so?" "Of course, I teach them what I believe." He pondered. "I used to have to learn about the Declaration of Independence. I hated books and truck when I was a kid." "But you don't any more." "No, I certainly don't. But I used to get kep' in at recess for being so dumb. I was most always at the tail end of the class. My brother, he'd be head sometimes." "Little George Taylor is my prize scholar," said Molly. "Knows his tasks, does he?" "Always, and Henry Dow comes next." "Who's last?" "Poor Bob Carmody. I spend more time on him than on all the rest put together." "My," said the Virginian, "ain't that strange?" She looked at him, puzzled by his tone. "It's not strange when you know Bob," she said. "It's very strange," drawled the Virginian. "Knowin' Bob don't help it any." "I don't think that I understand you," said Molly stiffly. "Well, it is mighty confusin'. George Taylor, he's your best scholar, and poor Bob, he's your worst, and there's a lot in the middle, and you tell me we're all born equal." Molly could only sit giggling in this trap he had so ingeniously laid for her. "I'll tell you what," pursued the cow-puncher with slow and growing intensity. "Equality is a great big bluff. It's easy called." "I didn't mean," began Molly. "Wait, and let me say what I mean." He had made an imperious gesture with his hand. "I know a man that mostly wins at cyards. I know a man that mostly loses. He says it is his luck. All right, call it his luck. I know a man that works hard and he's getting rich, and I know another that works hard and is getting poor. He says it is his luck. All right, call it his luck. I look around and I see folks moving up or moving down, winners or losers everywhere. All luck, of course. But since folks can be born that different in their luck, where's your equality? No, sir. Call your failure luck, or call it laziness. Wander around the words, prospect all you mind to, and you'll come out the same old trail of inequality. He paused a moment and looked at her. Some holds 4 aces, he went on, and some holds nothing, and some poor fellow gets the aces and no show to play 'em. But a man has got to prove himself my equal before I'll believe him. Molly sat gazing at him, silent. I know what you meant, he told her now, by saying you're not the wife I'd want. But I'm the kind that moves up. I am going to be your best scholar. He turned toward her, and that fortress within her began to shake. Don't, she murmured. Don't, please. Don't what? Why, spoil this. Spoil it? These rides. I don't love you, I can't, but these rides are... What are they? My greatest pleasure, there, and please, I want them to go on so. Go on so? I don't reckon you know what you're saying. You might as well ask fruit to stay green. If the way we are now can keep being enough for you, it can't for me. A pleasure to you, is it? Well, to me it is, I don't know what to call it. I come to you and I hate it, and I come again and I hate it, and I ache and grieve all over when I go. No, you will have to think of some other way than just inviting me to keep green. If I am to see you, began the girl. You're not to see me, not like this. I can stay away easier than what I am doing. Will you do me a favor, a great one? Said she now. Make it as impossible as you please, he cried. He thought it was going to be some action. Go on coming, but don't talk to me about... Don't talk in that way, if you can help it. He laughed out, not permitting himself to swear. But, she continued, if you can't help talking that way, sometimes, I promise I will listen. That is the only promise I make. That is a bargain, he said. Then he helped her mount her horse, restraining himself like a Spartan, and they rode home to her cabin. You have made it pretty near impossible, he said as he took his leave, but you've been square today, and I'll show you I can be square when I come back. I'll not do more than ask you if your mind's the same. And now I'll not see you for quite a while. I am going a long way, but I'll be very busy. And being busy always keeps me from grieving too much about you. Strange is woman. She would rather have heard some other last remark than this. Oh, very well, she said. I'll not miss you either. He smiled at her. I doubt if you can help missing me, he remarked, and he was gone at once, galloping on his Monte horse. Which of the two won a victory this day? There can be no doubt of this. All America is divided into 2 classes, the quality and the equality. The latter will always recognize the former when mistaken for it. Both will be with us until our women bear nothing but kings. It was through the Declaration of Independence that we Americans acknowledged the eternal inequality of man. For by it we abolished a cut-and-dried aristocracy. We had seen little men artificially held up in high places, and great men artificially held down in low places, and our own justice-loving hearts abhorred this violence to human nature. Therefore we decreed that every man should thenceforth have equal liberty to find his own level. By this very decree we acknowledged and gave freedom to true aristocracy, saying, Let the best man win, whoever he is. Let the best man win. That is America's word. That is true democracy. And true democracy and true aristocracy are one and the same thing. If anybody cannot see this, so much the worse for his eyesight. The above reflections occurred to me before reaching Billings, Montana, some 3 weeks after I had unexpectedly met the Virginian at Omaha, Nebraska. I had not known of that trust given to him by Judge Henry, which was taking him east. I was looking to ride with him before long among the clean hills of Sunk Creek. I supposed he was there. But I came upon him one morning in Colonel Cyrus Jones' eating palace. Do you know the palace? It stood in Omaha, near the trains, and it was 10 years old, which is middle-aged in Omaha, when I first saw it. It was a shell of wood, painted with golden emblems, the steamboat, the eagle, the Yosemite, and a live bear ate gratuities at its entrance. Weather permitting, it opened upon the world as a stage upon the audience. You sat in Omaha's whole sight and dined, while Omaha's dust came and settled upon the refreshments. It is gone the way of the Indian and the buffalo, for the West is growing old. You should have seen the palace and sat there. In front of you passed rainbows of men, Chinese, Indian chiefs, Africans, General Miles, younger sons, Austrian nobility, wide females in pink. Our continent drained prismatically through Omaha once. So I was passing that way also, walking for the sake of ventilation from a sleeping car toward a bath, when the language of Colonel Cyrus Jones came out to me. The actual colonel I had never seen before. He stood at the rear of his palace in gray, flowery mustaches and a Confederate uniform, telling the wishes of his guests to the cook through a hole. You always bought meal tickets at once, else you became unwelcome. Guests here had foibles at times, and a rapid exit was too easy. Therefore I bought a ticket. It was spring and summer since I had heard anything like the colonel. The Missouri had not yet flowed into New York dialect freely, and his vocabulary met me like the breeze of the plains. So I went in to be fanned by it, and there sat the Virginian at a table, alone. His greeting was up to the code of indifference proper on the plains, but he presently remarked, "I'm right glad to see somebody," which was a good deal to say. "Them that comes hyeh," he observed next, "don't eat, they feed," and he considered the guests with a somber attention. "Do you reckon they find joyful digestion in this swallow and get out trough?" "What are you doing here then?" said I. "Oh, pshaw, when you can't have what you choose, you just choose what you have." And he took the bill of fare. I began to know that he had something on his mind, so I did not trouble him further. Meanwhile he sat studying the bill of fare. "Ever heard of them?" he inquired, shoving me the spotted document. Most improbable dishes were there. Salmis, canapes, supremes, all perfectly spelt and absolutely transparent. It was the old trick of copying some metropolitan menu to catch travelers of the third and last dimension of innocence. And whenever this is done, the food is of the third and last dimension of awfulness, which the cowpuncher knew as well as anybody. "So they keep that up here still," I said. "But what about them?" he repeated. His finger was at a special item, frogs' legs a la Delmonico. "Are they true anywheres?" he asked, and I told him certainly. I also explained to him about Delmonico of New York and about Augustine of Philadelphia. "There's not a little bit of use in lying to me this morning," he said with his engaging smile. "I ain't going to order anything's legs." "Well, I'll see how he gets out of it," I said, remembering the odd Texas legend. The traveler read the bill of fare, you know, and called for a vol au vent. And the proprietor looked at the traveler, and running a pistol into his ear, observed, "You'll take hash." I was thinking of this and wondering what would happen to me, so I took the step. "Wants frog's legs, does he?" shouted Colonel Cyrus Jones. He fixed his eye upon me, and it narrowed to a slit. "Too many brain workers breakfastin' before you came in, Professor," said he. "Missionary ate the last leg off me just now. Brown the wheat," he commanded through the hole to the cook, for someone had ordered hot cakes. "I'll have fried eggs," said the Virginian, "cooked both sides." "White wings," sang the colonel through the hole. "Let 'em fly, up and down." "Coffee and no milk," said the Virginian. "Draw one in the dark," the colonel roared. "And beefsteak, rare." "One slaughter in the pan, and let the blood drip." "I should like a glass of water, please," said I. The colonel threw me a look of pity. "One Missouri and ice for the Professor," he said. "That fellow's a right live man," commented the Virginian, but he seemed thoughtful. Presently he inquired, "You say he was a foreigner and learned fancy cookin' to New York?" That was this cowpuncher's way. Scarcely ever would he let drop a thing new to him until he had got from you your whole information about it. So I told him the history of Lorenzo Delmonico and his pioneer work, as much as I knew, and the Southerner listened intently. "Mighty interestin'," he said, "mighty. He could just take little old ornery frogs and dandy 'em up to suit the bloods. Mighty interestin'. I expect, though, his cookin' would give an outraged stomach to a plain-raised man." "If you want to follow it up," said I, by way of a sudden experiment, "Miss Molly Wood might have some book about French dishes." But the Virginian did not turn a hair. "I reckon she wouldn't," he answered. "She was raised in Vermont. They don't bother overly about their eatin' up in Vermont. Here's what Miss Wood recommended the last time I was seeing her," the cowpuncher added, bringing Kenilworth from his pocket. "Right fine story. That Queen Elizabeth must have certainly been a competent woman." "She was," said I. But talk came to an end here. A dusty crew, most evidently from the plains, now entered and drifted to a table, and each man of them gave the Virginian about a quarter of a slouchy nod. His greeting to them was very serene, only Kenilworth went back into his pocket, and he breakfasted in silence. Among those who had greeted him, I now recognized a face. "Why, that's the man you played cards with at Medicine Bow," I said. "Yes, Trampas. He's got a job at the ranch now." The Virginian said no more, but went on with his breakfast. His appearance was changed. Aged, I would scarcely say, for this would seem as if he did not look young. But I think that the boy was altogether gone from his face, the boy whose freak with Steve had turned Medicine Bow upside down, whose other freak with the babies had outraged Bear Creek, the boy who had loved to jingle his spurs. But manhood had only trained, not broken, his youth. It was all there, only obedient to the rein and curb. Presently we went together to the railway yard. "The judge is doing a right smart of business this year," he began, very casually indeed, so that I knew this was important. Besides bells and coal smoke, the smell and crowded sounds of cattle rose in the air around us. "Here's our first gather of beeves on the ranch," continued the Virginian. "The whole lot shipped through to Chicago in 2 sections over the Burlington. The judge is fighting the Elkhorn road." We passed slowly along the 2 trains, 20 cars, each car packed with huddled, round-eyed, gazing steers. He examined to see if any animals were down. "They ain't ate or drank anything to speak of," he said, while the terrified brutes stared at us through their slats. "Not since they struck the railroad they've not drank. You might suppose they know somehow what they're travelin' to Chicago for." And casually, always casually, he told me the rest. Judge Henry could not spare his foreman away from the second gather of beeves. Therefore these 2 10-car trains, with their double crew of cowboys, had been given to the Virginian's charge. After Chicago, he was to return by St. Paul over the Northern Pacific, for the judge had wished him to see certain of the road's directors and explain to them persuasively how good a thing it would be for them to allow especially cheap rates to the Sunk Creek outfit henceforth. This was all the Virginian told me, and it contained the whole matter, to be sure. "So you're acting foreman," said I. "Why, somebody has to have the say, I reckon." "And of course you hated the promotion?" "I don't know about promotion," he replied. "The boys have been used to seeing me one of themselves. Why don't you come along with us far as Plattsmouth?" Thus he shifted the subject from himself, and called to my notice the locomotives backing up to his cars, and reminded me that from Plattsmouth I had the choice of 2 trains returning. But he could not hide or belittle this confidence of his employer in him. It was the care of several thousand perishable dollars and the control of men. It was a compliment. There were more steers than men to be responsible for, but none of the steers had been suddenly picked from the herd and set above his fellows. Moreover, Chicago finished up the steers, but the new-made deputy foreman had then to lead his 6 highly unoccupied brethren away from towns and back in peace to the ranch, or disappoint the judge who needed their services. These things sometimes go wrong in a land where they say you are all born equal, and that quarter of a nod in Colonel Cyrus Jones' eating palace held more equality than any whole nod you could see. But the Virginian did not see it, there being a time for all things. We trundled down the flopping, heavy-eddied Missouri to Plattsmouth, and there they backed us onto a siding, the Christian Endeavor being expected to pass that way. And while the equality absorbed themselves in a deep but harmless game of poker by the side of the railway line, the Virginian and I sat on the top of a car, contemplating the sandy shallows of the Platte. "I should think you'd take a hand," said I. "Poker? With them kittens?" One flash of the inner man lightened in his eyes and died away, and he finished with his gentle drawl. "When I play, I want it to be interestin'." He took out Sir Walter's Kenilworth once more, and turned the volume over and over slowly, without opening it. You cannot tell if in spirit he wandered on Bear Creek with the girl whose book it was. The spirit will go one road, and the thought another, and the body its own way sometimes. "Queen Elizabeth would have played a mighty powerful game," was his next remark. "Poker?" said I. "Yes, sir. Do you expect Europe has got any queen equal to her at present?" I doubted it. "Victoria'd get pretty nigh slain sliding chips out against Elizabeth. Only most probably Victoria, she'd insist on a half-cent limit. You have read this here Kenilworth? Well, deal Elizabeth ace high, and she could scare Robert Dudley with a full house plumb out of the bettin'." I said that I believed she unquestionably could. "And," said the Virginian, "if Essex's play got next her too near, I reckon she'd have stacked the kyards. Say, do you remember Shakespeare's Fat Man?" "Falstaff? Oh, yes, indeed." "Ain't that grand? Why, he makes men talk the way they do in life. I reckon he couldn't get printed today. It's a right down shame Shakespeare couldn't know about poker. He'd have had Falstaff playing all day at that tearsheet outfit, and the Prince would have beat him." "The Prince had the brains," said I. "Brains? Well, didn't he?" "I never thought to notice. Like as not, he did." "And Falstaff didn't, I suppose?" "Oh, yes, sir. Falstaff could have played whist." "I suppose you know what you're talking about. I don't," said I, for he was drawling again. The cowpuncher's eye rested a moment amiably upon me. "You can play whist with your brains," he mused. "Brains and kyards. Now, kyards are only one of the manifestations of poker in this here world. One of the shapes you fool with it in when the day's work is over. If a man is built like that Prince boy was built, and it's away down deep beyond brains, he'll play winnin' poker with whatever hand he's holdin' when the trouble begins. Maybe it will be a mean, triflin' army, or an empty six-shooter, or a lame hoss, or maybe just nothin' but his natural countenance. Most any old thing will do for a fellow like that Prince boy to play poker with." "Then I'd be grateful for your definition of poker," said I. Again the Virginian looked me over amiably. "You put up a mighty pretty game o' whist yourself," he remarked. "Don't that give you the contented spirit?" And before I had any reply to this, the Christian Endeavor began to come over the bridge. 3 installments crossed the Missouri from Pacific Junction, bound for Pike's Peak, every car swathed in bright bunting, and at each window a Christian with a handkerchief joyously shrieking. Then the cattle trains got the open signal, and I jumped off. "Tell the judge the steers was all right this far," said the Virginian. That was the last of the deputy foreman for a while. My road to Sunk Creek lay in no straight line. By rail I diverged northwest to Fort Meade, and thence, after some stay with the kind military people, I made my way on a horse. Up here in the Black Hills it sluiced rain most intolerably. The horse and I enjoyed the country and ourselves but little, and when finally I changed from the saddle into a stagecoach, I caught a thankful expression upon the animal's face, and returned the same. "6 legs inside this jerky tonight?" said somebody as I climbed the wheel. "Well, we'll give thanks for not having 8, he added cheerfully. "Clamp your mind onto that, Shorty." And he slapped the shoulder of his neighbor. Naturally, I took these two for old companions, but we were all total strangers. They told me of the new gold excitement at Rawhide, and supposed it would bring up the Northern Pacific. And when I explained the millions owed to this road's German bondholders, they were of opinion that a German would strike it richer at Rawhide. We spoke of all sorts of things, and in our silence I gloated on the autumn holiday promised me by Judge Henry. His last letter had said that an outfit would be starting for his ranch from Billings on the 7th, and he would have a horse for me. This was the 5th. So we 6 legs in the jerky traveled harmoniously on over the rain-gutted road, getting no deeper knowledge of each other than what our outsides might imply. Not that we concealed anything. The man who had slapped Shorty introduced himself early. "Scipio Lemoyne from Gallipolis, Ohio," he said. "The eldest of us always gets called Scipio. It's French, but us folks have been white for 100 years. He was limber and light-muscled, and fell skillfully about, evading bruises when the jerky reeled or rose on end. He had a strange, long, jocular nose, very wary-looking, and a bleached blue eye. Cattle was his business, as a rule, but of late he had been looking around some, and Rawhide seemed much on his brain. Shorty struck me as looking around also. He was quite short, indeed, and the jerky hurt him almost every time. He was light-haired and mild. Think of a yellow dog that is lost, and fancies each newcomer in sight is going to turn out his master, and you will have Shorty. It was the Northern Pacific that surprised us into intimacy. We were nearing Medora. We had made a last arrangement of our legs. I lay stretched in silence, placid in the knowledge it was soon to end. So I drowsed. I felt something sudden, and waking, saw Scipio passing through the air. As Shorty next shot from the jerky, I beheld smoke and the locomotive. The Northern Pacific had changed its schedule. A valise is a poor companion for catching a train with. There was rutted sand and lumpy, knee-high greasewood in our shortcut. A piece of stray wire sprang from some hole and hung caracoling about my ankle. Tin cans spun from my stride. But we made a conspicuous race. 2 of us waved hats, and there was no moment that some one of us was not screeching. It meant 24 hours to us. Perhaps we failed to catch the train's attention, though the theory seems monstrous, As it moved off in our faces, smooth and easy and insulting, Scipio dropped instantly to a walk, and we two others outstripped him and came desperately to the empty track. There went the train. Even still its puffs were the separated puffs of starting, that bitten-off snorty kind, and sweat and our true natures broke freely forth. I kicked my valise and then sat on it, dumb. Shorty yielded himself up aloud. All his humble secrets came out of him. He walked aimlessly round, lamenting. He had lost his job, and he mentioned the ranch. He had played cards, and he mentioned the man. He had sold his horse and saddle to catch a friend on this train, and he mentioned what the friend had been going to do for him. He told a string of griefs and names to the air, as if the air knew. Meanwhile Scipio arrived with extreme leisure at the rails. He stuck his hands into his pockets, and his head out at the very small train. His bleached blue eyes shut to slits as he watched the rear car and its smoke blur ooze away westward among the mounded bluffs. Lucky it's out of range, I thought. But now Scipio spoke to it. "Why, you seem to think you've left me behind," he began easily in fawning tones. "You're too much of a kid to have such thoughts. Age some." His next remark grew less wheedling. "I wouldn't be a bit proud to meet you. Why, if I was seen travelin' with you, I'd have to explain it to my friends. Think you've left me, do you? Just because you ride through this country on a rail, do you claim you can find your way around? I could take you out 10 yards in the brush and lose you in 10 seconds, you spangle-roofed hobo. Leave me behind? You recent blanket mortgage yearlin'? You plush-lined, nickel-plated whistle-and washroom, d'you figure I can't go east just as soon as west? Or I'll stay right here if it suits me, you dude-inhabited hot-box. Why, you coon-bossed face-towel." But from here he rose in flights of novelty that appalled and held me spellbound, and which are not for me to say to you. Then he came down easily again, and finished with expressions of sympathy for it because it could never have known a mother. "Do you expect it could show a male parent offhand?" inquired a slow voice behind us. I jumped round, and there was the Virginian. "Male parent?" scoffed the prompt Scipio. "Ain't you heard about them yet?" Them? Was there two? "Two? The blamed thing was sired by a whole doggone Dutch syndicate." "Why, the piebald son of a gun," responded the Virginian sweetly. "I got them steers through all right," he added to me. "Sorry to see you get so out of breath after the train. Is your valise sufferin' any?" "Who's he?" inquired Scipio, curiously, turning to me. The Southerner sat with a newspaper on the rear platform of a caboose. The caboose stood hitched behind a mile or so of freight train, and the train was headed west. So here was the deputy foreman, his steers delivered in Chicago, his men, I could hear them, safe in the caboose, his paper in his lap, and his legs dangling at ease over the railing. He wore the look of a man for whom things are going smooth. And for me the way to Billings was smooth now also. "Who's he?" Scipio repeated. But from inside the caboose loud laughter and noise broke on us. Someone was reciting, "And it's my night to howl." "We'll all howl when we get to Rawhide," said some other one, and they howled now. "These hyeh steam cars," said the Virginian to Scipio, "make a man's language mighty nigh as speedy as his travel." Of Shorty he took no notice whatever, no more than of the manifestations in the caboose. "So you heard me speaking to the express," said Scipio. "Well, I guess sometimes See here," he exclaimed, for the Virginian was gravely considering him. "I may have talked some, but I walked a whole lot. You didn't catch me squandering no speed. Soon as—" "I notice," said the Virginian. "Thinkin' came quicker to you than runnin'." I was glad I was not Shorty, to have my measure taken merely by my way of missing a train, and of course I was sorry that I had kicked my valise. "Oh, I could tell you'd been enjoyin' us," said Scipio. "Observin' somebody else's scrape always kind o' rests me, too. Maybe you're a philosopher, but maybe there's a pair of us drawed in this deal." Approval now grew plain upon the face of the Virginian. "By your legs," said he, "you are used to the saddle." "I'd be called used to it, I expect." "By your hands," said the Southerner again, "you ain't roped many steers lately. Been cookin' or something?" "Say," retorted Scipio, "tell my future some now. Draw a conclusion from my mouth." "I'm right distressed," answered the gentle Southerner. "We've not a drop in the outfit." "Oh, drink with me uptown," cried Scipio. "I'm pleased to death with you." The Virginian glanced where the saloons stood just behind the station, and shook his head. "Why, it ain't a bit far to whiskey from here," urged the other, plaintively. "Step down now. Scipio Lemoyne's my name. Yes, you're looking for my brass earrings, but there ain't no earrings on me. I've been white for 100 years. Step down. I've a $40 thirst." "You're certainly white," began the Virginian, "but—" Here the caboose resumed. "I'm wild and woolly and full of peas. I'm hard to curry above the knees. I'm a she-wolf from Bitter Creek, and it's my night to howl." And as they howled and stamped, the wheels of the caboose began to turn gently and to murmur. The Virginian rose suddenly. "Will you save that thirst and take a $40 job?" "Missin' trains, profanity, or what?" said Scipio. "I'll tell you soon as I'm sure." At this Scipio looked hard at the Virginian. "Why, you're talking business," said he, and leaped on the caboose, where I was already. "I was thinking of Rawhide," he added, "but I ain't any more." "Well, good luck," said Shorty on the track behind us. "Oh, say," said Scipio, "he wanted to go on that train, just like me." "Get on," called the Virginian. "But as to getting a job, he ain't just like you." So Shorty came, like a lost dog when you whistle to him. Our wheels clucked over the main line switch. A train hand threw it shut after us, jumped aboard, and returned forward over the roofs. Inside the caboose they had reached the third howling of the she-wolf. "Friends o' yourn?" said Scipio. "My outfit," drawled the Virginian. "Do you always travel outside?" inquired Scipio. "It's lonesome in there," returned the deputy foreman. And here one of them came out, slamming the door. "Hell!" he said, at sight of the distant town. Then truculently to the Virginian, "I told you I was going to get a bottle here." "Have your bottle, then," said the deputy foreman, and kicked him off into Dakota. It was not North Dakota yet, they had not divided it. The Virginian had aimed his pistol at about the same time with his boot. Therefore the man sat in Dakota quietly, watching us go away into Montana, and offering no objections. Just before he became too small to make out, we saw him rise and remove himself back toward the saloons. "That is the only step I have had to take this whole trip," said the Virginian. He holstered his pistol with a jerk. "I have been fearing he would force it on me." And he looked at empty, receding Dakota with disgust. "So neah back home," he muttered. "Known your friend long?" whispered Scipio to me. "Fairly," I answered. Scipio's bleached eyes brightened with admiration as he considered the Southerner's back. "Well," he stated judicially, "start awful early when you go to fool with him, or he'll make you feel unpunctual." "I expect I've had them almost all of 3,000 miles," said the Virginian, tilting his head toward the noise in the caboose. "And I've strove to deliver them back as I received them, the whole lot, and I would have, but he has spoiled my hopes." The deputy foreman looked again at Dakota. "It's a disappointment," he added. "You may know what I mean." I had known a little, but not to the very deep, of the man's pride and purpose in this trust. Scipio gave him sympathy. "There must be quite a balance of 'em left with you yet," said Scipio cheeringly. "I had the boys plumb contented," pursued the deputy foreman, hurt into open talk of himself. "Away along as far as St. Paul I had them reconciled to my authority. Then this news about gold had to strike us." "And they're dreaming nuggets and Parisian bolivards," suggested Scipio. The Virginian smiled gratefully at him. "Fortune is shining bright and blinding to their delicate young eyes," he said, regaining his usual self. We all listened a moment to the rejoicings within. "Energetic, ain't they?" said the Southerner. "But none of 'em was whelped savage enough to sing himself bloodthirsty. And though they're strainin' mighty earnest not to be tame, they're going back to Sunk Creek with me, according to the judge's orders. Never a calf of 'em will desert to Rawhide, for all their dangerousness, nor I ain't going to have any fuss over it. Only one is left now that don't sing. Maybe I will have to make some arrangements about him. The man I have parted with," he said with another glance at Dakota, "was our cook, and I will ask you to replace him, Colonel." Scipio gaped wide. "Colonel? Say!" He stared at the Virginian. "Did I meet you at the palace?" "Not exactly meet," replied the Southerner. "I was present one mawnin' last month when this gentleman awded frogs' legs." "Sakes and saints, but that was a mean position!" burst out Scipio. "I had to tell all comers anything all day, stand up and jump language hot off my brain at 'em. And the pay don't near compensate for the drain on the system. I don't care how good a man is, you let him keep a tappin' his presence of mind right along without taking a lay off, and you'll have him sick. Yes, sir, you'll hit his nerves. So I told 'em they could hire some fresh man, for I was going back to punch cattle or fight Indians or take a rest somehow, for I didn't propose to get jaded, and me only 25 years old. There ain't no regular Colonel Cyrus Jones any more, you know. He met a Cheyenne telegraph pole in '74 and was buried. But his palace was doing big business, and he had been a kind of attraction, and so they always keep a live bear outside, and some poor fellow fixed up like the Colonel used to be, inside. And it's a turrible mean position. Course I'll cook for you. You've a dandy memory for faces." "I wasn't right convinced till I kicked him off and you gave that shut to your eyes again," said the Virginian. Once more the door opened. A man with slim black eyebrows, slim black mustache, and a black shirt tied with a white handkerchief was looking steadily from one to the other of us. "Good day," he remarked generally and without enthusiasm, and to the Virginian, "Where's Schaffner?" "I expect he'll have got his bottle by now, Trampas." Trampas looked from one to the other of us again. "Didn't he say he was coming back?" "He reminded me he was going for a bottle, and after that he didn't wait to say a thing." Trampas looked at the platform and the railing and the steps. "He told me he was coming back," he insisted. "I don't reckon he has come, not without he clumb up ahead somewhere. And I must say, when he got off, he didn't look like a man does when he has the intention o' returning." At this Scipio coughed and pared his nails attentively. We had already been avoiding each other's eye. Shorty did not count. Since he got aboard, his meek seat had been the bottom step. The thoughts of Trampas seemed to be in difficulty. "How long's this train been started?" he demanded. "This hyeh train?" The Virginian consulted his watch. "Why, it's been fanning it a right smart little while," said he, laying no stress upon his indolent syllables. "Huh!" went Trampas. He gave the rest of us a final, unlovely scrutiny. "It seems to have become a passenger train," he said, and he returned abruptly inside the caboose. "Is he the member who don't sing?" asked Scipio. "That's the specimen," replied the Southerner. "He don't seem musical in the face," said Scipio. "Shaw," returned the Virginian. "Why, you surely ain't the man to mind ugly mugs when they're hollow." The noise inside had dropped quickly to stillness. You could scarcely catch the sound of talk. Our caboose was clicking comfortably westward, rail after rail, mile upon mile, while night was beginning to rise from earth into the clouded sky. "I wonder if they have sent a search party forward to hunt Schaffner," said the Virginian. "I think I'll maybe join their meetin'." He opened the door upon them. "Kinda dark hyeh, ain't it?" said he, and lighting the lantern, he shut us out. "What do you think?" said Scipio to me. "Will he take them to Sunk Creek?" "He evidently thinks he will," said I. "He says he will, and he has the courage of his convictions." "That ain't near enough courage to have," Scipio exclaimed. "There's times in life when a man has got to have courage without convictions, without them, or he is no good. Now your friend is that deep constituted that you don't know and I don't know what he's thinking about all this." "If there's to be any gunplay," put in the excellent Shorty, "I'll stand in with him." "Ah, go to bed with your gunplay," retorted Scipio, entirely good-humored. "Is the judge paying for a carload of dead punchers to gather his beef for him? And this ain't a proposition worth a man's getting hurt for himself, anyway." "That's so," Shorty assented. "No," speculated Scipio, as the night drew deeper around us and the caboose click-clucked and click-clucked over the rail joints. "He's waiting for somebody else to open this pot. I'll bet he don't know but one thing now, and that's that nobody else shall know he don't know anything." Scipio had delivered himself. He lighted a cigarette, and no more wisdom came from him. The night was established. The rolling Badlands sank away in it. A train hand had arrived over the roof, and hanging the red lights out behind, left us again without remark or symptom of curiosity. The train hands seemed interested in their own society, and lived in their own caboose. A chill wind with wet in it came blowing from the invisible draws, and brought the feel of the distant mountains. "That's Montana," said Scipio, snuffing. "I am glad to have it inside my lungs again." "Ain't you getting cool out there?" said the Virginian's voice. "Plenty room inside." Perhaps he had expected us to follow him, or perhaps he had meant us to delay long enough not to seem like a reinforcement. "These gentlemen missed the express at Medora," he observed to his men, simply. What they took us for upon our entrance I cannot say, or what they believed. The atmosphere of the caboose was charged with voiceless currents of thought. By way of a friendly beginning to the 300 miles of caboose we were now to share so intimately, I recalled myself to them. I trusted no more if the Christian Endeavor had delayed them. "I am so lucky to have caught you again," I finished. "I was afraid my last chance of reaching the judges had gone." Thus I said a number of things designed to be agreeable, but they met my small talk with the smallest talk you can have. "Yes," for instance, and "pretty well, I guess," and grave strikings of matches and thoughtful looks at the floor. I suppose we had made 20 miles to the imperturbable clicking of the caboose, when one at length asked his neighbor had he ever seen New York. "No," said the other. "Flooded with dudes, ain't it?" "Swimmin'," said the first. "Leakin', too," said a third. "Well, my gracious," said a fourth, and beat his knee in private delight. None of them ever looked at me. For some reason I felt exceedingly ill at ease. "Good clothes in New York," said the third. "Rich food," said the first. "Fresh eggs, too," said the third. "Well, my gracious," said the fourth, beating his knee. "Why, yes," observed the Virginian unexpectedly. "They tell me that eggs there ain't liable to be so rotten as you'll strike 'em in this country." None of them had a reply for this, and New York was abandoned. For some reason I felt much better. It was a new line they adopted next, led off by Trampas. "Going to the excitement?" he inquired, selecting Shorty. "Excitement?" said Shorty, looking up. "Going to Rawhide?" Trampas repeated, and all watched Shorty. "Why, I'm all adrift missin' that express," said Shorty. "Maybe I can give you employment," suggested the Virginian. "I am taking an outfit across the basin." "You'll find most folks going to Rawhide if you're looking for company," pursued Trampas, fishing for a recruit. "How about Rawhide, anyway?" said Scipio, skillfully deflecting this missionary work. "Are they taking much mineral out? Have you seen any of the rock?" "Rock?" broke in the enthusiast who had beaten his knee. "There!" and he brought some from his pocket. "You're always showing your rock," said Trampas sulkily, for Scipio now held the conversation, and Shorty returned safely to his dozing. Went Scipio at the rock. He turned it back and forth in his hand, looking it over. He chucked and caught it slidingly in the air and handed it back. "Porphyry, I see." That was his only word about it. He said it cheerily. He left no room for discussion. You could not damn a thing worse. "Ever been in Santa Rita?" pursued Scipio, while the enthusiast slowly pushed his rock back into his pocket. "That's down in New Mexico. Ever been to Globe, Arizona?" And Scipio talked away about the mines he had known. There was no getting at Shorty any more that evening. Trampas was foiled of his fish, or of learning how the fish's heart lay. And by morning Shorty had been carefully instructed to change his mind about once an hour. This is apt to discourage all but very superior missionaries, and I too escaped for the rest of this night. At Glendive we had a dim supper, and I bought some blankets, and after that it was late, and sleep occupied the attention of us all. We lay along the shelves of the caboose, a peaceful sight, I should think, in that smoothly trundling cradle. I slept almost immediately, so tired that not even our stops or anything else waked me, save once when the air I was breathing grew suddenly pure, and I roused. Sitting in the door was the lonely figure of the Virginian. He leaned in silent contemplation of the occasional moon, and beneath it the Yellowstone's swift ripples. On the caboose shelves the others slept sound and still, each stretched or coiled as he had first put himself. They were not untrustworthy to look at, it seemed to me, except Trampas. You would have said the rest of that young humanity was average rough male blood, merely needing to be told the proper things at the right time, and one big bunchy stocking of the enthusiast stuck out of his blanket, solemn and innocent, and I laughed at it. There was a light sound by the door, and I found the Virginian's eye on me. Finding who it was, he nodded and motioned with his hand to go to sleep. And this I did, with him in my sight, still leaning in the open door, through which came the interrupted moon and the swimming reaches of the Yellowstone. It has happened to you, has it not, to wake in the morning and wonder for a while where on earth you are? Thus I came half to life in the caboose, hearing voices but not the actual words at first. But presently, "Hathaway," said someone more clearly. "Portland, 1291. This made no special stir in my intelligence, and I drowsed off again to the pleasant rhythm of the wheels. The little shock of stopping next brought me to somewhat, with the voices still round me, and when we were again in motion I heard, "Rosebud, Portland, 1279. These figures jarred me awake, and I said, "It was 1291 before," and sat up in my blankets. The greeting they vouchsafed and the sight of them clustering expressionless in the caboose brought last evening's uncomfortable memory back to me. Our next stop revealed how things were going today. "Forsyth," one of them read on the station. "Portland, 1266. They were counting the lessening distance westward. This was the undercurrent of war. It broke on me as I procured fresh water at Forsyth and made some toilet in their stolid presence. We were drawing nearer the Rawhide station, the point, I mean, where you left the railway for the new mines. Now, Rawhide station lay this side of Billings. The broad path of desertion would open ready for their feet when the narrow path to duty and Sunk Creek was still some 50 miles more to wait. Here was Trampus's great strength. He need make no move meanwhile, but lie low for the immediate temptation to front and waylay them, and win his battle over the deputy foreman. But the Virginian seemed to find nothing save enjoyment in this sunny September morning, and ate his breakfast at Forsyth serenely. That meal done, and that station gone, our caboose took up again its easy trundle by the banks of the Yellowstone. The mutineers sat for a while digesting in idleness. "What's your scar?" inquired one at length, inspecting casually the neck of his neighbor. "Foolishness," the other answered. "Yourn?" "Mine." "Well, I don't know but I prefer to have myself to thank for a thing," said the first. "I was displayin' myself," continued the second. "One day last summer it was. We come on a big snake by Torrey Creek Corral. The boys got bettin' pretty lively that I dasn't make my word good as to dealin' with him, so I loped my cayuse full tilt by Mr. Snake, and swung down and ketched him up by the tail from the ground, and cracked him same as a whip, snapped his head off. You saw it done?" he said to the audience. The audience nodded wearily. "But the loose head flew agin me, and the fangs caught. I was pretty sick for a while." "It don't pay to be clumsy," said the first man. "If you'd snapped the snake away from you instead of toward you, its head would have whirled off into the brush, same as they do with me." "How like a knife cut your scar looks," said I. "Don't it?" said the snake snapper. "There's many that gets fooled by it." "An antelope knows a snake is his enemy," said another to me. "Ever seen a buck circling round and round a rattler?" "I have always wanted to see that," said I heartily, for this I knew to be a respectable piece of truth. "It's worth seein'," the man went on. "After the buck gets close in, he gives an almighty jump up in the air, and down comes his 4 hoofs in a bunch right on top of Mr. Snake. Cuts him all to hash. Now you tell me how the buck knows that." Of course I could not tell him, and again we sat in silence for a while, friendlier silence, I thought. "A skunk'll kill you worse than a snake bite," said another presently. "No, I don't mean that way," he added, for I had smiled. "There is a brown skunk down in Arkansas, kind of prairie dog brown. Littler than our variety he is. And he is mad the whole year round, same as a dog gets. Only the dog has a spell and dies, but this here Arkansas skunk is mad right along, and it don't seem to interfere with his business in other respects. Well, suppose you're camping out, and suppose it's a hot night, or you're in a hurry, and you've made camp late, or anyway you haven't got inside any tent, but you have just bedded down in the open. Skunk comes traveling along and walks on your blankets. You're warm. He likes that, same as a cat does. And he tramps with pleasure and comfort, same as a cat. And you move. You get bit, that's all. And you die of hydrophobia. Ask anybody." "Most extraordinary," said I. "But did you ever see a person die from this?" "No, sir, never happened to. My cousin at Bald Knob did." "Died?" "No, sir, saw a man." "But how do you know they're not sick skunks?" "No, sir, they're well skunks, well as anything. You'll not meet skunks in any state of the Union more robust than them in Arkansas, and thick." "That's awful true," sighed another. "I have buried hundreds of dollars' worth of clothes in Arkansas." "Why didn't you travel in a sponge bag?" inquired Scipio, and this brought a slight silence. "Speaking of bites," spoke up a new man, "how's that?" He held up his thumb. "My!" breathed Scipio. "Must have been a lion." The man wore a wounded look. "I was hunting owl eggs for a botanist from Boston," he explained to me. "Chiropodist, weren't he?" said Scipio. "Or maybe a somnambulator?" "No, honest," protested the man with the thumb, so that I was sorry for him and begged him to go on. "I'll listen to you," I assured him. And I wondered why this politeness of mine should throw one or two of them into stifled mirth. Scipio, on the other hand, gave me a disgusted look, and sat back sullenly for a moment, and then took himself out on the platform where the Virginian was lounging. "The young feller wore knee pants and ever so thick spectacles with a half-moon cut in 'em," resumed the narrator, "and he carried a tin box strung to a strap I took for his lunch till it flew open on him and a horned toad hustled out. Then I was sure he was a botanist, or whatever you say they're called. Well, he would have owl eggs, them little prairie owl that some claim can turn their head clean around and keep a watchin' you, only that's nonsense. We was riding through that prairie dog town, used to be on the flat just after you crossed the South Fork of Powder River on the Buffalo Trail, and I said I'd dig an owl nest out for him if he was willin' to camp till I'd dug it. I wanted to know about them owls some myself, if they did live with the dogs and snakes, you know," he broke off, appealing to me. "Oh, yes," I told him eagerly. So while the botanist went glaring around the town with his glasses to see if he could spot a prairie dog and an owl using the same hole, I was digging in a hole I'd seen an owl run down. And that's what I got. He held up his thumb again. "The snake!" I exclaimed. "Yes, sir, Mr. Rattler was keeping house that day. Took me right there. I hauled him out of the hole hanging to me. 8 rattles." "8?" said I. "A big one." "Yes, sir. Thought I was dead. But the woman—" "The woman?" said I. "Yes, woman. Didn't I tell you the botanist had his wife along? Well, he did, and she acted better than the man, for he was rosin' his head and shouting he had no whiskey, and he didn't guess his knife was sharp enough to amputate my thumb, and none of us chewed, and the doctor was 20 miles away, and if he had only remembered to bring his ammonia, well, he was screeching out most everything he knew in the world, and without arranging it any neither. But she just clawed his pocket and burrowed and kept yelling, 'Give him the stone, Augustus!' And she whipped out one of them Injun medicine stones, first one I ever seen, and she clapped it onto my thumb, and it started in right away." "What did it do?" said I. "Sucked, like blotting paper does. Soft and funny it was, and gray. They get 'em from elk stomachs, you know. And when it had sucked the poison out of the wound, off it falls on my thumb by itself. And I thanked the woman for saving my life that capable and keeping her head that cool. I never knowed how excited she had been till afterward. She was awful shocked." "I suppose she started to talk when the danger was over," said I, with deep silence around me. "No, she didn't say nothing to me, but when her next child was born, it had 8 rattles." Din now rose wild in the caboose. They rocked together. The enthusiast beat his knee tumultuously. And I joined them. Who could help it? It had been so well conducted from the imperceptible beginning. Fact and falsehood blended with such perfect art. And this last, an effect so new made with such world-old material. I cared nothing that I was the victim, and I joined them, but ceased, feeling suddenly somehow estranged or chilled. It was in their laughter. The loudness was too loud, and I caught the eyes of Trampas fixed upon the Virginian with exultant malevolence. Scipio's disgusted glance was upon me from the door. Dazed by these signs, I went out on the platform to get away from the noise. There the Virginian said to me, "Cheer up, you'll not be so easy for 'em that-a-way next season." He said no more, and with his legs dangled over the railing, appeared to resume his newspaper. "What's the matter?" said I to Scipio. "Oh, I don't mind if he don't," Scipio answered. "Couldn't you see? I tried to head 'em off from you all I knew, but you just ran in among 'em yourself. Couldn't you see? Kept hindering and spoiling me with asking those urgent questions of yourn. Why, I had to let you go your way. Why, that wasn't the ordinary play with the ordinary tenderfoot they treated you to. You ain't a common tenderfoot this trip. You're the foreman's friend. They've hit him through you. That's the way they count it. It's made them encouraged, can't you see?" Scipio stated it plainly, and as we ran by the next station, "Howard!" they harshly yelled. "Portland, 1256." We had been passing gangs of workmen on the track, and at that last yell the Virginian rose. "I reckon I'll join the meetin' again," he said. "This fillin' and repairin' looks like the washout might have been true." "Washout?" said Scipio. "Bighorn Bridge, they say, 4 days ago." "Then I wish it came this side Rawhide Station." "Do you?" drawled the Virginian, and smiling at Scipio, he lounged in through the open door. "He beats me," said Scipio, shaking his head. "His trail is turrible hard to anticipate." We listened. "Work being done on the road, I see," the Virginian was saying, very friendly and conversational. "We see it too," said the voice of Trampas. "Seem to be easing their grades some." "Roads do." "Cheaper to build 'em the way they want 'em at the start, a man would think," suggested the Virginian, most friendly. "There goes some more Italians." "They're Chinese," said Trampas. "That's so," acknowledged the Virginian, with a laugh. "What's he monkeying at now?" muttered Scipio. "Without cheap foreigners they couldn't afford all this hyeh new gradin'," the Southerner continued. "Grading? Can't you tell when a flood's been eating the banks?" "Why, yes," said the Virginian, sweet as honey. "But ain't you heard of the improvements west of Big Timber, all the way to Missoula, this season? I'm talking about them." "Oh, talking about them. Yes, I've heard." "Good money-saving scheme, ain't it?" said the Virginian. "Lettin' a freight run down one hill and up the next as far as she'll go without steam, and shavin' the hill down to that point." Now this was an honest engineering fact. "Better'n settin' dudes squintin' through telescopes and cipherin' over 1% reductions," the Southerner commented. "It's common sense," assented Trampas. "Have you heard the new scheme about the water tanks?" "I ain't right certain," said the Southerner. "I must watch this," said Scipio, "or I shall bust." He went in, and so did I. They were all sitting over this discussion of the Northern Pacific's recent policy as to betterments, as though they were the board of directors. Pins could have dropped, only nobody would have cared to hear a pin. "They used to put all their tanks at the bottom of their grades," said Trampas. "Why, you get the water easier at the bottom." "You can pump it to the top, though," said Trampas, growing superior, "and it's cheaper." "That gets me," said the Virginian, interested. "Trains after watering can start downhill now and get the benefit of the gravity. It'll cut down operating expenses a heap." "That's certainly common sense," exclaimed the Virginian, absorbed. "But ain't it kind of tardy?" "Live and learn. So they gained speed, too. High speed on half the coal this season, until the accident." "Accident?" said the Virginian, instantly. "Yellowstone Limited. Man fired at engine driver. Train was flying past that quick the bullet broke every window and killed a passenger on the back platform. You've been running too much with aristocrats," finished Trampas, and turned on his heel. "Ha, hew!" began the enthusiast, but his neighbor gripped him to silence. This was a triumph too serious for noise. Not a mutineer moved, and I felt cold. "Trampas," said the Virginian, "I thought you'd be afeared to try it on me." Trampas whirled round. His hand was at his belt. "Afraid?" he sneered. "Shorty," said Scipio, sternly, and leaping upon that youth, took his half-drawn pistol from him. "I'm obliged to you," said the Virginian to Scipio. Trampas's hand left his belt. He threw a slight, easy look at his men, and keeping his back to the Virginian, walked out on the platform and sat on the chair where the Virginian had sat so much. "Don't you comprehend," said the Virginian to Shorty amiably, "that this hyeh question has been discussed peaceable by civilized citizens? Now you sit down and be good, and Mr. Lemoyne will return your gun when we're across that broken bridge, if they have got it fixed for heavy trains yet." "This train will be lighter when it gets to that bridge," spoke Trampas, out on his chair. "Why, that's true, too," said the Virginian. Maybe none of us are crossin' that Bighorn Bridge now, except me. Funny if you should end by persuadin' me to quit and go to Rawhide myself. But I reckon I'll not. I reckon I'll worry along to Sunk Creek somehow." "Don't forget I'm cookin' for you," said Scipio gruffly. "I'm obliged to you," said the Southerner. "You were speaking of a job for me," said Shorty. "I'm right obliged. But you see, I ain't exactly foreman the way this comes out, and my promises might not bind Judge Henry to pay salaries." A push came through the train from forward. We were slowing for the Rawhide station, and all began to be busy and to talk. "Going up to the mines today? Oh, let's grub first. Guess it's too late, anyway," and so forth, while they rolled and roped their bedding, and put on their coats with a good deal of elbow motion, and otherwise showed off. It was wasted. The Virginian did not know what was going on in the caboose. He was leaning and looking out ahead, and Scipio's puzzled eye never left him. And as we halted for the water tank, the Southerner exclaimed, "They ain't got away yet," as if it were good news to him. He meant the delayed trains. 4 stalled expresses were in front of us, besides several freights, and 2 hours more at least before the bridge would be ready. Travelers stood and sat about forlorn, near their cars, out in the sagebrush, anywhere. People in hats and spurs watched them, and Indian chiefs offered them painted bows and arrows and shiny horns. "I reckon them passengers would prefer a leg o' mutton," said the Virginian to a man loafing near the caboose. "Bet your life," said the man. "First lot has been stuck here 4 days." "Plumb starved, ain't they?" inquired the Virginian. "Bet your life. They've eat up their dining cars, and they've eat up this town." "Well," said the Virginian, looking at the town, "I expect the dining cars contained more nourishment." "Say, you're about right there," said the man. He walked beside the caboose as we puffed slowly forward from the water tank to our siding. "Fine business here if we'd only been ready," he continued. "And the Crow agent has let his Indians come over from the reservation. There has been a little beef brought in, and game, and fish, and big money in it, bet your life. Them Eastern passengers has just been robbed. I wished I had something to sell." "Anything starting for Rawhide this afternoon?" said Trampas out of the caboose door. "Not until morning," said the man. "You going to the mines?" he resumed to the Virginian. "Why," answered the Southerner, slowly and casually, and addressing himself strictly to the man, while Trampas, on his side, paid obvious inattention. "This here delay, you see, may unsettle our plans some. But it'll be one of 2 ways. We're all going to Rawhide, or we're all going to Billings. We're all one party, you see." Trampas laughed audibly inside the door as he rejoined his men. "Let him keep up appearances," I heard him tell them. "It don't hurt us what he says to strangers." "But I'm going to eat hearty either way," continued the Virginian. "And I ain't going to be robbed. I've been kind of promising myself a treat if we stopped hyeh." "Town's eat clean out," said the man. "So you tell me. But all you folks has forgot one source of revenue that you have right close by mighty handy. If you have got a gunny sack, I'll show you how to make some money." "Bet your life," said the man. "Mr. Lemoyne," said the Virginian, "the outfit's cooking stuff is aboard, and if you'll get the fire ready, we'll try how frogs' legs go fried." He walked off at once, the man following like a dog. Inside the caboose rose a gust of laughter. "Frogs?" muttered Scipio, and then turning a blank face to me. "Frogs?" "Colonel Cyrus Jones had them on his bill of fare," I said. "Frogs' legs a la Delmonico." "Shoo, I didn't get up that thing. They had it when I came. Never looked at it. Frogs?" He went down the steps very slowly, with a long frown. Reaching the ground, he shook his head. "That man's trail is surely hard to anticipate," he said. "But I must hurry up that fire, for his appearance has given me encouragement." Scipio concluded, and became brisk. Shorty helped him, and I brought wood. Trampas and the other people strolled off to the station, a compact band. Our little fire was built beside the caboose, so the cooking things might be easily reached and put back. You would scarcely think such operations held any interest, even for the hungry, when there seemed to be nothing to cook. A few sticks blazing tamely in the dust, a frying pan, half a tin bucket of lard, some water, and barren plates and knives and forks, and 3 silent men attending to them, that was all. But the travelers came to see. These waifs drew near us and stood, a sad, lone, shifting fringe of audience, 4 to begin with, and then 2 wandered away, and presently one of these came back, finding it worse elsewhere. "Supper, boys?" said he. "Breakfast," said Scipio, crossly, and no more of them addressed us. I heard them joylessly mention Wall Street to each other, and Saratoga. I even heard the name Bryn Mawr, which is near Philadelphia. But these fragments of home dropped in the wilderness here in Montana beside a freight caboose were of no interest to me now. "Looks like frogs down there, too," said Scipio. "See them marshy slogs full of weeds?" We took a little turn and had a sight of the Virginian quite active among the ponds. "Hush, I'm getting some thoughts," continued Scipio. "He wasn't sorry enough. Don't interrupt me." "I'm not," said I. "No, but I'd most caught a hold." And Scipio muttered to himself again, "He wasn't sorry enough." Presently he swore loud and brilliantly. "Tell ya?" he cried. "What did he say to Trampas after that play they exchanged over railroad improvements and Trampas put the josh on him? Didn't he say, 'Trampas, I thought you'd be afraid to do it'? Well, sir, Trampas had better have been afraid, and that's what he meant. That's where he was bringing it to. Trampas made an awful bad play then. You wait. Glory, but he's a knowin' man. Course he wasn't sorry. I guess he had the hardest kind of work to look as sorry as he did. You wait." "Wait? What for? Go on, man. What for?" I don't know. Whatever hand he's been holding up, this is the showdown. He's played for a showdown here before the caboose gets off the bridge. Come back to the fire, or Shorty'll be leaving it go out. Grow happy some, Shorty," he cried on arriving, and his hand cracked on Shorty's shoulder. "Supper's in sight, Shorty. Food for reflection." "None for the stomach?" asked the passenger who had spoken once before. "We're figuring on that too," said Scipio. His crossness had melted entirely away. "Why, they're cowboys!" exclaimed another passenger, and he moved nearer. From the station Trampas now came back, his herd following him less compactly. They had found famine, and no hope of supplies until the next train from the east. This was no fault of Trampas's, but they were following him less compactly. They carried 1 piece of cheese, the size of a fist, the weight of a brick, the hue of a corpse, and the passengers, seeing it, exclaimed, "There's Old Faithful again," and took off their hats. "You gentlemen met that cheese before then?" said Scipio, delighted. "It's been offered me 3 times a day for 4 days," said the passenger. "Did he want $1 or $1.50?" $2, blurted out the enthusiast, and all of us save Trampas fell into fits of imbecile laughter. "Here comes our grub, anyway," said Scipio, looking off toward the marshes, and his hilarity sobered away in a moment. "Well, the train will be in soon," stated Trampas. "I guess we'll get a decent supper without frogs." All interest settled now upon the Virginian. He was coming with his man and his gunny sack, and the gunny sack hung from his shoulder heavily, as a full sack should. He took no notice of the gathering, but sat down and partly emptied the sack. "There," said he, very businesslike, to his assistant. That's all we'll want. I think you'll find a ready market for the balance." "Well, my gracious," said the enthusiast, "what fool eats a frog?" "Oh, I'm fool enough for a tadpole," cried the passenger, and they began to take out their pocketbooks. "You can cook yours right hyeh, gentlemen," said the Virginian, with his slow Southern courtesy. "The dining cyars don't look like they were fired up." "How much will you sell a couple for?" inquired the enthusiast. The Virginian looked at him with friendly surprise. "Why, help yourself. We're all together yet a while. Help yourselves," he repeated to Trampas and his followers. These hung back a moment, then, with a slinking motion, set the cheese upon the earth, and came forward nearer the fire to receive some supper. "It won't scarcely be Delmonico style," said the Virginian to the passengers, "nor yet St. Augustine." He meant the great Augustine, the traditional chef of Philadelphia, whose history I had sketched for him at Colonel Cyrus Jones's eating palace. Scipio now officiated. His frying pan was busy, and prosperous odors arose from it. "Run for a bucket of fresh water, Shorty," the Virginian continued, beginning his meal. "Colonel, you cook pretty near good. If you had sold 'em as advertised, you'd have certainly made a name." Several were now eating with satisfaction, but not Scipio. It was all that he could do to cook straight. The whole man seemed to glisten. His eye was shut to a slit once more, while the innocent passengers thankfully swallowed. "Now, you see, you have made some money," began the Virginian to the native who had helped him get the frogs. "Bet your life!" exclaimed the man. "Divvy, won't you?" And he held out half his gains. "Keep 'em," returned the Southerner. "I reckon we're square. But I expect they'll not equal Delmonico's, seh?" he said to a passenger. "Don't trust the judgment of a man as hungry as I am," exclaimed the traveller with a laugh. And he turned to his fellow travellers. "Did you ever enjoy supper at Delmonico's more than this?" "Never," they sighed. "Why, look here," said the traveller. "What fools the people of this town are! Here we've been all these starving days, and you come and get ahead of them." "That's right easy explained," said the Virginian. "I've been where there was big money in frogs, and they ain't been. They're all cattle hyeh. Talk cattle, think cattle, and they're bankrupt in consequence. Fallen through. Ain't that so?" he inquired of the native. "That's about the way," said the man. "It's mighty hard to do what your neighbors ain't doin'," pursued the Virginian. "Montana is all cattle, and these folks must be cattle, and never notice the country right hyeh is too small for a range, and swampy anyway, and just waitin' to be a frog ranch." At this all wore a face of careful reserve. "I'm not claimin' to be smarter than you folks hyeh," said the Virginian, deprecatingly to his assistant. "But travellin' learns a man many customs. You wouldn't do the business they done at Tulare, California, north side of the lake. They certainly utilized them hopeless swamps splendid. Of course they put up big capital and went into it scientific, gettin' advice from the Government Fish Commission and such like knowledge. You see, they had big markets for their frogs, San Francisco, Los Angeles, and clear to New York after the Southern Pacific was through. But up hyeh you could sell to passengers every day like you done this one day. They would get to know you along the line. Competin' swamps are scarce. The dining cyars would take your frogs, and you would have the Yellowstone Park for 4 months in the year. Them hotels are anxious to please, and they would buy off you what their Eastern patrons esteem as fine eatin', and you folks would be sellin' somethin' instead of nothin'." "That's a practical idea," said a traveller, "and little cost." "And little cost," said the Virginian. "Would Eastern people eat frogs?" inquired the man. "Look at us," said the traveller. "Delmonico doesn't give you such a treat," said the Virginian. "Not exactly," the traveller exclaimed. "How much would be paid for frogs?" said Trampas to him. and I saw Scipio bend closer to his cooking. "Oh, I don't know," said the traveler. "We've paid pretty well, you see." "You're late for Tulare, Trampas," said the Virginian. "I was not thinking of Tulare," Trampas retorted. Scipio's nose was in the frying pan. "Most comical spot you ever struck," said the Virginian, looking round upon the whole company. He allowed himself a broad smile of retrospect. "To hear 'em talk frogs at Tulare, same as other folks talks hosses or steers or whatever they're raisin' to sell. You'd fall into it yourselves if you started the business. Anything a man's bread and butter depends on, he's going to be earnest about. Don't care if it is a frog." "That's so," said the native. "And it paid good?" "The only money in the county was right there," answered the Virginian. "It was a dead county, and only frogs was movin'. But that business was a fannin' to beat four of a kind. It made you feel strange at first, as I said, for all the men had been cattlemen at one time or another. Till you got accustomed, it would give most anybody a shock to hear 'em speakin' about herdin' the bulls in a pasture by themselves." The Virginian allowed himself another smile, but became serious again. "That was their policy," he explained. "Except at certain times a year they kept the bulls separate. The fish commission told 'em they'd better, and it certainly worked mighty well. It or something did, for gentlemen, hush, but there was millions. You'd have said all the frogs in the world had taken charge at Tulare. And the money rolled in. Gentlemen, hush, 'twas a gold mine for the owners. 40% they netted some years, and they paid generous wages, for they could sell to all them French restaurants in San Francisco, you see. And there was the Cliff House, and the Palace Hotel made it a specialty, and the officers took frogs at the Presidio and Angel Island and Alcatraz and Benicia. Los Angeles was beginning its boom. The corner lot sharps wanted something by way of varnish, and so they dazzled Eastern investors with advertising Tulare frogs clear to New Orleans and New York. 'Twas only in Sacramento frogs was dull. I expect the California legislature was too ornery for them fine-raised luxuries. They tell of one of them senators that he raked $1 million out of Los Angeles real estate, and started in for a bang-up meal with champagne. Wanted to scatter his new gold thick and quick, but he got astray among all the fancy dishes, and just yelled right out before the ladies, 'Damn it, bring me $40 worth of ham and eggs.' He was a funny senator now." The Virginian paused and finished eating a leg, and then with diabolic art he made a feint at wandering to new fields of anecdote. "Talking of senators," he resumed, "Senator Wise—" "How much did you say wages were at Tulare?" inquired one of the Trampas faction. "How much? Why, I never knew what the foreman got. The regular hands got 100. Senator Wise— 100 a month?" "Why, it was wet and muddy work, you see. A man risked rheumatism some. He risked it a good deal. Well, I was going to tell about Senator Wise. When Senator Wise was speaking of his visit to Alaska—" "40%, was it?" said Trampas. "Oh, I must call my wife," said the traveler behind me. "This is what I came west for," and he hurried away. "Not 40% the bad years," replied the Virginian. "The frogs had enemies, same as cattle. I remember when a pelican got in the spring pasture and the herd broke through the fence." "Fence?" said a passenger. "Ditch, suh, and wire net. Every pasture was a square swamp with a ditch around and a wire net. You've heard the mournful, mixed-up sound a big bunch of cattle will make? Well, suh, as you druv from the railroad to the Tulare Frog Ranch, you could hear 'em a mile. Springtime they'd sing like girls in the organ loft, and by August they were about ready to hire out for bass. And all was fit to be soloists, if I'm a judge. But in a bad year it might only be 20%. The pelican rushed 'em from the pasture right into the San Joaquin River, which was close by the property. The big balance of the herd stampeded, and though of course they came out on the banks again, the news had went round, and folks below at Hemlin eat most of 'em just to spite the company. You see, a frog in a river is more hopeless than any maverick loose on the range. And they never struck any plan to brand their stock and prove ownership. "Well, 20% is good enough for me," said Trampas, "if rawhide don't suit me." "100 a month!" said the enthusiast, and busy calculations began to arise among them. "It went to 50%, pursued the Virginian, "when New York and Philadelphia got to bidding against each other. Both cities had signs all over 'em claimin' to furnish the 2-layer frog, and both had 'em all right, and same as cattle trains you'd see frog trains tearin' across Arizona, big glass tanks with wire over 'em, through to New York, and the frogs staring out." "Why, George," whispered a woman's voice behind me, "he's merely deceiving them. He's merely making that stuff up out of his head." "Yes, my dear, that's merely what he's doing." "Well, I don't see why you imagined I should care for this. I think I'll go back." "Better see it out, Daisy. This beats the geysers or anything we're likely to find in the Yellowstone." "Then I wish we had gone to Bar Harbor as usual," said the lady, and she returned to her Pullman. But her husband stayed. Indeed, the male crowd now was a goodly sight to see, how the men edged close, drawn by a common tie. Their different kinds of feet told the strength of the bond. Yellow sleeping car slippers planted miscellaneous and motionless near a pair of Mexican spurs. All eyes watched the Virginian and gave him their entire sympathy. Though they could not know his motive for it, what he was doing had fallen as light upon them, all except the excited calculators. These were loudly making their fortunes at both rawhide and Tulare, drugged by their satanically aroused hopes of gold, heedless of the slippers and the spurs. Had a man given any sign to warn them, I think he would have been lynched. Even the Indian chiefs had come to see in their show war bonnets and blankets. They naturally understood nothing of it, yet magnetically knew that the Virginian was the great man, and they watched him with approval. He sat by the fire with the frying pan, looking his daily self, engaging and saturnine. And now, as Trampas declared tickets to California would be dear, and rawhide had better come first, the Southerner let loose his heaven-born imagination. "There's a better reason for rawhide than tickets, Trampas," said he. "I said it was too late for Tulare." "I heard you," said Trampas. "Opinions may differ. You and I don't think alike on several points." "Gawd, Trampas," said the Virginian, "d'you reckon I'd be rottin' hyeh on $40 if Tulare was like it used to be? Tulare is broke." "What broke it? Your leavin'?" "Revenge broke it, and disease," said the Virginian, striking the frying pan on his knee, for the frogs were all gone. At those lurid words their untamed child minds took fire, and they drew round him again to hear a tale of blood. The crowd seemed to lean nearer. But for a short moment it threatened to be spoiled. A passenger came along, demanding in an important voice, "Where are these frogs?" He was a prominent New York after-dinner speaker, they whispered me, and out for a holiday in his private car. Reaching us and walking to the Virginian, he said cheerily, "How much do you want for your frogs, my friend?" "You got a friend hyeh?" said the Virginian. "That's good, for you need care taken of you." And the prominent after-dinner speaker did not further discommode us. "That's worth my trip," whispered a New York passenger to me. "Yes, it was a case of revenge," resumed the Virginian, "and disease. There was a man named St. Augustine got run out of Domingo, which is a Dago island. He come to Philadelphia, and he was dead broke. But St. Augustine was a live man, and he saw Philadelphia was full of Quakers that dressed plain and eat humdrum. So he started cooking Domingo way for 'em, and they caught right a hold. Terrapin he gave 'em, and croquettes, and he'd use 40 chickens to make a broth he called consommé. And he got rich, and Philadelphia got well known, and Delmonico in New York he got jealous. He was the cook that had the say-so in New York. "Was Delmonico one of them Italians?" inquired a fascinated mutineer. "I don't know, but he acted like one. Lorenzo was his front name. He aimed to cut—" "Domingo's throat?" breathed the enthusiast. "Aimed to cut away the trade from St. Augustine, and put Philadelphia back where he thought she belonged. Frogs was the fashionable rage then. These foreign cooks set the fashion in eatin', same as foreign dressmakers do women's clothes. Both cities was catchin' and swallowin' all the frogs Tulare could throw at 'em. So he—" "Lorenzo?" said the enthusiast. "Yes, Lorenzo Delmonico. He bid $1 a tank higher, and St. Augustine raised him 50 cents, and Lorenzo raised him $1, and St. Augustine shoved her up 3. Lorenzo, he didn't expect Philadelphia would go that high, and he got hot in the collar, and flew around his kitchen in New York, and claimed he'd twist St. Augustine's Domingo tail for him and crack his ossified system. Lorenzo raised his language to a high temperature, they say, and then quite sudden off he starts for Tulare. He buys tickets over the Santa Fe, and he goes a fannin' and a foggin'. But gentlemen, hush! The very same day St. Augustine he tears out of Philadelphia. He travelled by the way o' Washington, and out he comes a fannin' and a foggin' over the Southern Pacific. Of course Tulare didn't know nothin' of this. All it knowed was how the frog market was on soarin' wings, and it was feelin' like a flight o' rockets. If only there'd been some preparation, a telegram or somethin', the disaster would never have occurred. But Lorenzo and St. Augustine was that absorbed watchin' each other, for, you see, the Santa Fe and the Southern Pacific come together at Mojave, and the two cooks travelled a matter of 210 miles in the same cyar. They never thought about a telegram, and when they arrived, breathless, and started in to screechin' what they'd give for the monopoly, why, them unsuspectin' Tulare boys got amused at 'em. I never heard just all they done, but they had Lorenzo singin' and dancin' while St. Augustine played the fiddle for him, and one of Lorenzo's heels did get a trifle grazed. Well, them two cooks quit that ranch without disclosin' their identity, and soon as they got to a safe distance, they swore eternal friendship in their excitable foreign way, and they went home over the Union Pacific, sharing the same stateroom. Their revenge killed frogs. The disease— "How killed frogs?" demanded Trampas. "Just killed 'em. Delmonico and St. Augustine wiped frogs off the slate of fashion. Not a banker in Fifth Avenue'll touch one now if another banker's around watchin' him. And if ever you see a man that hides his feet and won't take off his socks in company, he has worked in them Tulare swamps and got the disease. Catch him wadin', and you'll find he's web-footed. Frogs are dead, Trampas, and so are you." "Rise up, liars, and salute your king!" yelled Scipio. "Oh, I'm in love with you!" And he threw his arms round the Virginian. "Let me shake hands with you," said the traveller, who had failed to interest his wife in these things. "I wish I was going to have more of your company." "Thank you, sir," said the Virginian. Other passengers greeted him, and the Indian chiefs came, saying, "How?" because they followed their feelings without understanding. "Don't show so humbled, boys," said the deputy foreman to his most sheepish crew. "These gentlemen from the East have been enjoyin' you some, I know. But think what a weary wait they have had hyeh. And you insisted on playin' the game with me this way, you see. What outlet did you give me? Didn't I have it to do? And I'll tell you one thing for your consolation. When I got to the middle of the frogs, I most believed it myself." And he laughed out the first laugh I had heard him give. The enthusiast came up and shook hands. That led off, and the rest followed, with Trampas at the end. The tide was too strong for him. He was not a graceful loser, but he got through this, and the Virginian eased him down by treating him precisely like the others, apparently. Possibly the supreme, the most American, moment of all was when word came that the bridge was open, and the Pullman trains, with noise and triumph, began to move westward at last. Everyone waved farewell to everyone, craning from steps and windows, so that the cars twinkled with hilarity, and in 20 minutes the whole procession in front had moved, and our turn came. "Last chance for Rawhide," said the Virginian. "Last chance for Sunk Creek," said a reconstructed mutineer, and all sprang aboard. There was no question who had won his spurs now. Our caboose trundled on to Billings along the shingly, cotton-wooded Yellowstone, and as the plains and bluffs and the distant snow began to grow well known, even to me, we turned to our baggage that was to come off, since camp would begin in the morning. Thus I saw the Virginian carefully rewrapping Kenilworth, that he might bring it to its owner unharmed, and I said, "Don't you think you could have played poker with Queen Elizabeth?" "No, I expect she'd have beat me," he replied. "She was a lady." It was at Billings, on this day, that I made those reflections about equality. For the Virginian had been equal to the occasion. That is the only kind of equality which I recognize. Into what mood was it that the Virginian now fell? Being less busy, did he begin to grieve about the girl on Bear Creek? I only know that after talking so lengthily he fell into a 9 days' silence. The talking part of him deeply and unbrokenly slept. Official words, of course, came from him as we rode southward from the railroad, gathering the judge's stray cattle. During the many weeks since the spring roundup, some of these animals had, as usual, got very far off their range, and getting them on again became the present business of our party. Directions and commands, whatever communications to his subordinates were needful to the forwarding of this, he duly gave. But routine has never at any time of the world passed for conversation. His utterances, such as, "We'll work Willow Creek tomorrow morning," or "I want the wagon to be at the Forks o' Stinkin' Water by Thursday," though on some occasions numerous enough to sound like discourse, never once broke the man's true silence. Seeming to keep easy company with the camp, he yet kept altogether to himself. That talking part of him, the mood which brings out for you your friend's spirit and mind as a free gift or as an exchange, was down in some dark cave of his nature, hidden away. Perhaps it had been dreaming, perhaps completely reposing. The Virginian was one of those rare ones who are able to refresh themselves in sections. To have a thing on his mind did not keep his body from resting. During our recent journey, it felt years ago now, while our caboose on the freight train had trundled endlessly westward, and the men were on the ragged edge, the very jumping-off place of mutiny and possible murder, I had seen him sleep like a child. He snatched the moments not necessary for vigil. I had also seen him sit all night watching his responsibility, ready to spring on it and fasten his teeth in it. And now that he had confounded them with their own attempted weapon of ridicule, his powers seemed to be profoundly dormant. That final pitched battle of wits had made the men his captives and admirers, all save Trampas, and of him the Virginian did not seem to be aware. But Scipio Le Moyne would say to me now and then, "If I was Trampas, I'd pull my freight." And once he added, "Pull it kind of casual, you know, like I wasn't noticing myself do it." "Yes," our friend Shorty murmured pregnantly, with his eye upon the quiet Virginian. "He's sure studying his revenge." "Studying your pussy-cat," said Scipio. "He knows what he'll do. The time ain't arrived." This was the way they felt about it, and not unnaturally this was the way they made me, the inexperienced Easterner, feel about it. That Trampas also felt something about it was easy to know. Like the leaven which leavens the whole lump, one spot of sulkiness in camp will spread its dull flavor through any company that sits near it, and we had to sit near Trampas at meals for 9 days. His sullenness was not wonderful. To feel himself forsaken by his recent adherents, to see them gone over to his enemy, could not have made his reflections pleasant. Why he did not take himself off to other climes, pull his freight casual, as Scipio said, I can explain only thus. Pay was due him, time, as it was called in cowland. If he would have this money, he must stay under the Virginian's command until the judge's ranch on Sunk Creek should be reached. Meanwhile, each day's work added to the wages in store for him. And finally, once at Sunk Creek, it would be no more the Virginian who commanded him. It would be the real ranch foreman. At the ranch he would be the Virginian's equal again, both of them taking orders from their officially recognized superior, this foreman. Shorty's word about revenge seemed to me like putting the thing backwards. Revenge, as I told Scipio, was what I should be thinking about if I were Trampas. "He dasn't," was Scipio's immediate view. "Not till he's got strong again. He got laughed plumb sick by the bystanders, and whatever spirit he had was broke in the presence of us all. He'll have to recuperate." Scipio then spoke of the Virginian's attitude. "Maybe revenge ain't just the right word for where this affair has got to now with him. When you beat another man at his own game, like he done to Trampas, why, you've had all the revenge you can want, unless you're a hog, and he's no hog. But he has got it in for Trampas. They've not reckoned to a finish. Would you let a man try such spite work on you and quit thinking about him just because you'd headed him off?" To this I offered his own notion about hogs and being satisfied. "Hogs," went on Scipio, in a way that dashed my suggestion to pieces, "hogs ain't in the case. He's got to deal with Trampas somehow, man to man. Trampas and him can't stay this way when they get back and go workin' same as they worked before. No, sir, I've seen his eye twice, and I know he's going to reckon to a finish." I still must, in Scipio's opinion, have been slow to understand, when on the afternoon following this talk I invited him to tell me what sort of "finish" he wanted, after such a finishing as had been dealt Trampas already. Getting laughed plumb sick by the bystanders, I borrowed his own not overstated expression, seemed to me a highly final finishing. While I was running my notions off to him, Scipio rose and, with the frying pan he had been washing, walked slowly at me. "I do believe you oughtn't to be let travel alone the way you do." He put his face close to mine. His long nose grew eloquent in its shrewdness, while the fire in his bleach-blue eye burned with amiable satire. "What has come and gone between them two has only settled the one point he was aiming to make. He was appointed boss of this outfit in the absence of the regular foreman. Since then, all he has been playing for is to hand back his men to the ranch in as good shape as they'd been handed to him, and without losing any on the road through desertion or shooting or what not. He had to kick his cook off the train that day, and the loss made him sorrowful, I could see. But I'd happened to come along, and he jumped me into the vacancy, and I expect he is pretty near consoled. And as boss of the outfit, he beat Trampas, who is setting up for opposition boss. And the outfit is better than satisfied it come out that way, and they're staying with him, and he'll hand them all back in good condition, barring that lost cook. So for the present his point is made, you see. But look ahead a little. It may not be so very far ahead you'll have to look. We get back to the ranch. He's not boss there any more. His responsibility is over. He is just one of us again, Takin' orders from a foreman they tell me has showed partiality to Trampas more'n a few times. Partiality. That's what Trampas is plainly trustin' to. Trustin' it will fix him all right and fix his enemy all wrong. He'd not otherwise dare to keep sour like he's doin'. Partiality. D'you think it'll scare off the enemy?" Scipio looked across a little creek to where the Virginian was helping throw the gathered cattle on the bed ground. "What odds," he pointed the frying pan at the Southerner, "do you figure Trampas's bein' under any foreman's wing will make to a man like him? He's going to remember Mr. Trampas and his spite work if he's got to tear him out from under the wing, and maybe tear off the wing in the operation. And I'm going to advise your folks," ended the complete Scipio, "not to leave you travel so much alone, not till you've learned more life." He had made me feel my inexperience, convinced me of innocence undoubtedly, and during the final days of our journey I no longer invoked his aid to my reflections upon this especial topic. What would the Virginian do to Trampas? Would it be another intellectual crushing of him, like the frog story? Or would there be something this time more material, say muscle or possibly gunpowder, in it? And was Scipio, after all, infallible? I didn't pretend to understand the Virginian. After several years' knowledge of him, he remained utterly beyond me. Scipio's experience was not yet 3 weeks long. So I let him alone as to all this, discussing with him most other things, good and evil in the world, and being convinced of much further innocence, for Scipio's 20-odd years were indeed a library of life. I have never met a better heart, a shrewder wit, and looser morals, with yet a native sense of decency and duty somewhere hard and fast enshrined. But all the while I was wondering about the Virginian, eating with him, sleeping with him, only not so sound as he did, and riding beside him often for many hours. Experiments in conversation I did make, and failed. One day particularly, while, after a sudden storm of hail had chilled the earth numb and white like winter in 15 minutes, we sat drying and warming ourselves by a fire that we built, I touched upon that theme of equality, on which I knew him to hold opinions as strong as mine. "Oh," he would reply, and "Certainly." And when I asked him what it was in a man that made him a leader of men, he shook his head and puffed his pipe. So then, noticing how the sun had brought the earth in half an hour back from winter to summer again, I spoke of our American climate. It was a potent drug, I said, for millions to be swallowing every day. "Yes," said he, wiping the damp from his Winchester rifle. "Our American climate," I said, "had worked remarkable changes, at least." "Yes," he said, and did not ask what they were. So I had to tell him. "It has made successful politicians of the Irish, that's one, and it has given our whole race the habit of poker." Bang went his Winchester. The bullet struck close to my left. I sat up angrily. "That's the first foolish thing I ever saw you do," I said. "Yes," he drawled slowly. "I'd ought to have done it sooner. He was pretty near lively again." And then he picked up a rattlesnake 6 feet behind me. It had been numbed by the hail, part revived by the sun, and he had shot its head off. After this I gave up my experiments in conversation, so that by the final afternoon of our journey, with Sunk Creek actually in sight, and the great grasshoppers slatting their dry song over the sagebrush, and the time at hand when the Virginian and Trampas would be man to man, my thoughts rose to a considerable pitch of speculation. And now that talking part of the Virginian, which had been 9 days asleep, gave its first yawn and stretch of waking. Without preface he suddenly asked me, "Would you be a parson?" I was mentally so far away that I couldn't get back in time to comprehend or answer before he had repeated, "What would you take to be a parson?" He drawled it out in his gentle way, precisely as if no 9 days stood between it and our last real intercourse. Take? I was still vaguely moving in my distance. How? His next question brought me home. I expect the Pope's is the biggest of them parson jobs? It was with an "oh" that I now entirely took his idea. Well, yes, decidedly the biggest. Beats the English one? Archbishop, ain't it, of Canterbury? The Pope comes ahead of him? His Holiness would say so if his Grace did not. The Virginian turned half in his saddle to see my face. I was, at the moment, riding not quite abreast of him, and I saw the gleam of his teeth beneath his mustache. It was seldom I could make him smile, even to this slight extent, but his eyes grew, with his next words, remote again in their speculation. His Holiness and his Grace. Now, if I was to hear 'em naming me that-a-way every mawnin', I'd scarcely get down to business. Oh, you'd get used to the pride of it. 'Tisn't the pride. The laugh is what would ruin me. 'Twould take most all my attention keepin' a straight face. The Archbishop," here he took one of his wide mental turns, "is apt to be a big man in them Shakespeare plays. Kings take talk from him they'd not stand from anybody else, and he talks fine, frequently. About the bees, for instance, when Henry is going to fight France. He tells him a beehive is similar to a kingdom. I learned that piece." The Virginian could not have expected to blush at uttering these last words. He knew that his sudden color must tell me in whose book it was he had learned the piece. Was not her copy of Kenilworth even now in his cherishing pocket? So he now, to cover his blush, very deliberately recited to me the Archbishop's discourse upon bees and their kingdom. "Where some, like magistrates, correct at home, others, like soldiers, armed in their stings, make loot upon the summer's velvet buds, which pillage they with merry march bring home to the tent royal of their emperor. He, busied in his majesty, surveys the singing masons building roofs of gold." Ain't that a fine description of bees a-workin'? The singing masons building roofs of gold? Puts 'em right before you, and is poetry without being foolish. His Holiness and his Grace. Well, they could not hire me for either of those positions. How many religions are there? All over the earth? You can begin with ourselves. Right here at home I know there's Romanists and Episcopals. 2 kinds, I put in, at least 2 of Episcopals. That's 3. Then Methodists and Baptists and 3 Methodists. Well, you do the countin'. I accordingly did it, feeling my revolving memory slip cogs all the way round. Anyhow, there are safely 15. 15. He held this fact a moment. "And they don't worship a whole heap of different gods like the ancients did?" "Oh, no." "It's just the same one?" "The same one." The Virginian folded his hands over the horn of his saddle, and leaned forward upon them in contemplation of the wide, beautiful landscape. "One God and 15 religions," was his reflection. "That's a right smart of religions for just one God." This way of reducing it was, if obvious to him, so novel to me that my laugh evidently struck him as a louder and livelier comment than was required. He turned on me as if I had somehow perverted the spirit of his words. "I ain't religious, I know that, but I ain't unreligious, and I know that too." "So do I know it, my friend." "Do you think there ought to be 15 varieties of good people?" His voice, while it now had an edge that could cut anything it came against, was still not raised. "There ain't 15. There ain't 2. There's one kind. And when I meet it, I respect it. It is not prayin' nor preachin' that has ever caught me and made me ashamed of myself, but one or two people I have knowed that never said a superior word to me. They thought more o' me than I deserved, and that made me behave better than I naturally wanted to. Made me quit a girl onct, in time for her not to lose her good name, and so that's one thing I've never done. And if ever I was to have a son or somebody I set store by, I would wish their lot to be to know one or two good folks mighty well, men or women, women preferred. He had looked away again to the hills behind Sunk Creek Ranch, to which our walking horses had now almost brought us. As for parsons, the gesture of his arm was a disclaiming one. I reckon some parsons have a right to tell you to be good. The bishop of this hyeh territory has a right. But I'll tell you this, a middlin' doctor is a poor thing, and a middlin' lawyer is a poor thing, but keep me from a middlin' man of God. Once again he had reduced it, but I did not laugh this time. I thought there should in truth be heavy damages for malpractice on human souls. But the hot glow of his words, and the vision of his deepest inner man it revealed, faded away abruptly. "What do you make of the proposition yondah?" As he pointed to the cause of this question, he had become again his daily, engaging, saturnine self. Then I saw over in a fenced meadow, to which we were now close, what he was pleased to call the proposition. Proposition in the West does, in fact, mean whatever you at the moment please. An offer to sell you a mine, a cloudburst, a glass of whiskey, a steamboat. This time it meant a stranger clad in black, and of a clerical deportment which would in that atmosphere and to a watchful eye be visible for a mile or two. "I reckoned you hadn't noticed him," was the Virginian's reply to my ejaculation. "Yes, he set me going on the subject a while back. I expect he is another missionary to us poor cowboys." I seemed from 100 yards to feel the stranger's forceful personality. It was in his walk, I should better say stalk, as he promenaded along the creek. His hands were behind his back, and there was an air of waiting, of displeased waiting, in his movement. "Yes, he'll be a missionary," said the Virginian conclusively, and he took to singing, or rather to whining, with his head tilted at an absurd angle upward at the sky. "Dar is a big Carlina nigger, 'bout de size of dis chile, or p'raps a little bigger, by de name of Jim Crow. Dat what de white folks call him. If ever I sees him, I tends for to maul him, just to let de white folks see, such an animos as he can't walk around the streets and scandalize me." The lane which was conducting us to the group of ranch buildings now turned a corner of the meadow, and the Virginian went on with his second verse. "Great big fool, he hasn't any knowledge. Gosh, how could he, when he's never been to scollege? Neither has I, but I's come mighty nigh. I peeked through de door as I went by." He was beginning a third stanza, but stopped short. A horse had neighed close behind us. "Trampas," said he, without turning his head, "we are home." "It looks that way." Some 10 yards were between ourselves and Trampas, where he followed. "And I'll trouble you for my rope you took this mawnin' instead of your own." "I don't know as it's your rope I've got." Trampas skilfully spoke this so that a precisely opposite meaning flowed from his words. If it was discussion he tried for, he failed. The Virginian's hand moved, and for one thick, flashing moment my thoughts were evidently also the thoughts of Trampas. But the Virginian only held out to Trampas the rope which he had detached from his saddle. "Take your hand off your gun, Trampas. If I'd wanted to kill you, you'd be lying 9 days back on the road now. Here's your rope. Did you expect I'd not know it? It's the only one in camp the stiffness ain't all drug out of yet. Or maybe you expected me to notice and not take notice? I don't spend my time in expectations about you. If the Virginian wheeled his horse across the road. You're talking too soon after reaching safety, Trampas. I didn't tell you to hand me that rope this mawnin' because I was busy. I ain't foreman now, and I want that rope. Trampas produced a smile as skilful as his voice. Well, I guess your having mine proves this one is yours. He rode up and received the coil which the Virginian held out, unloosing the disputed one on his saddle. If he had meant to devise a slippery, evasive insult, no small trick in cowland could be more offensive than this taking another man's rope. It is the small tricks which lead to the big bullets. Trampas put a smooth coating of plausibility over the whole transaction. After the rope corral we had to make this morning, his tone was mock-explanatory. The ropes was all strewed round camp, and in the hustle I— "Pardon me," said a sonorous voice behind us. "Do you happen to have seen Judge Henry?" It was the reverend gentleman in his meadow come to the fence. As we turned round to him, he spoke on, with much rotund authority in his eye. "From his answer to my letter, Judge Henry undoubtedly expects me here. I have arrived from Fetterman according to my plan which I announced to him, to find that he has been absent all day, absent the whole day." The Virginian sat sideways to talk, one long straight leg supporting him on one stirrup, the other bent at ease, the boot half lifted from its dangling stirrup. He made himself the perfection of courtesy. "The judge is frequently absent all night, suh." "Scarcely tonight, I think. I thought you might know something about him." "I have been absent myself, suh." "Ah, on a vacation, perhaps?" The divine had a ruddy face. His strong glance was straight and frank and fearless. But his smile too much reminded me of days bygone, when we used to return to school from the Christmas holidays, and the masters would shake our hands and welcome us with, "Robert, John, Edward, glad to see you all looking so well. Rested and ready for hard work, I'm sure." That smile does not really please even good, tame little boys, and the Virginian was nearing 30. "It has not been vacation this trip, suh," said he, settling straight in his saddle. "There's the judge driving in now, in time for all questions you have to ask him." His horse took a step, but was stopped short. There lay the Virginian's rope on the ground. I had been aware of Trampas's quite proper departure during the talk, and as he was leaving, I seemed also to be aware of his placing the coil across the cantle of its owner's saddle. Had he intended it to fall and have to be picked up? It was another evasive little business, and quite successful if designed to nag the owner of the rope. A few hundred yards ahead of us, Trampas was now shouting loud cowboy shouts. Were they to announce his return to those at home, or did they mean derision? The Virginian leaned, keeping his seat, and, swinging down his arm, caught up the rope and hung it on his saddle somewhat carefully, but the hue of rage spread over his face. From his fence the divine now spoke, in approbation, but with another strong, cheerless smile. "You pick up that rope as if you were well trained to it." "It's part of our business, suh, and we try to mind it like the rest." But this, stated in a gentle drawl, did not pierce the missionary's armor. His superiority was very thick. We now rode on, and I was impressed by the reverend gentleman's robust dictatorial back as he proceeded by a short-cut through the meadow to the ranch. You could take him for nothing but a vigorous, sincere, dominating man, full of the highest purpose. But whatever his creed, I already doubted if he were the right one to sow it and make it grow in these new wild fields. He seemed more the sort of gardener to keep old walks and vines pruned in their antique rigidity. I admired him for coming all this way, with his clean, short, gray whiskers and his black, well-brushed suit. And he made me think of a powerful locomotive stuck puffing on a grade. Meanwhile the Virginian rode beside me, so silent in his volcanic wrath that I did not perceive it. The missionary, coming on top of Trampas, had been more than he could stand. But I did not know, and I spoke with innocent cheeriness. "Is the parson going to save us?" I asked, and I fairly jumped at his voice. "Don't talk so much," he burst out. I had got the whole accumulation. "Who's been talking?" I, in equal anger, screeched back. "I'm not trying to save you. I didn't take your rope." And having poured this out, I whipped up my pony. But he spurred his own alongside of me, and glancing at him, I saw that he was now convulsed with internal mirth. I therefore drew down to a walk, and he straightened into gravity. "I'm right obliged to you." He laid his hand in its buckskin gauntlet upon my horse's mane as he spoke, "for bringing me back out of my nonsense. I'll be as serene as a bird now, whatever they do. A man," he stated reflectively, "any full-sized man, ought to own a big lot of temper. And like all his valuable possessions, he'd ought to keep it and not lose any." This was his full apology. "As for salvation, I have got this far. Somebody," he swept an arm at the sunset and the mountains, "must have made all that, I know. But I know one more thing I would tell him to his face. If I can't do nothing long enough and good enough to earn eternal happiness, I can't do nothing long enough and bad enough to be damned. I reckon he plays a square game with us, if he plays at all, and I ain't bothering my head about other worlds." As we reached the stables, he had become the serene bird he promised, and was sentimentally continuing. "De sun is made of mud from de bottom of de river. De moon is made of foxfire, as you might diskiver. De stars like de lady's eyes, all round de world dey flies, to give a little light when de moon don't rise." If words were meant to conceal our thoughts, melody is perhaps a still thicker veil for them. Whatever temper he had lost, he had certainly found again. But this all the more fitted him to deal with Trampas when the dealing should begin. I had half a mind to speak to the judge, only it seemed beyond a mere visitor's business. Our missionary was at this moment himself speaking to Judge Henry at the door of the home ranch. "I reckon he's explainin' he has been a-waitin'." The Virginian was throwing his saddle off as I loosened the cinches of mine. "And the judge don't look like he was hopelessly distressed." I now surveyed the distant parley, and the judge, from the wagon full of guests whom he had evidently been driving upon a day's excursion, waved me a welcome, which I waved back. "He's got Miss Molly Wood there!" I exclaimed. "Yes." The Virginian was brief about this fact. "I'll look after your saddle. You go and get acquainted with the company." This favor I accepted. It was the means he chose for saying he hoped, after our recent boiling over, that all was now more than right between us. So for the while I left him to his horses, and his corrals, and his Trampas, and his foreman, and his eminent problem. Judge and Mrs. Henry, Molly Wood, and two strangers, a lady and a gentleman, were the party which had been driving in the large three-seated wagon. They had seemed a merry party, but as I came within hearing of their talk, it was a fragment of the minister's sonority which reached me first. "More opportunity for them to have the benefit of hearing frequent sermons," was the sentence I heard him bring to completion. "Yes, to be sure, sir. Judge Henry gave me, it almost seemed, additional warmth of welcome for arriving to break up the present discourse. Let me introduce you to the Reverend Dr. Alexander McBride. Doctor, another guest we have been hoping for about this time," was my host's cordial explanation to him of me. There remained the gentleman with his wife from New York, and to these I made my final bows, but I had not broken up the discourse. "We may be said to have met already." Dr. MacBride had fixed upon me his full, mastering eye, and it occurred to me that if they had policemen in heaven, he would be at least a centurion in the force. But he did not mean to be unpleasant. It was only that in a mind full of matters less worldly, pleasure was left out. "I observed your friend was a skilful horseman," he continued. "I was saying to Judge Henry that I could wish such skilful horsemen might ride to a church upon the Sabbath. A church, that is, of right doctrine, where they would have opportunity to hear frequent sermons." "Yes," said Judge Henry, "yes, it would be a good thing." Mrs. Henry, with some murmur about the kitchen, here went into the house. "I was informed," Dr. MacBride held the rest of us, "before undertaking my journey that I should find a desolate and mainly godless country. But nobody gave me to understand that from Medicine Bow I was to drive 300 miles and pass no church of any faith." The judge explained that there had been a few a long way to the right and left of him. "Still," he conceded, "you are quite right, but don't forget that this is the newest part of a new world." "Judge," said his wife, coming to the door, "how can you keep them standing in the dust with your talking?" This most efficiently did break up the discourse. As our little party, with the smiles and the polite holdings back of new acquaintanceship, moved into the house, the judge detained me behind all of them long enough to whisper dolorously, "He's going to stay a whole week." I had hopes that he would not stay a whole week when I presently learned of the crowded arrangements which our hosts, with many hospitable apologies, disclosed to us. They were delighted to have us, but they hadn't foreseen that we should all be simultaneous. The foreman's house had been prepared for 2 of us, and did we mind? The 2 of us were Dr. MacBride and myself, and I expected him to mind. But I wronged him grossly. It would be much better, he assured Mrs. Henry, than straw in a stable, which he had tried several times and was quite ready for. So I saw that though he kept his vigorous body clean when he could, he cared nothing for it in the face of his mission. How the foreman and his wife relished being turned out during a week for a missionary and myself was not my concern, although while he and I made ready for supper over there, it struck me as hard on them. The room with its 2 cots and furniture was as nice as possible, and we closed the door upon the adjoining room, which, however, seemed also untenanted. Mrs. Henry gave us a meal so good that I have remembered it, and her husband the judge strove his best that we should eat it in merriment. He poured out his anecdotes like wine, and we should have quickly warmed to them, but Dr. MacBride sat among us, giving occasional heavy ha-has, which produced, as Miss Molly Wood whispered to me, a dreadly cavernous effect. Was it his sermon, we wondered, that he was thinking over? I told her of the copious sheaf of them I had seen him pull from his wallet over at the foreman's. "Goodness!" said she. "Then are we to hear one every evening?" This I doubted. He had probably been picking one out suitable for the occasion. "Putting his best foot foremost," was her comment. "I suppose they have best feet, like the rest of us." Then she grew delightfully sharp. "Do you know, when I first heard him, I thought his voice was hearty. But if you listen, you'll find it's merely militant. He never really meets you with it. He's off on his hill watching the battlefield the whole time." "He will find a hardened pagan here." "Judge Henry?" "Oh, no, the wild man you're taming brought you Kenilworth safe back." She was smooth. "Oh, as for taming him! But don't you find him intelligent?" Suddenly I somehow knew that she didn't want to tame him. But what did she want to do? The thought of her had made him blush this afternoon. No thought of him made her blush this evening. A great laugh from the rest of the company made me aware that the judge had consummated his tale of the sole survivor. "And so," he finished, "they all went off as mad as hops because it hadn't been a massacre." Mr. and Mrs. Ogden, they were the New Yorkers, gave this story much applause, and Dr. MacBride half a minute later laid his ha-ha like a heavy stone upon the gaiety. "I'll never be able to stand 7 sermons," said Miss Wood to me. Talking of massacres, I now hastened to address the already saddened table. "I have recently escaped one myself." The judge had come to an end of his powers. "Oh, tell us," he implored. "Seriously, sir, I think we grazed pretty wet tragedy, but your extraordinary man brought us out into comedy safe and dry." This gave me their attention, and from that afternoon in Dakota, when I had first stepped aboard the caboose, I told them the whole tale of my experience, how I grew immediately aware that all was not right, by the Virginians kicking the cook off the train, how, as we journeyed, the dark bubble of mutiny swelled hourly beneath my eyes, and how, when it was threatening I know not what explosion, the Virginian had pricked it with humor, so that it burst in nothing but harmless laughter. Their eyes followed my narrative. The New Yorkers, because such events do not happen upon the shores of the Hudson. Mrs. Henry, because she was my hostess. Miss Wood followed for whatever her reasons were. I couldn't see her eyes. Rather, I felt her listening intently to the deeds and dangers of the man she didn't care to tame. But it was the eyes of the judge and the missionary which I saw riveted upon me indeed until the end, and they forthwith made plain their quite dissimilar opinions. Judge Henry struck the table lightly with his fist. "I knew it!" And he leaned back in his chair with a face of contentment. He had trusted his man, and his man had proved worthy. "Pardon me," Dr. MacBride had a manner of saying "pardon me," which rendered forgiveness well nigh impossible. The judge waited for him. "Am I to understand that these, cowboys attempted to mutiny, and were discouraged in this attempt upon finding themselves less skillful at lying than the man they had plotted to depose?" I began an answer. "It was other qualities, sir, that happened to be revealed and asserted by what you call his lying that—" "And what am I to call it, if it is not lying? A competition in deceit, in which, I admit, he outdid them." "It's their way to—" "Pardon me, their way to lie? They bow down to the greatest in this?" "Oh," said Miss Wood in my ear, "give him up." The judge took a turn. "Well, doctor—" He seemed to stick here. Mr. Ogden handsomely assisted him. "You've said the word yourself, doctor. It's the competition, don't you see? The trial of strength by no matter what test." "Yes," said Miss Wood unexpectedly. "And it wasn't that George Washington couldn't tell a lie. He just wouldn't. I'm sure if he'd undertaken to, he'd have told a much better one than Cornwall's." "Ha ha, madam! You draw an ingenious subtlety from your books." "It's all plain to me," Ogden pursued. "The men were morose. This foreman was in the minority. He cajoled them into a bout of tall stories, and told the tallest himself. And when they found they had swallowed it whole, well, it would certainly take the starch out of me," he concluded. "I couldn't be a serious mutineer after that." Dr. MacBride now sounded his strongest bass. "Pardon me. I cannot accept such a view, sir. There is a levity abroad in our land which I must deplore. No matter how leniently you may try to put it, in the end we have the spectacle of a struggle between men where lying decides the survival of the fittest. Better, far better, if it was to come, that they had shot honest bullets. There are worse evils than war." The doctor's eye glared righteously about him. None of us, I think, trembled, or if we did, it was with emotions other than fear. Mrs. Henry at once introduced the subject of trout fishing, and thus happily removed us from the edge of whatever sort of precipice we seemed to have approached. For Dr. MacBride had brought his rod. He dilated upon this sport with fervor, and we assured him that the streams upon the west slope of the Bow Leg Mountains would afford him plenty of it. Thus we ended our meal in carefully preserved amity. "Do you often have these visitations?" Ogden inquired of Judge Henry. Our host was giving us whiskey in his office, and Dr. MacBride, while we smoked apart from the ladies, had repaired to his quarters in the foreman's house previous to the service which he was shortly to hold. The judge laughed. "They come now and then through the year. I like the bishop to come, and the men always like it, but I fear our friend will scarcely please them so well." "You don't mean they'll—" "Oh, no, they'll keep quiet. The fact is, they have a good deal better manners than he has, if he only knew it. They'll be able to bear him, but as for any good he'll do—" "I doubt if he knows a word of science," said I, musing about the doctor. "Science? He doesn't know what Christianity is yet. I've entertained many guests, but none—" "The whole secret," broke off Judge Henry, "lies in the way you treat people. As soon as you treat men as your brothers, they are ready to acknowledge you, if you deserve it, as their superior. That's the whole bottom of Christianity, and that's what our missionary will never know." There was a somewhat heavy knock at the office door, and I think we all feared it was Dr. MacBride. But when the judge opened, the Virginian was standing there in the darkness. "So!" The judge opened the door wide. He was very hearty to the man he had trusted. "You're back at last!" "I came to report." While they shook hands, Ogden nudged me. "That the fellow?" I nodded. "Fellow who kicked the cook off the train?" I again nodded, and he looked at the Virginian, his eye and his stature. Judge Henry, properly democratic, now introduced him to Ogden. The New Yorker also meant to be properly democratic. "You're the man I've been hearing such a lot about." But familiarity is not equality. "Then I expect you have the advantage of me, sir," said the Virginian very politely. "Shall I report tomorrow?" His grave eyes were on the judge again. Of me he had taken no notice. He had come as an employee to see his employer. "Yes, yes, I'll want to hear about the cattle tomorrow. But step inside a moment now. There's a matter—" The Virginian stepped inside and took off his hat. "Sit down. You had trouble. I've heard something about it," the judge went on. The Virginian sat down, grave and graceful. But he held the brim of his hat all the while. He looked at Ogden and me, and then back at his employer. There was reluctance in his eye. I wondered if his employer could be going to make him tell his own exploits in the presence of us outsiders, and there came into my memory the Bengal tiger at a trained animal show I had once seen. "You had some trouble," repeated the judge. "Well, there was a time when they maybe wanted to have notions. They're good boys," and he smiled a very little. Contentment increased in the judge's face. "Trampas a good boy too?" But this time the Bengal tiger did not smile. He sat with his eye fastened on his employer. The judge passed rather quickly on to his next point. "You've brought them all back, though, I understand, safe and sound, without a scratch?" The Virginian looked down at his hat, then up again at the judge mildly. "I had to part with my cook." There was no use. Ogden and myself exploded. Even upon the embarrassed Virginian a large grin slowly forced itself. "I guess you know about it," he murmured, and he looked at me with a sort of reproach. He knew it was I who had told tales out of school. "I only want to say," said Ogden conciliatingly, "that I know I couldn't have handled those men." The Virginian relented. "You never tried, sir." The judge had remained serious, but he showed himself plainly more and more contented. "Quite right," he said. "You had to part with your cook. When I put a man in charge, I put him in charge. I don't make particulars my business. They're to be always his. Do you understand?" "Thank you." The Virginian understood that his employer was praising his management of the expedition. But I don't think he at all discerned, as I did presently, that his employer had just been putting him to a further test, had laid before him the temptation of complaining of a fellow workman and blowing his own trumpet, and was delighted with his reticence. He made a movement to rise. "I haven't finished," said the judge. "I was coming to the matter. There's one particular, since I do happen to have been told. I fancy Trampas has learned something he didn't expect." This time the Virginian evidently did not understand any more than I did. One hand played with his hat, mechanically turning it round. The judge explained. "I mean about Roberts." A pulse of triumph shot over the Southerner's face, turning it savage for that fleeting instant. He understood now, and was unable to suppress this much answer. But he was silent. "You see," the judge explained to me, "I was obliged to let Roberts, my old foreman, go last week. His wife could not have stood another winter here, and a good position was offered to him near Los Angeles." I did see. I saw a number of things. I saw why the foreman's house had been empty to receive Dr. MacBride and me. And I saw that the judge had been very clever indeed, for I had abstained from telling any tales about the present feeling between Trampas and the Virginian, but he had divined it. Well enough for him to say that particulars were something he let alone. He evidently kept a deep eye on the undercurrents at his ranch. He knew that in Roberts, Trampas had lost a powerful friend. And this was what I most saw, this final fact, that Trampas had no longer any intervening shield. He and the Virginian stood indeed man to man. "And so," the judge continued, speaking to me, "here I am at a very inconvenient time without a foreman, unless," I caught the twinkle in his eye before he turned to the Virginian, "unless you're willing to take the position yourself. Will you?" I saw the Southerner's hand grip his hat as he was turning it round. He held it still now, and his other hand found it and gradually crumpled the soft crown in. It meant everything to him: recognition, higher station, better fortune, a separate house of his own, and, perhaps, one step nearer to the woman he wanted. I don't know what words he might have said to the judge had they been alone, but the judge had chosen to do it in our presence, the whole thing from beginning to end. The Virginian sat with the damp coming out on his forehead, and his eyes dropped from his employer's. "Thank you," was what he managed at last to say. "Well, now I'm greatly relieved," exclaimed the judge, rising at once. He spoke with haste and lightly. "That's excellent. I was in something of a hole," he said to Ogden and me, "and this gives me one thing less to think of. Saves me a lot of particulars," he jocosely added to the Virginian, who was now also standing up. "Begin right off. Leave the bunkhouse. The gentleman won't mind you sleeping in your own house." Thus he dismissed his new foreman gaily. But the new foreman, when he got outside, turned back for one gruff word. "I'll try to please you." That was all. He was gone in the darkness. But there was light enough for me, looking after him, to see him lay his hand on a shoulder-high gate and vault it as if he had been the wind. Sounds of cheering came to us a few moments later from the bunkhouse. Evidently he had "begun right away," as the judge had directed. He had told his fortune to his brother cowpunchers, and this was their answer. "I wonder if Trampas is shouting too?" inquired Ogden. Said the judge. "That is one of the particulars I wash my hands of." I knew that he entirely meant it. I knew, once his decision taken of appointing the Virginian his lieutenant for good and all, that, like a wise commander-in-chief, He would trust his lieutenant to take care of his own business. "Well," Ogden pursued with interest, "haven't you landed Trampas plump at his mercy?" The phrase tickled the judge. "That is where I've landed him," he declared. "And here is Dr. MacBride." Thunder sat imminent upon the missionary's brow. Many were to be at his mercy soon. But for us he had sunshine still. "I am truly sorry to be turning you upside down," he said importantly, "but it seems the best place for my service." He spoke of the tables pushed back and the chairs gathered in the hall, where the storm would presently break upon the congregation. 8:30? he inquired. This was the hour appointed, and it was only 20 minutes off. We threw the unsmoked fractions of our cigars away, and returned to offer our services to the ladies. This amused the ladies. They had done without us. All was ready in the hall. "We got the cook to help us," Mrs. Ogden told me, "so as not to disturb your cigars. In spite of the cowboys, I still recognize my own country." "In the cook?" I rather densely asked. "Oh, no, I don't have a Chinaman. It's in the length of after-dinner cigars." "Had you been smoking," I returned, "you would have found them short this evening." "You make it worse," said the lady. "We have had nothing but Dr. MacBride." "We'll share him with you now," I exclaimed. "Has he announced his text? I've got one for him," said Molly Wood, joining us. She stood on tiptoe and spoke it comically in our ears. "I said in my haste, all men are liars." This made us merry as we stood among the chairs in the congested hall. I left the ladies and sought the bunkhouse. I had heard the cheers, but I was curious also to see the men, and how they were taking it. There was but little for the eye. There was much noise in the room. They were getting ready to come to church, brushing their hair, shaving, and making themselves clean, amid talk occasionally profane and continuously diverting. "Well, I'm a Christian, anyway," one declared. "I'm a Mormon, I guess," said another. "I belong to the Knights of Pythias," said a third. "I'm a Mohammedist," said a fourth. "I hope I ain't going to hear nothing to shock me." And they went on with their joking. But Trampas was out of the joking. He lay on his bed reading a newspaper, and took no pains to look pleasant. My eyes were considering him when the blithe Scipio came in. "Don't look so bashful," said he. "There's only us girls here." He had been helping the Virginian move his belongings from the bunkhouse over to the foreman's cabin. He himself was to occupy the Virginian's old bed here. "And I hope sleeping in it will bring me some of his luck," said Scipio. "You'd ought to have seen us when he told us in his quiet way. Well," Scipio sighed a little, "it must feel good to have your friends glad about you." "Especially Trampas," said I. "The judge knows about that," I added. "Knows, does he? What's he say?" Scipio drew me quickly out of the bunkhouse. "Says it's no business of his." "Said nothing but that?" Scipio's curiosity seemed strangely intense. "Made no suggestion? Not a thing?" "Not a thing. Said he didn't want to know and didn't care." "How did he happen to hear about it?" snapped Scipio. "You told him," he immediately guessed. "He never would." And Scipio jerked his thumb at the Virginian, who appeared for a moment in the lighted window of the new quarters he was arranging. "He never would tell," Scipio repeated. "And so the judge never made a suggestion to him," he muttered, nodding in the darkness. "So it's just his own notion. Just like him, too, come to think of it. Only I didn't expect well, I guess he could surprise me any day he tried." "You're surprising me now," I said. "What's it all about?" "Oh, him and Trampas." "What? Nothing's surely happened yet?" I was as curious as Scipio had been. "No, not yet, but there will." "Great heavens, man, when?" "Just as soon as Trampas makes the first move," Scipio replied easily. I became dignified. Scipio had evidently been told things by the Virginian. "Yes, I up and asked him plumb out," Scipio answered. I was lifting his trunk in at the door, and I couldn't stand it no longer, and I asked him plumb out. "You've sure got Trampas where you want him," that's what I said, and he up and answered and told me, so I know. At this point Scipio stopped. I was not to know. "I had no idea," I said, "that your system held so much meanness." "Oh, it ain't meanness," and he laughed ecstatically. "What do you call it, then?" "He'd call it discretion," said Scipio. Then he became serious. "It's too blamed grand to tell you. I'll leave you to see it happen. Keep around, that's all. Keep around. I pretty near wish I didn't know it myself." What with my feelings at Scipio's discretion and my human curiosity, I was not in that mood which best profits from a sermon. Yet even though my expectations had been cruelly left quivering in mid-air, I was not sure how much I really wanted to "keep around." You will therefore understand how Dr. MacBride was able to make a prayer and to read Scripture without my being conscious of a word that he had uttered. It was when I saw him opening the manuscript of his sermon that I suddenly remembered I was sitting, so to speak, in church, and began once more to think of the preacher and his congregation. Our chairs were in the front line, of course, but being next the wall I could easily see the cowboys behind me. They were perfectly decorous. If Mrs. Ogden had looked for pistols, daredevil attitudes, and so forth, she must have been greatly disappointed. Except for their weather-beaten cheeks and eyes, they were simply American young men, with mustaches and without, and might have been sitting, say, in Danbury, Connecticut. Even Trampas merged quietly with the general placidity. The Virginian did not, to be sure, look like Danbury, and his frame and his features showed out of the mass, but his eyes were upon Dr. MacBride with a cream-like propriety. Our missionary did not choose Miss Wood's text. He made his selection from another of the Psalms, and when it came, I did not dare to look at anybody. I was much nearer unseemly conduct than the cowboys. Dr. MacBride gave us his text sonorously. "They are altogether become filthy. There is none of them that doeth good, no, not one." His eyes showed us plainly that present company was not excepted from this. He repeated the text once more, then, launching upon his discourse, gave none of us a ray of hope. I had heard it all often before, but preached to cowboys it took on a new glare of untimeliness, of grotesque obsoleteness, as if someone should say, "Let me persuade you to admire woman," and forthwith hold out her bleached bones to you. The cowboys were told that not only they could do no good, but that if they did contrive to, it would not help them. Nay, more. Not only honest deeds availed them nothing, but even if they accepted this especial creed which was being explained to them as necessary for salvation, still it might not save them. Their sin was indeed the cause of their damnation, yet, keeping from sin, they might nevertheless be lost. It had all been settled for them not only before they were born, but before Adam was shaped. Having told them this, he invited them to glorify the Creator of the scheme. Even if damned, they must praise the person who had made them expressly for damnation. That is what I heard him prove by logic to these cowboys. Stone upon stone he built the black cellar of his theology, leaving out its beautiful park and the sunshine of its garden. He did not tell them the splendor of its past, the noble fortress for good that it had been, how its tonic had strengthened generations of their fathers. No, wrath he spoke of, and never once of love. It was the bishop's way, I knew well, to hold cowboys by homely talk of their special hardships and temptations, and when they fell, he spoke to them of forgiveness and brought them encouragement. But Dr. MacBride never thought once of the lives of these waifs. Like himself, like all mankind, they were invisible dots in creation. Like him, they were to feel as nothing, to be swept up in the potent heat of his faith. So he thrust out to them none of the sweet, but all the bitter of his creed, naked and stern as iron. Dogma was his all in all, and poor humanity was nothing but flesh for its canons. Thus to kill what chance he had for being of use seemed to me more deplorable than it did evidently to them. Their attention merely wandered. 300 years ago they would have been frightened, but not in this electric day. I saw Scipio stifling a smile when it came to the doctrine of original sin. "We know of its truth," said Dr. MacBride, "from the severe troubles and distresses to which infants are liable, and from death passing upon them before they are capable of sinning." Yet I knew he was a good man, and I also knew that if a missionary is to be tactless, he might almost as well be bad. I said their attention wandered, but I forgot the Virginian. At first his attitude might have been mere propriety. One can look respectfully at a preacher and be internally breaking all the commandments. But even with the text I saw real attention light in the Virginian's eye. And keeping track of the concentration that grew on him with each minute made the sermon short for me. He missed nothing. Before the end his gaze at the preacher had become swerveless. Was he convert or critic? Convert was incredible. Thus was an hour passed before I had thought of time. When it was over we took it variously. The preacher was genial and spoke of having now broken ground for the lessons that he hoped to instill. He discoursed for a while about trout fishing, and about the rumored uneasiness of the Indians northward where he was going. It was plain that his personal safety never gave him a thought. He soon bade us good night. The Ogdens shrugged their shoulders and were amused. That was their way of taking it. Dr. MacBride sat too heavily on the judge's shoulders for him to shrug them. As a leading citizen in the territory, he kept open house for all comers. Policy and good nature made him bid welcome a wide variety of travelers. The cowboy out of employment found bed and a meal for himself and his horse, and missionaries had before now been well received at Sunk Creek Ranch. "I suppose I'll have to take him fishing," said the judge ruefully. "Yes, my dear," said his wife, "you will, and I shall have to make his tea for 6 days." "Otherwise," Ogden suggested, "it might be reported that you were enemies of religion." "That's about it," said the judge. "I can get on with most people, but elephants depress me." So we named the doctor Jumbo, and I departed to my quarters. At the bunkhouse the comments were similar but more highly salted. The men were going to bed. In spite of their outward decorum at the service, they had not liked to be told that they were altogether become filthy. It was easy to call names, they could do that themselves, and they appealed to me, several speaking at once, like a concerted piece at the opera. "Say, do you believe babies go to hell?" "Aw, of course you don't." "There ain't no hereafter anyway." "Ain't there?" "Who told you?" "Same man as told the preacher we were all a sifted set of sons of guns." "Well, I'm going to stay a Mormon." "Well, I'm going to quit fleeing from temptation." "That's so. Better get it in the neck after a good time than a poor one." And so forth. Their wit was not extreme, yet I should like Dr. MacBride to have heard it. One fellow put his natural soul pretty well into words. "If I happened to learn what they had predestinated me to do, I'd do the other thing, just to show 'em." And Trampas? And the Virginian? They were out of it. The Virginian had gone straight to his new abode. Trampas lay in his bed, not asleep, and sullen as ever. "He ain't got religion this trip," said Scipio to me. "Did his new foreman get it?" I asked. "Huh! It would spoil him. You keep around, that's all. Keep around." Scipio was not to be probed, and I went, still baffled, to my repose. No light burned in the cabin as I approached its door. The Virginian's room was quiet and dark. and that Dr. MacBride slumbered was plainly audible to me even before I entered. Go fishing with him? I thought as I undressed, and I selfishly decided that the judge might have this privilege entirely to himself. Sleep came to me fairly soon in spite of the doctor. I was wakened from it by my bed's being jolted, not a pleasant thing that night. I must have started, and it was the quiet voice of the Virginian that told me he was sorry to have accidentally disturbed me. This disturbed me a good deal more, but his steps did not go to the bunkhouse, as my sensational mind had suggested. He was not wearing much, and in the dimness he seemed taller than common. I next made out that he was bending over Dr. MacBride. The divine at last sprang upright. "I am armed," he said. "Take care. Who are you?" "You can lay down your guns, sir. I feel like my spirit was going to bear witness. I feel like I might get an enlightening." He was using some of the missionary's own language. The baffling I had been treated to by Scipio melted to nothing in this. Did living men petrify, I should have changed to mineral between the sheets. The doctor got out of bed, lighted his lamp and found a book, and the two retired into the Virginian's room, where I could hear the exhortations as I lay amazed. In time the doctor returned, blew out his lamp, and settled himself. I had been very much awake, but was nearly gone to sleep again, when the door creaked and the Virginian stood by the doctor's side. "Are you awake, sir?" "What? What's that? What is it?" "Excuse me, sir. The enemy is winning on me. I'm feeling less inward opposition to sin." The lamp was lighted, and I listened to some further exhortations. They must have taken half an hour. When the doctor was in bed again, I thought that I heard him sigh. This upset my composure in the dark, but I lay face downward in the pillow, and the doctor was soon again snoring. I envied him for a while his faculty of easy sleep, but I must have dropped off myself, for it was the lamp in my eyes that now waked me as he came back for the third time from the Virginian's room. Before blowing the light out he looked at his watch, and thereupon I inquired the hour of him. "3," said he. I could not sleep any more now, and I lay watching the darkness. "I'm afeared to be alone," said the Virginian's voice presently in the next room. "I'm afeared." There was a short pause, and then he shouted very loud, "I'm losing my desire after the sincere milk of the Word." "What? What's that? What?" The doctor's cot gave a great crack as he started up listening, and I put my face deep in the pillow. "I'm afeared. I'm afeared. Sin has quit being bitter in my belly." "Courage, my good man." The doctor was out of bed with his lamp again, and the door shut behind him. Between them they made it long this time. I saw the window become gray, then the corners of the furniture grow visible, and outside the dry chorus of the blackbirds began to fill the dawn. To these the sounds of chickens and impatient hoofs in the stable were added, and some cow wandered by loudly calling for her calf. Next someone whistling passed near and grew distant. But although the cold hue that I lay staring at through the window warmed and changed, the doctor continued working hard over his patient in the next room. Only a word here and there was distinct, but it was plain from the Virginian's fewer remarks that the sin in his belly was alarming him less. Yes, they made this time long, but it proved indeed the last one, and though some sort of catastrophe was bound to fall upon us, it was myself who precipitated the thing that did happen. Day was wholly come. I looked at my own watch, and it was 6. I had been about 7 hours in my bed, and the doctor had been about 7 hours out of his. The door opened, and he came in with his book and lamp. He seemed to be shivering a little, and I saw him cast a longing eye at his couch. But the Virginian followed him even as he blew out the now quite superfluous light. They made a noticeable couple in their underclothes. the Virginian with his lean racehorse shanks running to a point at his ankle, and the doctor with his stomach and his fat sedentary calves. "You'll be going to breakfast and the ladies, seh, pretty soon," said the Virginian with a chastened voice. "But I'll worry through the day somehow without you, and tonight you can turn your wolf loose on me again." Once more it was no use. My face was deep in the pillow, but I made sounds as of a hen who has laid an egg. It broke on the doctor with a total instantaneous smash, quite like an egg. He tried to speak calmly. "This is a disgrace, an infamous disgrace. Never in my life have I—" Words forsook him, and his face grew redder. "Never in my life—" He stopped again, because, at the sight of him being dignified in his red drawers, I was making the noise of a dozen hens. It was suddenly too much for the Virginian. He hastened into his room, and there sank on the floor with his head in his hands. The doctor immediately slammed the door upon him, and this rendered me easily fit for a lunatic asylum. I cried into my pillow, and wondered if the doctor would come and kill me. But he took no notice of me whatever. I could hear the Virginian's convulsions through the door, and also the doctor furiously making his toilet within 3 feet of my head. And I lay quite still with my face the other way, for I was really afraid to look at him. When I heard him walk to the door in his boots, I ventured to peep, and there he was, going out with his bag in his hand. As I still continued to lie, weak and sore, and with a mind that had ceased all operation, the Virginian's door opened. He was clean and dressed and decent, but the devil still sported in his eye. I have never seen a creature more irresistibly handsome. Then my mind worked again. "You've gone and done it," said I. "He's packed his valise. He'll not sleep here." The Virginian looked quickly out of the door. "Why, he's leaving us," he exclaimed. "Driving away right now in his little old buggy." He turned to me, and our eyes met solemnly over this large fact. I thought that I perceived the faintest tincture of dismay in the features of Judge Henry's new, responsible, trusty foreman. This was the first act of his administration. Once again he looked out at the departing missionary. "Well," he vindictively stated, "I certainly ain't going to run after him." And he looked at me again. "Do you suppose the judge knows?" I inquired. He shook his head. "The window shades is all down still over yonder." He paused. "I don't care," he stated, quite as if he had been 10 years old. Then he grinned guiltily. "I was mighty respectful to him all night." "Oh, yes, respectful, especially when you invited him to turn his wolf loose." The Virginian gave a joyous gulp. He now came and sat down on the edge of my bed. "I spoke awful good English to him most of the time," said he. "I can, you know, when I cinch my attention tight onto it. Yes, I certainly spoke a lot of good English. I didn't understand some of it myself." He was now growing frankly pleased with his exploit. He had builded so much better than he knew. He got up and looked out across the crystal world of light. "The doctor is at 1 Mile Crossing," he said. "He'll get breakfast at the Inn Lazy Y." Then he returned and sat again on my bed, and began to give me his real heart. "I never set up for being better than others, not even to myself. My thoughts ain't apt to travel around making comparisons, and I shouldn't wonder if my memory took as much notice of the meannesses I have done as of the other actions. But to have to sit like a dumb lamb and let a stranger tell you for an hour that you're a hog and a swine, just after you have acted in a way which them that knows the facts would call pretty near white. Trampas! I could not help exclaiming. For there are moments of insight when a guess amounts to knowledge. "Has Scipio told—" "No, not a word. He wouldn't tell me." "Well, you see, I arrived home here this evening with several thoughts working and stirring inside me, and not one of them thoughts was what you'd call Christian. I ain't the least little bit ashamed of 'em. I'm a human. But after the judge, well, you heard him. And so when I went away from that talk and saw how positions was changed—" A step outside stopped him short. Nothing more could be read in his face, for there was Trampas himself in the open door. "Good morning," said Trampas, not looking at us. He spoke with the same cool sullenness of yesterday. We returned his greeting. "I believe I'm late in congratulating you on your promotion," said he. The Virginian consulted his watch. "It's only half after 6, he returned. Trampas's sullenness deepened. "Any man is to be congratulated on getting a rise, I expect." This time the Virginian let him have it. "Certainly, and I ain't forgetting how much I owe mine to you." Trampas would have liked to let himself go. "I've not come here for any forgiveness," he sneered. "When did you feel you needed any?" The Virginian was impregnable. Trampas seemed to feel how little he was gaining this way. He came out straight now. "Oh, I haven't any judge behind me, I know. I heard you'd be paying the boys this morning, and I've come for my time." "You're thinking of leaving us?" asked the new foreman. "What's your dissatisfaction?" "Oh, I'm not needing anybody back of me. I'll get along by myself." It was thus he revealed his expectation of being dismissed by his enemy. This would have knocked any meditated generosity out of my heart, but I was not the Virginian. He shifted his legs, leaned back a little, and laughed. "Go back to your job, Trampas, if that's all your complaint. You're right about me being in luck. But maybe there's two of us in luck." It was this that Scipio had preferred me to see with my own eyes. The fight was between man and man no longer. The case could not be one of forgiveness, but the Virginian would not use his official position to crush his subordinate. Trampas departed with something muttered that I did not hear, and the Virginian closed intimate conversation by saying, "You'll be late for breakfast." With that he also took himself away. The ladies were inclined to be scandalized, but not the judge. When my whole story was done, he brought his fist down on the table, and not lightly this time. "I'd make him lieutenant general if the ranch offered that position," he declared. Miss Molly Wood said nothing at the time, but in the afternoon, by her wish, she went fishing, with the Virginian deputed to escort her. I rode with them for a while. I was not going to continue a third in that party. The Virginian was too becomingly dressed, and I saw Kenilworth peeping out of his pocket. I meant to be fishing by myself when that volume was returned. But Miss Wood talked with skilful openness as we rode. "I've heard all about you and Dr. MacBride," she said. "How could you do it when the judge places such confidence in you?" He looked pleased. "I reckon," he said, "I couldn't be so good if I wasn't bad onced in a while." "Why, there's a skunk," said I, noticing the pretty little animal trotting in front of us at the edge of the thickets. "Oh, where is it? Don't let me see it!" screamed Molly. And at this deeply feminine remark, the Virginian looked at her with such a smile that, had I been a woman, it would have made me his to do what he pleased with on the spot. Upon the lady, however, it seemed to make less impression, or rather, I had better say, whatever were her feelings, she very naturally made no display of them, and contrived not to be aware of that expression which had passed over the Virginian's face. It was later that these few words reached me while I was fishing alone. "Have you anything different to tell me yet?" I heard him say. "Yes, I have." She spoke in accents light and well entrenched. "I wish to say that I have never liked any man better than you. But I expect to." He must have drawn small comfort from such an answer as that, but he laughed out indomitably. "Don't you go betting on any such expectation." And then their words ceased to be distinct, and it was only their two voices that I heard wandering among the windings of the stream. We all know what birds of a feather do, and it may be safely surmised that if a bird of any particular feather has been for a long while unable to see other birds of its kind, it will flock with them all the more assiduously when they happen to alight in its vicinity. Now the Ogdens were birds of Molly's feather. They wore eastern and not western plumage, and their song was a different song from that which the Bear Creek birds sang. To be sure, the piping of little George Taylor was full of hopeful interest, and many other strains, both striking and melodious, were lifted in cattle land, and had given pleasure to Molly's ear. But although Indians and bears and mavericks make worthy themes for song, these are not the only songs in the world. Therefore the eastern warblings of the Ogdens sounded doubly sweet to Molly Wood. Such words as Newport, Bar Harbor, and Tiffany's thrilled her exceedingly. It made no difference that she herself had never been to Newport or Bar Harbor, and had visited Tiffany's more often to admire than to purchase. On the contrary, this rather added a dazzle to the music of the Ogdens. And Molly, whose Eastern song had been silent in this strange land, began to chirp it again during the visit that she made at the Sunk Creek Ranch. Thus the Virginian's cause by no means prospered at this time. His forces were scattered, while Molly's were concentrated. The girl was not at that point where absence makes the heart grow fonder. While the Virginian was trundling his long, responsible miles in the caboose, delivering the cattle at Chicago, vanquishing Trampas along the Yellowstone, she had regained herself. Thus it was that she could tell him so easily during those first hours that they were alone after his return, "I expect to like another man better than you." Absence had recruited her, and then the Ogdens had reinforced her. They brought the East back powerfully to her memory, and her thoughts filled with it. They did not dream that they were assisting in any battle. No one ever had more unconscious allies than did Molly at that time. But she used them consciously, or almost consciously. She frequented them. She spoke of Eastern matters. She found that she had acquaintances whom the Ogdens also knew, and she often brought them into the conversation. For it may be said, I think, that she was fighting a battle, nay, a campaign. And perhaps this was a hopeful sign for the Virginian, had he but known it, that the girl resorted to allies. She surrounded herself, she steeped herself with the East, to have, as it were, a sort of counteractant against the spell of the black-haired horseman. And his forces were, as I have said, scattered. For his promotion gave him no more time for love-making. He was foreman now. He had said to Judge Henry, "I'll try to please you." And after the throb of emotion which these words had both concealed and conveyed, there came to him that sort of intention to win which amounts to a certainty. Yes, he would please Judge Henry. He did not know how much he had already pleased him. He did not know that the judge was humorously undecided which of his new foreman's first acts had the more delighted him, his performance with the missionary or his magnanimity to Trampas. "Good feeling is a great thing in anyone," the judge would say, "but I like to know that my foreman has so much sense." "I am personally very grateful to him," said Mrs. Henry. And indeed so was the whole company. To be afflicted with Dr. MacBride for one night instead of 6 was a great liberation. But the Virginian never saw his sweetheart alone again. While she was at the Sunk Creek Ranch, his duties called him away so much that there was no chance for him. Worse still, that habit of birds of a feather brought about a separation more considerable. She arranged to go east with the Ogdens. It was so good an opportunity to travel with friends instead of making the journey alone. Molly's term of ministration at the schoolhouse had so pleased Bear Creek that she was warmly urged to take a holiday. School could afford to begin a little late. Accordingly, she departed. The Virginian hid his sore heart from her during the moment of farewell that they had. "No, I'll not want any more books," he said, "till you come back." And then he made cheerfulness. "It's just the other way round," said he. "What is the other way round?" "Why, last time it was me that went travelling, and you that stayed behind." "So it was!" And here she gave him a last scratch. "But you'll be busier than ever," she said. "No spare time to grieve about me." She could wound him, and she knew it. Nobody else could. That is why she did it. But he gave her something to remember, too. "Next time," he said, "neither of us will stay behind. We'll both go together." And with these words he gave her no laughing glance. It was a look that mingled with the words, so that now and again in the train both came back to her, and she sat pensive, drawing near to Bennington, and hearing his voice and seeing his eyes. How is it that this girl could cry at having to tell Sam Bannett she could not think of him, and then treat another lover as she treated the Virginian? I cannot tell you, having never, as I said before, been a woman myself. Bennington opened its arms to its venturesome daughter. Much was made of Molly Wood. Old faces and old places welcomed her. Fatted calves of varying dimensions made their appearance. And although the fatted calf is an animal that can assume more divergent shapes than any other known creature, being sometimes champagne and partridges, and again cake and currant wine, through each disguise you can always identify the same calf. The girl from Bear Creek met it at every turn. The Bannocks at Hoosick Falls offered a large specimen to Molly, a dinner, perhaps I should say a banquet, of 24. And Sam Bannett, of course, took her to drive more than once. "I want to see the Hoosick Bridge," she would say, and when they reached that well-remembered point, "How lovely it is!" she exclaimed, and as she gazed at the view up and down the valley she would grow pensive. "How natural the church looks," she continued, and then, having crossed both bridges, "Oh, there's the dear old lodge gate!" Or again, while they drove up the valley of the Little Hoosick, "I had forgotten it was so nice and lonely. But after all, no woods are so interesting as those where you might possibly see a bear or an elk." And upon another occasion, after a cry of enthusiasm at the view from the top of Mount Anthony, "It's lovely, lovely, lovely," she said with diminishing cadence, ending in pensiveness once more. "Do you see that little bit just there? No, not where the trees are, that bare spot that looks brown and warm in the sun. With a little sagebrush, that spot would look something like a place I know on Bear Creek, only of course you don't get the clear air here." "I don't forget you," said Sam. "Do you remember me? Or is it out of sight, out of mind?" And with this beginning he renewed his suit. She told him that she forgot no one, that she should return always, lest they might forget her. "Return always?" he exclaimed. "You talk as if your anchor was dragging." Was it? At all events, Sam failed in his suit. Over in the house at Dunbarton, the old lady held Molly's hand and looked a long while at her. "You have changed very much," she said finally. "I am a year older," said the girl. "Pshaw, my dear," said the great aunt. "Who is he?" "Nobody!" cried Molly with indignation. "Then you shouldn't answer so loud," said the great aunt. The girl suddenly hid her face. "I don't believe I can love any one," she said, "except myself." And then that old lady, who in her day had made her courtesy to Lafayette, began to stroke her niece's buried head, because she more than half understood. And understanding thus much, she asked no prying questions, but thought of the days of her own youth, and only spoke a little quiet love and confidence to Molly. "I am an old, old woman," she said, "but I haven't forgotten about it. They objected to him because he had no fortune. But he was brave and handsome, and I loved him, my dear. Only I ought to have loved him more. I gave him my promise to think about it, and he and his ship were lost." The great aunt's voice had become very soft and low, and she spoke with many pauses. "So then I knew. Perhaps I should have lost him, but it would have been after. Ah, well, so long as you can help it, never marry. But when you cannot help it a moment longer, then listen to nothing but that. For, my dear, I know your choice would be worthy of the Starks. And now, let me see his picture." "Why, auntie!" said Molly. "Well, I won't pretend to be supernatural," said the aunt, "but I thought you kept one back when you were showing us those western views last night." Now this was the precise truth. Molly had brought a number of photographs from Wyoming to show to her friends at home. These, however, with one exception, were not portraits. They were views of scenery and of cattle roundups, and other scenes characteristic of ranch life. Of young men she had in her possession several photographs, and all but one of these she had left behind her. Her aunt's penetration had in a way mesmerized the girl. She rose obediently and sought that picture of the Virginian. It was full length, displaying him in all his cowboy trappings, the leathern chaps, the belt and pistol, and in his hand a coil of rope. Not one of her family had seen it, or suspected its existence. She now brought it downstairs and placed it in her aunt's hand. "Mercy!" cried the old lady. Molly was silent, but her eye grew warlike. "Is that the way—" began the aunt. "Mercy!" she murmured, and she sat staring at the picture. Molly remained silent. Her aunt looked slowly up at her. "Has a man like that presumed—" "He's not a bit like that. Yes, he's exactly like that," said Molly, and she would have snatched the photograph away, but her aunt retained it. "Well," she said, "I suppose there are days when he does not kill people." "He never killed anybody," and Molly laughed. "Are you seriously—" said the old lady. "I almost might, at times. He is perfectly splendid." "My dear, you have fallen in love with his clothes." "It's not his clothes, and I'm not in love. He often wears others. He wears a white collar like anybody." "Then that would be a more suitable way to be photographed, I think. He couldn't go round like that here. I could not receive him myself." "He'd never think of such a thing. Why, you talk as if he were a savage." The old lady studied the picture closely for a minute. "I think it is a good face," she finally remarked. "Is the fellow as handsome as that, my dear?" More so, Molly thought. And who was he, and what were his prospects? Were the aunt's next inquiries. She shook her head at the answers which she received, and she also shook her head over her niece's emphatic denial that her heart was lost to this man. But when their parting came, the old lady said, "God bless you and keep you, my dear. I'll not try to manage you. They managed me." A sigh spoke the rest of this sentence. "But I'm not worried about you, at least not very much. You have never done anything that was not worthy of the Starks. And if you're going to take him, do it before I die, so that I can bid him welcome for your sake. God bless you, my dear." And after the girl had gone back to Bennington, the great aunt had this thought: "She is like us all. She wants a man that is a man." Nor did the old lady breathe her knowledge to any member of the family, for she was a loyal spirit, and her girl's confidence was sacred to her. "Besides," she reflected, "if even I can do nothing with her, what a mess they'd make of it! We should hear of her elopement next." So Molly's immediate family never saw that photograph, and never heard a word from her upon this subject. But on the day that she left for Bear Creek, as they sat missing her and discussing her visit in the evening, Mrs. Bell observed, "Mother, how do you think she was?" "I never saw her better, Sarah. That horrible place seems to agree with her." "Oh, yes, agree. It seemed to me—" "Well?" "Oh, just somehow that she was thinking." "Thinking?" "Well, I believe she has something on her mind." "You mean a man," said Andrew Bell. "A man, Andrew?" "Yes, Mrs. Wood, that's what Sarah always means." It may be mentioned that Sarah's surmises did not greatly contribute to her mother's happiness. And rumor is so strange a thing that presently from the malicious outside air came a vague and dreadful word, one of those words that cannot be traced to its source. Somebody said to Andrew Bell that they heard Miss Molly Wood was engaged to marry a rustler. "Heavens, Andrew," said his wife, "what is a rustler?" It was not in any dictionary, and current translations of it were inconsistent. A man at Hoosick Falls said that he had passed through Cheyenne, and heard the term applied in a complimentary way to people who were alive and pushing. Another man had always supposed it meant some kind of horse. But the most alarming version of all was that a rustler was a cattle thief. Now the truth is that all these meanings were right. The word ran a sort of progress in the cattle country, gathering many meanings as it went. It gathered more, however, in Bennington. In a very few days, gossip had it that Molly was engaged to a gambler, a gold miner, an escaped stage robber, and a Mexican bandit, while Mrs. Flint feared she had married a Mormon. Along Bear Creek, however, Molly and her rustler took a ride soon after her return. They were neither married nor engaged, and she was telling him about Vermont. "I never was there," said he. "Never happened to strike in that direction." "What decided your direction?" "Oh, looking for chances. I reckon I must have been more ambitious than my brothers, or more restless. They stayed around on farms, but I got out. When I went back again 6 years afterward, I was 20. They was talking about the same old things, men of 25 and 30, yet just sitting and talking about the same old things. I told my mother about what I'd seen here and there, and she liked it, right to her death. But the others, well, when I found this whole world was hogs and turkeys to them, with a little gunnin' after small game throwed in, I put on my hat one mawnin' and told 'em maybe when I was 50 I'd look in on 'em again to see if they'd got any new subjects. But they'll never. My brothers don't seem to want chances." "You have lost a good many yourself," said Molly. "That's correct." "And yet," said she, "sometimes I think you know a great deal more than I ever shall." "Why, of course I do," said he, quite simply. "I have earned my living since I was 14, and that's from old Mexico to British Columbia. I have never stolen or begged a cent. I'd not want you to know what I know." She was looking at him, half listening and half thinking of her great aunt. "I'm not losing chances any more," he continued, "and you are the best I've got." She was not sorry to have Georgie Taylor come galloping along at this moment and join them, but the Virginian swore profanely under his breath, and on this ride nothing more happened. Love had been snowbound for many weeks. Before this imprisonment its course had run neither smooth nor rough, so far as I could see. It had run either not at all, or as an undercurrent, deep out of sight. In their rides, in their talks, love had been dumb, as to spoken words at least, for the Virginian had set himself a heavy task of silence and of patience. Then, where winter barred his visits to Bear Creek, and there was for the while no ranch work or responsibility to fill his thoughts and blood with action, he set himself a task much lighter. Often, instead of Shakespeare and fiction, school books lay open on his cabin table, and penmanship and spelling helped the hours to pass. Many sheets of paper did he fill with various exercises, and Mrs. Henry gave him her assistance in advice and corrections. "I shall presently be in love with him myself," she told the judge, "and it's time for you to become anxious." "I am perfectly safe," he retorted. "There's only one woman for him any more." "She is not good enough for him," declared Mrs. Henry, "but he'll never see that." So the snow fell, the world froze, and the spelling books and exercises went on. But this was not the only case of education which was progressing at the Sunk Creek Ranch while love was snowbound. One morning Scipio Le Moyne entered the Virginian's sitting room, that apartment where Dr. MacBride had wrestled with sin so courageously all night. The Virginian sat at his desk. Open books lay around him. A half-finished piece of writing was beneath his fist. His fingers were coated with ink. Education enveloped him, it may be said, but there was none in his eye. That was upon the window, looking far across the cold plain. The foreman did not move when Scipio came in, and this humorous spirit smiled to himself. "It's Bear Creek he's having a vision of," he concluded. But he knew instantly that this was not so. The Virginian was looking at something real, and Scipio went to the window to see for himself. "Well," he said, having seen, "when is he going to leave us?" The foreman continued looking at two horsemen riding together. Their shapes, small in the distance, showed black against the universal whiteness. "When d'you figure he'll leave us?" repeated Scipio. "He," murmured the Virginian, always watching the distant horseman, and again, "he." Scipio sprawled down familiarly across a chair. He and the Virginian had come to know each other very well since that first meeting at Medora. They were birds, many of whose feathers were the same, and the Virginian often talked to Scipio without reserve. Consequently, Scipio now understood those two syllables that the Virginian had pronounced precisely as though the sentences which lay between them had been fully expressed. He remarked. "Well, one will be a gain, and the other won't be no loss." "Poor Shorty," said the Virginian. "Poor fool." Scipio was less compassionate. "No," he persisted, "I ain't sorry for him. Any man old enough to have hair on his face ought to see through Trampas." The Virginian looked out of the window again, and watched Shorty and Trampas as they rode in the distance. "Shorty is kind to animals," he said. "He has gentled that hoss Pedro he bought with his first money. Gentled him wonderful. When a man is kind to dumb animals, I always say he has got some good in him." "Yes," Scipio reluctantly admitted. "Yes, but I always did hate a fool." "This hyeh is a mighty cruel country," pursued the Virginian. "To animals, that is. Think of it. Think what we do to hundreds and thousands of little calves. Throw 'em down, brand 'em, cut 'em, earmark 'em, turn 'em loose, and on to the next. It has got to be, of course. But I say this, if a man can go jamming hot irons onto little calves and slicing pieces off 'em with his knife, and live along, keeping a kindness for animals in his heart, he has got some good in him. And that's what Shorty has got. But he is letting Trampas get a hold of him, and both of them will leave us." And the Virginian looked out across the huge winter whiteness again, but the riders had now vanished behind some foothills. Scipio sat silent. He had never put these thoughts about men and animals to himself, and when they were put to him he saw that they were true. "Queer," he observed finally. "What?" "Everything." "Nothing's queer," stated the Virginian, "except marriage and lightning. Them two occurrences can still give me a sensation of surprise." "All the same, it is queer," Scipio insisted. "Well, let her go at me." "Why, Trampas, he done you dirt. You passed that over. You could have fired him, but you let him stay and keep his job. That's goodness. And badness is resulting from it, straight. Badness right from goodness." "You're off the trail a whole lot," said the Virginian. "Which side am I off, then?" "North, south, east, and west. First point, I didn't expect to do Trampas any good by not killing him, which I came pretty near doing 3 times. Nor I didn't expect to do Trampas any good by letting him keep his job. But I am foreman of this ranch, and I can sit and tell all men to their face I was above that meanness. Point 2, it ain't any goodness, it is Trampas that badness has resulted from. Put him anywhere and it will be the same. Put him under my eye, and I can follow his moves a little, anyway. You have noticed, maybe, that since you and I run onto that dead Polled Angus cow that was still warm when we got to her, we have found no more cows dead of sudden death. We came mighty close to catching whoever it was that killed that cow and ran her calf off to his own bunch. He wasn't 10 minutes ahead of us. We can prove nothing, and he knows that just as well as we do. But our cows have all quit dying of sudden death, and Trampas, he's getting ready for a change of residence. As soon as all the outfits begin hiring new hands in the spring, Trampas will leave us and take a job with some of them. And maybe our cows will commence getting killed again, and we'll have to take steps that will be more emphatic, maybe." Scipio meditated. "I wonder what killing a man feels like," he said. "Why, nothing to bother you when he'd ought to have been killed. Next point, Trampas, he'll take Shorty with him, which is certainly bad for Shorty. But it's me that has kept Shorty out of harm's way this long. If I'd fired Trampas, he'd have worked Shorty into dissatisfaction that much sooner." Scipio meditated again. "I knowed Trampas would pull his freight," he said, "but I didn't think of Shorty. What makes you think it?" "He asked me for a raise." "He ain't worth the pay he's getting now." "Trampas has told him different." "When a man ain't got no ideas of his own," said Scipio, "he'd ought to be kind of careful who he borrows 'em from." "That's mighty correct," said the Virginian. "Poor Shorty, he has told me about his life. It is sorrowful, and he will never get wise. It was too late for him to get wise when he was born. Do you know why he's after higher wages? He sends most all his money east." "I don't see what Trampas wants him for," said Scipio. "Oh, a handy tool some day." "Not very handy," said Scipio. "Well, Trampas is aiming to train him. You see, supposin' you were figuring to turn professional thief, you'd be looking around for a nice young trustful accomplice to take all the punishment and let you take the rest." "No such thing!" cried Scipio angrily. "I'm no shirker." And then, perceiving the Virginian's expression, he broke out laughing. "Well," he exclaimed, "you fooled me that time." "Looks that way, but I do mean it about Trampas." Presently Scipio rose, and noticed the half-finished exercise upon the Virginian's desk. "Trampas is a rolling stone," he said. "A rolling piece of mud," corrected the Virginian. "Mud, that's right. I'm a rolling stone. Sometimes I'd most like to quit being." "That's easy done," said the Virginian. "No doubt, when you've found the moss you want to gather." As Scipio glanced at the school books again, a sparkle lurked in his bleached blue eye. "I can cipher some," he said, "but I expect I've got my own notions about spelling." "I retain a few private ideas that way myself," remarked the Virginian, innocently, and Scipio's sparkle gathered light. "As to my geography," he pursued, "that's away out loose in the brush. Is Bennington the capital of Vermont? And how do you spell bridegroom?" "Last point," shouted the Virginian, letting a book fly after him. "Don't let badness and goodness worry you, for you'll never be a judge of them." But Scipio had dodged the book and was gone. As he went his way, he said to himself, "All the same, it must pay to fall regular in love." At the bunkhouse that afternoon it was observed that he was unusually silent. His exit from the foreman's cabin had let in a breath of winter so chill that the Virginian went to see his thermometer, a Christmas present from Mrs. Henry. It registered 20 below zero. After reviving the fire to a white blaze, the foreman sat thinking over the story of Shorty, what its useless, feeble past had been, what would be its useless, feeble future. He shook his head over the somber question, was there any way out for Shorty? It may be, he reflected, that them whose pleasure brings ye into this world owes ye a livin', but that don't make the world responsible. The world did not beget you. I reckon man helps them that help themselves. As for the universe, it looks like it did too wholesale a business to turn out an article up to standard every clip. Yes, it is sorrowful, for Shorty is kind to his hoss. In the evening the Virginian brought Shorty into his room. He usually knew what he had to say, usually found it easy to arrange his thoughts, and after such arranging the words came of themselves. But as he looked at Shorty, this did not happen to him. There was not a line of badness in the face, yet also there was not a line of strength, no promise in eye or nose or chin. The whole thing melted to a stubby, featureless mediocrity. It was a countenance like thousands, and hopelessness filled the Virginian as he looked at this lost dog and his dull, wistful eyes. But some beginning must be made. "I wonder what the thermometer's got to be," he said. "You can see it if you'll hold the lamp to that right side of the window." Shorty held the lamp. "I never used any," he said, looking out at the instrument nevertheless. The Virginian had forgotten that Shorty could not read, so he looked out of the window himself, and found that it was 22 below zero. "This is pretty good tobacco," he remarked, and Shorty helped himself and filled his pipe. "I had to rub my left ear with snow today," said he. "I was just in time." "I thought it looked pretty freezy out where you was riding," said the foreman. The lost dog's eyes showed plain astonishment. "We didn't see you out there," said he. "Well," said the foreman, "it'll soon not be freezing any more, and then we'll all be warm enough with work. Everybody will be working all over the range. And I wish I knew somebody that had a lot of stable work to be attended to. I certainly do, for your sake." "Why?" said Shorty. "Because it's the right kind of a job for you." "I can make more," began Shorty, and stopped. "There is a time comin'," said the Virginian, "when I'll want somebody that knows how to get the friendship of hosses. I'll want him to handle some special hosses the judge has plans about. Judge Henry would pay 50 a month for that." "I can make more," said Shorty, this time with stubbornness. "Well, yes, sometimes a man can, when he's not worth it, I mean, but it don't generally last." Shorty was silent. "I used to make more myself," said the Virginian. "You're making a lot more now," said Shorty. "Oh, yes, but I mean when I was foolin' around the earth, jumpin' from job to job, and hellin' all over town between whiles. I was not worth 50 a month then, nor 25, but there was nights I made a heap more at Kyard's." Shorty's eyes grew large. "And then, bang, it was gone with treatin' the men and the girls." "I don't always," said Shorty, and stopped again. The Virginian knew that he was thinking about the money he sent East. "After a while," he continued, "I noticed a right strange fact. The money I made easy that I wasn't worth, it went like it came. I strained myself none gettin' or spendin' it. But the money I made hard that I was worth, why, I began to feel right careful about that. And now I have got savings stowed away. If once you could know how good that feels." "So I would know," said Shorty, "with your luck." "What's my luck?" said the Virginian sternly. Well, if I had took up land along a creek that never goes dry, and proved upon it like you have, and if I had saw that land raise its value on me, with me lifting no finger—" "Why did you lift no finger?" cut in the Virginian. "Who stopped you taking up land? Did it not stretch in front of you, behind you, all around you, the biggest, baldest opportunity in sight? That was the time I lifted my finger, but you didn't." Shorty stood stubborn. "But never mind that," said the Virginian. "Take my land away tomorrow, and I'd still have my savings in bank. Because, you see, I had to work right hard gathering them in. I found out what I could do, and I settled down and did it. Now you can do that too. The only tough part is the finding out what you're good for. And for you, that is found. If you'll just decide to work at this thing you can do, and gentle those hosses for the judge, you'll be having savings in a bank yourself." "I can make more," said the lost dog. The Virginian was on the point of saying, "Then get out," but instead he spoke kindness to the end. "The weather's freezing yet," he said, "and it will be for a good long while. Take your time, and tell me if you change your mind." After that Shorty returned to the bunkhouse, and the Virginian knew that the boy had learned his lesson of discontent from Trampas with a thoroughness past all unteaching. This petty triumph of evil seemed scarce of the size to count as any victory over the Virginian. But all men grasp at straws. Since that first moment, when in the Medicine Bow saloon the Virginian had shut the mouth of Trampas by a word, the man had been trying to get even without risk, and at each successive clash of his weapon with the Virginian's, he had merely met another public humiliation. Therefore, now at the Sunk Creek Ranch in these cold white days, a certain lurking insolence in his gait showed plainly his opinion that by disaffecting Shorty he had made some sort of reprisal. Yes, he had poisoned the lost dog. In the springtime, when the neighboring ranches needed additional hands, it happened as the Virginian had foreseen. Trampas departed to a better job, as he took pains to say, and with him the docile Shorty rode away upon his horse Pedro. Love now was not any longer snowbound. The mountain trails were open enough for the sure feet of Love's steed, that horse called Monty. But duty blocked the path of Love. Instead of turning his face to Bear Creek, the foreman had other journeys to make, full of heavy work and watchfulness and counsels with the judge. The cattle thieves were growing bold, and winter had scattered the cattle widely over the range. Therefore the Virginian, instead of going to see her, wrote a letter to his sweetheart. It was his first. The letter which the Virginian wrote to Molly Wood was, as has been stated, the first that he had ever addressed to her. I think perhaps he may have been a little shy as to his skill in the epistolary art, a little anxious lest any sustained production from his pen might contain blunders that would too staringly remind her of his scant learning. He could turn off a business communication about steers or stock cars, or any other of the subjects involved in his profession, with a brevity and a clearness that led the judge to confide 3/4 of such correspondence to his foreman. "Write to the 76 outfit," the judge would say, "and tell them that my wagon cannot start for the roundup until," etc. Or, "Write to Cheyenne and say that if they will hold a meeting next Monday week, I will," etc. And then the Virginian would write such communications with ease. But his first message to his lady was scarcely written with ease. It must be classed, I think, among those productions which are styled literary efforts. It was completed in pencil before it was copied in ink, and that first draft of it in pencil was well nigh illegible, with erasures and amendments. The state of mind of the writer during its composition may be gathered without further description on my part from a slight interruption which occurred in the middle. The door opened and Scipio put his head in. "You comin' to dinner?" he inquired. "You go to hell!" replied the Virginian. "My jinks!" said Scipio quietly, and he shut the door without further observation. To tell the truth, I doubt if this letter would ever have been undertaken, far less completed and dispatched, had not the lover's heart been wrung with disappointment. All winter long he had looked to that day when he should knock at the girl's door, and hear her voice bid him come in. All winter long he had been choosing the ride he would take her. He had imagined a sunny afternoon, a hidden grove, a sheltering cleft of rock, a running spring, and some words of his that should conquer her at last and leave his lips upon hers. And with this controlled fire pent up within him, he had counted the days, scratching them off his calendar with a dig each night that once or twice snapped the pen. Then, when the trail stood open, this meeting was deferred, put off for indefinite days or weeks, he could not tell how long. So, gripping his pencil and tracing heavy words, he gave himself what consolation he could by writing her. The letter, duly stamped and addressed to Bear Creek, set forth upon its travels, and these were devious and long. When it reached its destination, it was some 20 days old. It had gone by private hand at the outset, taken the stagecoach at a waypoint, become late in that stagecoach, reached a point of transfer, and waited there for the postmaster to begin, continue, end, and recover from a game of poker mingled with whiskey. Then it once more proceeded, was dropped at the right waypoint, and carried by private hand to Bear Creek. The experience of this letter, however, was not at all a remarkable one at that time in Wyoming. Molly Wood looked at the envelope. She had never before seen the Virginian's handwriting. She knew it instantly. She closed her door and sat down to read it with a beating heart. Sunk Creek Ranch, May 5th, 1880 . My dear Miss Wood, I am sorry about this. My plan was different. It was to get over for a ride with you about now or sooner. This year spring is early. The snow is off the flats this side the range, and where the sun gets a chance to hit the earth strong all day, it is green and has flowers too, a good many. You can see them bob and mix together in the wind. The quaking asps down low on the south side are in small leaf, and will soon be twinkling like the flowers do now. I had planned to take a look at this with you, and that was a better plan than what I have got to do. The water is high, but I could have got over, and as for the snow on top of the mountain, a man told me nobody could cross it for a week yet, because he had just done it himself. Was not he a funny man? You ought to see how the birds have streamed across the sky while spring was coming. But you have seen them on your side of the mountain. But I can't come now, Miss Wood. There is a lot for me to do that has to be done, and Judge Henry needs more than 2 eyes just now. I could not think much of myself if I left him for my own wishes. But the days will be warmer when I come. We will not have to quit by 5, and we can get off and sit too. We could not sit now unless for a very short while. If I know when I can come, I will try to let you know, but I think it will be this way. I think you will just see me coming, for I have things to do of an unsure nature, and a good number of such. Do not believe reports about Indians. They are started by editors to keep the soldiers in the country. The friends of the editors get the hay and beef contracts. Indians do not come to settled parts like Bear Creek is. It is all editors and politicianists. Nothing has happened worth telling you. I have read that play Othello. No man should write down such a thing. Do you know if it is true? I have seen one worse affair down in Arizona. He killed his little child as well as his wife, but such things should not be put down in fine language for the public. I have read Romeo and Juliet. That is beautiful language, but Romeo is no man. I like his friend Mercutio that gets killed. He is a man. If he had got Juliet, there would have been no foolishness and trouble. Well, Miss Wood, I would like to see you today. Do you know what I think Monty would do if I rode him out and let the reins slack? He would come straight to your gate, for he is a horse of great judgment. That's the first word he has misspelled, said Molly. I suppose you are sitting with George Taylor and those children right now. Then George will get old enough to help his father, but Uncle Hughie's twins will be ready for you about then, and the supply will keep coming from all quarters, all sizes, for you to say big A, little a to them. There is no news here, only calves and cows, and the hens are laying now, which does always seem news to a hen every time she does it. Did I ever tell you about a hen, Emily, we had here? She was venturesome to an extent I have not seen in other hens, only she had poor judgment and would make no family ties. She would keep trying to get interest in the ties of others, taking charge of little chicks and bantams and turkeys and puppies one time, and she thought most anything was an egg. I will tell you about her some time. She died without family ties one day, while I was building a house for her to teach school in. The outrageous wretch! Cried Molly, and her cheeks turned deep pink as she sat alone with her lover's letter. I am coming the first day I am free. I will be 100 miles from you most of the time when I am not more, but I will ride 100 miles for 1 hour, and Monty is up to that. After never seeing you for so long, I will make 1 hour do if I have to. Here is a flower I have just been out and picked. I have kissed it now. That is the best I can do yet. Molly laid the letter in her lap and looked at the flower. Then suddenly she jumped up and pressed it to her lips, and after a long moment held it away from her. No, she said. No, no, no. She sat down. It was some time before she finished the letter. Then once more she got up and put on her hat. Mrs. Taylor wondered where the girl could be walking so fast. But she was not walking anywhere, and in half an hour she returned, rosy with her swift exercise, but with a spirit as perturbed as when she had set out. Next morning at 6, when she looked out of her window, there was Monty tied to the Taylor's gate. Ah, could he have come the day before? Could she have found him when she returned from that swift walk of hers? It was not even an hour's visit that the Virginian was able to pay his lady love. But neither had he come 100 miles to see her. The necessities of his wandering work had chanced to bring him close enough for a glimpse of her, and this glimpse he took almost on the wing, for he had to rejoin a company of men at once. "You got my letter?" he said. "Yesterday." "Yesterday? I wrote it 3 weeks ago. Well, you got it. This cannot be the hour with you that I mentioned. That is coming, and may be very soon." She could say nothing. Relief she felt, and yet with it something like a pang. "Today does not count," he told her, "except that every time I see you counts with me. But this is not the hour that I mentioned." What little else was said between them upon this early morning shall be told duly. For this visit in its own good time did count momentously, though both of them took it lightly while its fleeting minutes passed. He returned to her 2 volumes that she had lent him long ago, and with Taylor he left a horse which he had brought for her to ride. As a good-bye he put a bunch of flowers in her hand. Then he was gone, and she watched him going by the thick bushes along the stream. They were pink with wild roses, and the meadowlarks, invisible in the grass like hiding choristers, sent up across the empty miles of air their unexpected song. Earth and sky had been propitious, could he have stayed, and perhaps one portion of her heart had been propitious too. So, as he rode away on Monte, she watched him, half chilled by reason, half melted by passion, self-thwarted, self-accusing, unresolved. Therefore the days that came for her now were all of them unhappy ones, while for him they were filled with work well done, and with changeless longing. One day it seemed as if a lull was coming, a pause in which he could at last attain that hour with her. He left the camp and turned his face toward Bear Creek. The way led him along Butte Creek. Across the stream lay Balaam's large ranch, and presently on the other bank he saw Balaam himself, and reined in Monte for a moment to watch what Balaam was doing. "That's what I've heard," he muttered to himself, for Balaam had led some horses to the water, and was lashing them heavily because they would not drink. He looked at this spectacle so intently that he did not see Shorty approaching along the trail. "Morning," said Shorty to him, with some constraint. But the Virginian gave him a pleasant greeting. "I was afraid I'd not catch you so quick," said Shorty. "This is for you." He handed his recent foreman a letter of much battered appearance. It was from the judge. It had not come straight, but very gradually, in the pockets of 3 successive cowpunchers. As the Virginian glanced over it and saw that the enclosure it contained was for Balaam, his heart fell. Here were new orders for him, and he could not go to see his sweetheart. "Hello, Shorty!" said Balaam from over the creek. To the Virginian he gave a slight nod. He did not know him, although he knew well enough who he was. "Here's a letter from Judge Henry for you," said the Virginian, and he crossed the creek. Many weeks before, in the early spring, Balaam had borrowed 2 horses from the judge, promising to return them at once. But the judge, of course, wrote very civilly. He hoped that this dunning reminder might be excused. As Balaam read the reminder, he wished that he had sent the horses before. The judge was a greater man than he in the territory. Balaam could not but excuse the dunning reminder, but he was ready to be disagreeable to somebody at once. "Well," he said, musing aloud in his annoyance, "Judge Henry wants them by the 30th. Well, this is the 24th, and time enough yet." "This is the 27th," said the Virginian briefly. That made a difference. Not so easy to reach Sunk Creek in good order by the 30th. Balaam had drifted 3 sunrises behind the progress of the month. Days look alike, and often lose their very names in the quiet depths of cattle land. The horses were not even here at the ranch. Balaam was ready to be very disagreeable now. Suddenly he perceived the date of the judge's letter. He held it out to the Virginian, and struck the paper. "What's your idea in bringing this here 2 weeks late?" he said. Now, when he had struck that paper, Shorty looked at the Virginian. But nothing happened beyond a certain change of light in the Southerner's eyes. And when the Southerner spoke, it was with his usual gentleness and civility. He explained that the letter had been put in his hands just now by Shorty. "Oh," said Balaam. He looked at Shorty. How had he come to be a messenger? "You working for the Sunk Creek outfit again?" said he. "No," said Shorty. Balaam turned to the Virginian again. "How do you expect me to get those horses to Sunk Creek by the 30th?" The Virginian leveled a lazy eye on Balaam. "I ain't doing any expectin'," said he. His native dialect was on top today. "The judge has friends going to arrive from New York for a trip across the basin," he added. "The hosses are for them." Balaam grunted with displeasure, and thought of the 60 or 70 days since he had told the judge he would return the horses at once. He looked across at Shorty, seated in the shade, and through his uneasy thoughts his instinct irrelevantly noted what a good pony the youth rode. It was the same animal he had seen once or twice before. But something must be done. The judge's horses were far out on the big range, and must be found and driven in, which would take certainly the rest of this day, possibly part of the next. Balaam called to one of his men and gave some sharp orders, emphasizing details and enjoining haste, while the Virginian leaned slightly against his horse, with one arm over the saddle, hearing and understanding, but not smiling outwardly. The man departed to saddle up for his search on the big range, and Balaam resumed the unhitching of his team. "So you're not working for the Sunk Creek outfit now?" he inquired of Shorty. He ignored the Virginian. "Working for the Goose Egg?" "No," said Shorty. "Sand Hill outfit, then?" "No," said Shorty. Balaam grinned. He noticed how Shorty's yellow hair stuck through a hole in his hat, and how old and battered were Shorty's overalls. Shorty had been glad to take a little accidental pay for becoming the bearer of the letter which he had delivered to the Virginian. But even that sum was no longer in his possession. He had passed through Drybone on his way, and at Drybone there had been a game of poker. Shorty's money was now in the pocket of Trampas, but he had one valuable possession in the world left to him, and that was his horse Pedro. "Good pony of yours," said Balaam to him now, from across Butte Creek. Then he struck his own horse in the jaw, because he held back from coming to the water as the other had done. "Your trace ain't unhitched," commented the Virginian, pointing. Balaam loosed the strap he had forgotten, and cut the horse again for consistency's sake. The animal, bewildered, now came down to the water, with its head in the air, and snuffing as it took short, nervous steps. The Virginian looked on at this, silent and somber. He could scarcely interfere between another man and his own beast. Neither he nor Balaam was among those who say their prayers, yet in this omission they were not equal. A half-great poet once had a wholly great day, and in that great day he was able to write a poem that has lived and become, with many, a household word. He called it "The Rime of the Ancient Mariner," and it is rich with many lines that possess the memory, but these are the golden ones. "He prayeth well who loveth well, both man and bird and beast. He prayeth best who loveth best, all things both great and small. For the dear God who loveth us, he made and loveth all." These lines are the pure gold. They are good to teach children, because after the children come to be men, they may believe at least some part of them still. The Virginian did not know them, but his heart had taught him many things. I doubt if Balaam knew them either, but on him they would have been as pearls to swine. "So you've quit the roundup?" he resumed to Shorty. Shorty nodded and looked sideways at the Virginian. For the Virginian knew that he had been turned off for going to sleep while night herding. Then Balaam threw another glance on Pedro the horse. "Hello, Shorty!" he called out, for the boy was departing. "Don't you like dinner any more? It's ready about now." Shorty forded the creek and slung his saddle off, and on invitation turned Pedro, his buckskin pony, into Balaam's pasture. This was green, the rest of the wide world being yellow, except only where Butte Creek, with its bordering cottonwoods, coiled away into the desert distance like a green snake without end. The Virginian also turned his horse into the pasture. He must stay at the ranch till the judge's horses should be found. "Mrs. Balaam's east yet," said her lord, leading the way to his dining room. He wanted Shorty to dine with him, and could not exclude the Virginian, much as he should have enjoyed this. "See any Indians?" he inquired. "Nah," said Shorty, in disdain of recent rumors. "They're headin' the other way," observed the Virginian. "Bowleg Range is where they was reported." "What business have they got off the reservation, I'd like to know," said the ranchman. "Bowleg or anywhere." "Oh, it's just a hunt, and a kind of visitin' their friends on the South Reservation," Shorty explained. "Squaws along and all." "Well, if the folks at Washington don't keep squaws and all where they belong," said Balaam in a rage, The folks in Wyoming Territory'll do a little job that way themselves." "There's a petition out," said Shorty. "Paper's going east with a lot of names to it, but they ain't no harm, them Indians ain't." "No harm?" rasped out Balaam. "Was it white men druv off the O.C. yearlings?" Balaam's Eastern grammar was sometimes at the mercy of his Western feelings. The thought of the perennial stultification of Indian affairs at Washington, whether by politician or philanthropist, was always sure to arouse him. He walked impatiently about while he spoke, and halted impatiently at the window. Out in the world the unclouded day was shining, and Balaam's eye traveled across the plains to where a blue line, faint and pale, lay along the end of the vast yellow distance. That was the beginning of the Bow Leg Mountains. Somewhere over there were the red men, ranging in unfrequented depths of rock and pine, their forbidden ground. Dinner was ready, and they sat down. "And I suppose," Balaam continued, still hot on the subject, "you'd claim Indians object to killing a white man when they run onto him good and far from human help? These peaceable Indians are just the worst in the business." "That's so," assented the easy-opinioned Shorty, exactly as if he had always maintained this view. "Chap started for Sunk Creek 3 weeks ago. Trapper he was, old like, with a red shirt. One of his horses come into the roundup Tuesday. Man ain't been heard from." He ate in silence for a while, evidently brooding in his childlike mind. Then he said querulously, "I'd sooner trust one of them Indians than I would Trampas." Balaam slanted his fat bullet head far to one side, and laying his spoon down (he had opened some canned grapes), laughed steadily at his guest, with a harsh relish of irony. The guest ate a grape, and perceiving he was seen through, smiled back rather miserably. "Say, Shorty," said Balaam, his head still slanted over, "what's the figures of your bank balance just now?" "I ain't using banks," murmured the youth. Balaam put some more grapes on Shorty's plate, and drawing a cigar from his waistcoat, sent it rolling to his guest. "Matches are behind you," he added. He gave a cigar to the Virginian as an afterthought, but to his disgust the Southerner put it in his pocket and lighted a pipe. Balaam accompanied his guest, Shorty, when he went to the pasture to saddle up and depart. "Got a rope?" he asked the guest, as they lifted down the bars. "Don't need to rope him. I can walk right up to Pedro. You stay back." Hiding his bridle behind him, Shorty walked to the river bank, where the pony was switching his long tail in the shade, and speaking persuasively to him, he came nearer till he laid his hand on Pedro's dusky mane, which was many shades darker than his hide. He turned expectantly, and his master came up to his expectations with a piece of bread. "Eats that, does he?" said Balaam over the bars. "Likes the salt," said Shorty. "Now, ow, here. You don't guess you'll be bridled, don't you? Open your teeth. You'd like to play you was nobody's horse and live private? Or maybe you'd prefer owning a saloon?" Pedro evidently enjoyed this talk, and the dodging he made about the bit. Once fairly in his mouth, he accepted the inevitable, and followed Shorty to the bars. Then Shorty turned and extended his hand. "Shake," he said to his pony, who lifted his forefoot quietly and put it in his master's hand. Then the master tickled his nose, and he wrinkled it and flattened his ears, pretending to bite. His face wore an expression of knowing relish over this performance. "Now the other hoof," said Shorty, and the horse and master shook hands with their left. "I learned him that," said the cowboy, with pride and affection. "Say, Pady," he continued in Pedro's ear, "ain't you the best little horse in the country? What? Here now, keep out of that, you deadbeat. There ain't no more bread." He pinched the pony's nose, 1/4 of which was wedged into his pocket. "Quite a lady's little pet," said Balaam, with the rasp in his voice. "Pity this isn't New York, now, where there's a big market for harmless horses. Gigi's, the children call 'em." "He ain't no Gigi," said Shorty, offended. "He'll beat any cow-pony workin' you've got. You can turn him on a $half. Don't need to touch the reins. Hang him on one finger and swing your body, and he'll turn." Balaam knew this, and he knew that the pony was only a 4-year-old. "Well," he said, "Drybones had no circus this season. Maybe they'd buy tickets to see Pedro. He's good for that, anyway." Shorty became gloomy. The Virginian was grimly smoking. Here was something else going on not to his taste, but none of his business. "Try a circus," persisted Balaam. "Alter your plans for spending cash in town, and make a little money instead." Shorty, having no plans to alter and no cash to spend, grew still more gloomy. "What do you take for that pony?" said Balaam. Shorty spoke up instantly. $100 couldn't buy that piece of stale mud off his back," he asserted, looking off into the sky grandiosely. But Balaam looked at Shorty. "You keep the mud," he said, "and I'll give you $30 for the horse." Shorty did a little professional laughing, and began to walk toward his saddle. "Give you $30, repeated Balaam, picking a stone up and slinging it into the river. "How far do you call it to Drybone?" Shorty remarked, stooping to investigate the bucking strap on his saddle, a superfluous performance, for Pedro never bucked. "You won't have to walk," said Balaam. "Stay all night, and I'll send you over comfortably in the morning, when the wagon goes for the mail." "Walk?" Shorty retorted. "Drybone's 25 miles. Pedro'll put me there in 3 hours and not know he done it." He lifted the saddle on the horse's back. "Come, Pedro," said he. "Come, Pedro," mocked Balaam. There followed a little silence. "No, sir," mumbled Shorty, with his head under Pedro's belly, busily cinching. $100 is bottom figures." Balaam, in his turn, now duly performed some professional laughing, which was noted by Shorty under the horse's belly. He stood up and squared round on Balaam. "Well, then," he said, "what'll you give for him?" $30, said Balaam, looking far off into the sky, as Shorty had looked. "Oh, come now," expostulated Shorty. It was he who now did the feeling for an offer, and this was what Balaam liked to see. "Why, yes," he said, "30," and looked surprised that he should have to mention the sum so often. "I thought you'd quit them first figures," said the cowpuncher, "for you can see I ain't going to look at 'em." Balaam climbed on the fence and sat there. "I'm not cryin' for your Pedro," he observed dispassionately. "Only it struck me you were dead broke, and wanted to raise cash and keep yourself goin' till you hunted up a job and could buy him back." He hooked his right thumb inside his waistcoat pocket. "But I'm not cryin' for him," he repeated. "He'd stay right here, of course. I wouldn't part with him. Why does he stand that way? Hello!" Balaam suddenly straightened himself like a man who has made a discovery. "Hello what?" said Shorty, on the defensive. Balaam was staring at Pedro with a judicial frown. Then he stuck out a finger at the horse, keeping the thumb hooked in his pocket. So meager a gesture was felt by the ruffled Shorty to be no just way to point at Pedro. "What's the matter with that foreleg there?" said Balaam. "Which? Nothing's the matter with it," snapped Shorty. Balaam climbed down from his fence and came over with elaborate deliberation. He passed his hand up and down the off foreleg. Then he spit slenderly. He said thoughtfully, and added, with a shade of sadness, "That's always to be expected when they're worked too young." Shorty slid his hand slowly over the disputed leg. "What's to be expected?" he inquired. "That they'll eat hearty? Well, he does." At this retort the Virginian permitted himself to laugh in audible sympathy. "Sprung," continued Balaam with a sigh. "Whirling round short when his bones were soft did that, yes." "Sprung!" Shorty said with a bark of indignation. "Come on, Patey, you and me'll spring for town." He caught the horn of the saddle, and as he swung into place the horse rushed away with him. "Oh-ee, yoy, yup, yup, yup," sang Shorty, in the shrill cow dialect. He made Pedro play an exhibition game of speed, bringing him round close to Balaam in a wide circle, and then he vanished in dust down the left bank trail. Balaam looked after him and laughed harshly. He had seen trout dash about like that when the hook in their jaw first surprised them. He knew Shorty would show the pony off, and he knew Shorty's love for Pedro was not equal to his need of money. He called to one of his men, asked something about the dam at the mouth of the canyon, where the main irrigation ditch began, made a remark about the prolonged drought, and then walked to his dining room door, where, as he expected, Shorty met him. "Say," said the youth, "do you consider that's any way to talk about a good horse?" "Any dude could see the legs sprung," said Balaam. But he looked at Pedro's shoulder, which was well laid back, and he admired his points, dark in contrast with the buckskin, and also the width between the eyes. "Now you know," whined Shorty, "that it ain't sprung any more than your leg's cork. If you mean the right leg ain't plumb straight, I can tell you he was born so. That don't make no difference, for it ain't weak. Try him onct. Just as sound and strong as iron. Never stumbles, and he don't never go to jumpin' with you. He's kind and he's smart." And the master petted his pony, who lifted a hoof for another handshake. Of course Balaam had never thought the leg was sprung, and he now took on an unprejudiced air of wanting to believe Shorty's statements if he only could. "Maybe there's 2 years' work left in that leg," he now observed. "Better give your hoss away, Shorty," said the Virginian. "Is this your deal, my friend?" inquired Balaam, and he slanted his bullet head at the Virginian. "Give him away, Shorty," drawled the Southerner. "His leg is busted. Mr. Balaam says so." Balaam's face grew evil with baffled fury. But the Virginian was gravely considering Pedro. He, too, was not pleased, but he could not interfere. Already he had overstepped the code in these matters. He would have dearly liked, for reasons good and bad, spite and mercy mingled, to have spoiled Balaam's market, to have offered a reasonable or even an unreasonable price for Pedro, and taken possession of the horse himself. But this might not be. In bets, in card games, in all horse transactions and other matters of similar business, a man must take care of himself, and wiser onlookers must suppress their wisdom and hold their peace. That evening Shorty again had a cigar. He had parted with Pedro for $40, a striped Mexican blanket, and a pair of spurs. Undressing over in the bunkhouse, he said to the Virginian, "I'll sure buy Pedro back off him just as soon as ever I rustle some cash." The Virginian grunted. He was thinking he should have to travel hard to get the horses to the judge by the 30th, and below that thought lay his aching disappointment and his longing for Bear Creek. In the early dawn Shorty sat up among his blankets on the floor of the bunkhouse, and saw the various sleepers coiled or sprawled in their beds. Their breathing had not yet grown restless at the nearing of day. He stepped to the door carefully, and saw the crowding blackbirds begin their walk and chatter in the mud of the littered and trodden corrals. From beyond among the cottonwoods came continually the smooth, unemphatic sound of the doves answering each other invisibly, and against the empty ridge of the river bluff lay the moon, no longer shining, for there was established a new light through the sky. Pedro stood in the pasture close to the bars. The cowboy slowly closed the door behind him, and sitting down on the step, drew his money out and idly handled it, taking no comfort just then from its possession. Then he put it back, and after dragging on his boots, crossed to the pasture and held a last talk with his pony, brushing the cakes of mud from his hide where he had rolled, and passing a lingering hand over his mane. As the sounds of the morning came increasingly from tree and plain, Shorty glanced back to see that no one was yet out of the cabin, and then put his arms round the horse's neck, laying his head against him. For a moment the cowboy's insignificant face was exalted by the emotion he would never have let others see. He hugged tight this animal, who was dearer to his heart than anybody in the world. "Good-bye, Pedro," he said. "Good-bye." Pedro looked for bread. "No," said his master sorrowfully, "not any more. You know well I'd give it you if I had it. You and me didn't figure on this, did we, Pedro? Good-bye." He hugged his pony again, and got as far as the bars of the pasture, but returned once more. "Good-bye, my little horse, my dear horse, my little Pedro," he said as his tears wet the pony's neck. Then he wiped them with his hand, and got himself back to the bunkhouse. After breakfast he and his belongings departed to Drybone, and Pedro from his field calmly watched this departure. For horses must recognize even less than men the black corners that their destinies turn. The pony stopped feeding to look at the mail wagon pass by, but the master, sitting in the wagon, forbore to turn his head. Resigned to wait for the judge's horses, Balaam went into his office this dry, bright morning and read 9 accumulated newspapers, for he was behindhand. Then he rode out on the ditches, and met his man returning with the troublesome animals at last. He hastened home and sent for the Virginian. He had made a decision. "See here," he said, "those horses are coming. What trail would you take over to the judge's?" "Shortest trail's right through the Bowleg Mountains," said the foreman in his gentle voice. "Guess you're right. It's dinner time. We'll start right afterward. We'll make Little Muddy Crossing by sundown, and Sunk Creek tomorrow, and the next day'll see us through. Can a wagon get through Sunk Creek Canyon?" The Virginian smiled. "I reckon it can't, suh, and stay resembling a wagon." Balaam told them to saddle Pedro and 1 pack horse, and drive the bunch of horses into a corral, roping the judges too, who proved extremely wild. He had decided to take this journey himself, on remembering certain politics soon to be rife in Cheyenne. For Judge Henry was indeed a greater man than Balaam. This personally conducted return of the horses would temper its tardiness, and, moreover, the sight of some New York visitors would be a good thing after 7 months of no warmer touch with that metropolis than the Sunday Herald, always 8 days old when it reached the Butte Creek Ranch. They forded Butte Creek, and, crossing the well-traveled trail which follows down to Drybone, turned their faces toward the uninhabited country that began immediately, as the ocean begins off a sandy shore. And as a single mast on which no sail is shining stands at the horizon and seems to add a loneliness to the surrounding sea, so the long gray line of fence, almost a mile away, that ended Balaam's land on this side the creek, stretched along the waste ground and added desolation to the plain. No solitary watercourse with margin of cottonwoods or willow thickets flowed here to stripe the dingy yellow world with interrupting green, nor were cattle to be seen dotting the distance, nor moving objects at all, nor any bird in the soundless air. The last gate was shut by the Virginian, who looked back at the pleasant trees of the ranch, and then followed on in single file across the alkali of no man's land. No cloud was in the sky. The desert's grim noon shone somberly on flat and hill. The sagebrush was dull like zinc. Thick heat rose near at hand from the caked alkali, and pale heat shrouded the distant peaks. There were 5 horses. Balaam led on Pedro, his squat figure stiff in the saddle, but solid as a rock, and tilted a little forward, as his habit was. One of the judge's horses came next, a sorrel, dragging back continually on the rope by which he was led. After him ambled Balaam's wise pack animal, carrying the light burden of 2 days' food and lodging. She was an old mare who could still go when she chose, but had been schooled by the years, and kept the trail, giving no trouble to the Virginian who came behind her. He also sat solid as a rock, yet subtly bending to the struggles of the wild horse he led, as a steel spring bends and balances and resumes its poise. Thus they made but slow time, and when they topped the last dull rise of ground, and looked down on the long slant of ragged caked earth to the crossing of Little Muddy, with its single tree and few mean bushes, the final distance where eyesight ends had deepened to violet from the thin steady blue they had stared at for so many hours, and all heat was gone from the universal dryness. The horses drank a long time from the sluggish yellow water, and its alkaline taste and warmth were equally welcome to the men. They built a little fire, and when supper was ended, smoked but a short while and in silence, before they got in the blankets that were spread in a smooth place beside the water. They had picketed the 2 horses of the judge in the best grass they could find, letting the rest go free to find pasture where they could. When the first light came, the Virginian attended to breakfast, while Balaam rode away on the sorrel to bring in the loose horses. They had gone far out of sight, and when he returned with them, after some 2 hours, he was on Pedro. Pedro was soaking with sweat, and red froth creamed from his mouth. The Virginian saw the horses must have been hard to drive in, especially after Balaam brought them the wild sorrel as a leader. "If you'd kept riding him, 'stead of changing off on your hoss, they'd have behaved quieter," said the foreman. "That's good seasonable advice," said Balaam, sarcastically. "I could have told you that now." "I could have told you when you started," said the Virginian, heating the coffee for Balaam. Balaam was eloquent on the outrageous conduct of the horses. He had come up with them evidently striking back for Butte Creek, with the old mare in the lead. "But I soon showed her the road she was to go," he said, as he drove them now to the water. The Virginian noticed the slight limp of the mare, and how her pastern was cut as if with a stone or the sharp heel of a boot. "I guess she'll not be in a hurry to travel except when she's wanted to," continued Balaam. He sat down and sullenly poured himself some coffee. "We'll be in luck if we make any Sunk Creek this night." He went on with his breakfast, thinking aloud for the benefit of his companion, who made no comments, preferring silence to the discomfort of talking with a man whose vindictive humor was so thoroughly uppermost. He did not even listen very attentively, but continued his preparations for departure, washing the dishes, rolling the blankets, and moving about in his usual way of easy and visible good nature. "6 o'clock already," said Balaam, saddling the horses, "and we'll not get started for 10 minutes more." Then he came to Pedro. "So you haven't quit fooling yet, haven't you?" he exclaimed, for the pony shrank as he lifted the bridle. "Take that for your sore mouth," and he rammed the bit in, at which Pedro flung back and reared. "Well, I never saw Pedro act that way yet," said the Virginian. "Ah, rubbish," said Balaam. "They're all the same. Not a bastard one but's layin' for his chance to do for you. Some'll buck you off, and some'll roll with you, and some'll fight you with their forefeet. They may play good for a year, but the Western pony's man's enemy, and when he judges he's got his chance, he's going to do his best, and if you come out alive, it won't be his fault." Balaam paused for a while, packing. "You've got to keep them afraid of you," he said next. "That's what you've got to do if you don't want trouble. That Pedro horse there has been fed, hand-fed, and fooled with like a damn pet, and what's that policy done? Why, he goes ugly when he thinks it's time, and decides he'll not drive any horses into camp this morning. He knows better now." "Mr. Balaam," said the Virginian, "I'll buy that hoss off you right now." Balaam shook his head. "You'll not do that right now or any other time," said he. "I happen to want him." The Virginian could do no more. He had heard cowpunchers say to refractory ponies, "You keep still, or I'll Balaam you," and he now understood the aptness of the expression. Meanwhile Balaam began to lead Pedro to the creek for a last drink before starting across the torrid drought. The horse held back on the rein a little, and Balaam turned and cut the whip across his forehead. A delay of forcing and backing followed, while the Virginian, already in the saddle, waited. The minutes passed, and no immediate prospect, apparently, of getting nearer Sunk Creek. "He ain't goin' to follow you while you're beatin' his head," the Southerner at length remarked. "Do you think you can teach me anything about horses?" retorted Balaam. "Well, it don't look like I could," said the Virginian lazily. "Then don't try it, so long as it's not your horse, my friend." Again the Southerner leveled his eye on Balaam. "All right," he said, in the same gentle voice. "And don't you call me your friend. You've made that mistake twice." The road was shadeless, as it had been from the start, and they could not travel fast. During the first few hours all coolness was driven out of the glassy morning, and another day of illimitable sun invested the world with its blaze. The pale bow-legged range was coming nearer, but its hard hot slants and rifts suggested no sort of freshness, and even the pines that spread for wide miles along near the summit counted for nothing in the distance and the glare, but seemed mere patches of dull, dry discoloration. No talk was exchanged between the two travelers, for the cow-puncher had nothing to say, and Balaam was sulky, so they moved along in silent endurance of each other's company and the tedium of the journey. But the slow succession of rise and fall in the plain changed and shortened. The earth's surface became lumpy, rising into mounds and knotted systems of steep small hills cut apart by staring gashes of sand, where water poured in the spring from the melting snow. After a time they ascended through the foothills, till the plain below was for a while concealed, but came again into view in its entirety, distant and a thing of the past, while some magpies sailed down to meet them from the new country they were entering. They passed up through a small transparent forest of dead trees standing stark and white, and a little higher came on a line of narrow moisture that crossed the way and formed a stale pool among some willow thickets. They turned aside to water their horses, and found near the pool a circular spot of ashes and some poles lying, and beside these a cage-like edifice of willow wands built in the ground. "Indian camp," observed the Virginian. There were the tracks of 5 or 6 horses on the farther side of the pool, and they did not come into the trail, but led off among the rocks on some system of their own. "They're about a week old," said Balaam. "It's part of that outfit that's been hunting." "They've gone on to visit their friends," added the cow-puncher. "Yes, on the southern reservation. How far do you call Sunk Creek now?" "Well," said the Virginian, calculating, "it's mighty nigh 40 miles from Muddy Crossin', and I reckon we've come 18. "Just about. It's noon." Balaam snapped his watch shut. "We'll rest here till 12:30. When it was time to go, the Virginian looked musingly at the mountains. "We'll need to travel right smart to get through the canyon tonight," he said. "Tell you what," said Balaam, "we'll rope the judge's horses together and drive 'em in front of us. That'll make speed." "Mightn't they get away on us?" objected the Virginian. "They're powerful wild." "They can't get away from me, I guess," said Balaam, and the arrangement was adopted. "We're the first this season over this piece of the trail," he observed presently. His companion had noticed the ground already, and assented. There were no tracks anywhere to be seen over which winter had not come and gone since they had been made. Presently the trail wound into a sultry gulch that hemmed in the heat and seemed to draw down the sun's rays more vertically. The sorrel horse chose this place to make a try for liberty. He suddenly whirled from the trail, dragging with him his less inventive fellow. Leaving the Virginian with the old mare, Balaam headed them off, for Pedro was quick, and they came jumping down the bank together, but swiftly crossed up on the other side, getting much higher before they could be reached. It was no place for this sort of game, as the sides of the ravine were plowed with steep channels, broken with jutting knobs of rock, and impeded by short twisted pines that swung out from their roots horizontally over the pitch of the hill. The Virginian helped, but used his horse with more judgment, keeping as much on the level as possible, and endeavoring to anticipate the next turn of the runaways before they made it, while Balaam attempted to follow them close, wheeling short when they doubled, heavily beating up the face of the slope, veering again to come down to the point he had left, and whenever he felt Pedro begin to flag, driving his spurs into the horse and forcing him to keep up the pace. He had set out to overtake and capture on the side of the mountain these two animals who had been running wild for many weeks, and now carried no weight but themselves, and the futility of such work could not penetrate his obstinate and rising temper. He had made up his mind not to give in. The Virginian soon decided to move slowly along for the present, preventing the wild horses from passing down the gulch again, but otherwise saving his own animal from useless fatigue. He saw that Pedro was reeking wet, with mouth open, and constantly stumbling, though he galloped on. The cowpuncher kept the group in sight, driving the pack-horse in front of him and watching the tactics of the sorrel, who had now undoubtedly become the leader of the expedition, and was at the top of the gulch, in vain trying to find an outlet through its rocky rim to the levels above. He soon judged this to be no thoroughfare, and changing his plan, trotted down to the bottom and up the other side, gaining more and more, for in this new descent Pedro had fallen twice. Then the sorrel showed the cleverness of a genuinely vicious horse. The Virginian saw him stop and fall to kicking his companion with all the energy that a short rope would permit. The rope slipped, and both, unencumbered, reached the top and disappeared. Leaving the pack-horse for Balaam, the Virginian started after them and came into a high tableland, beyond which the mountains began in earnest. The runaways were moving across toward these at an easy rate. He followed for a moment, then looking back and seeing no sign of Balaam, waited, for the horses were sure not to go fast when they reached good pasture or water. He got out of the saddle and sat on the ground, watching, till the mare came up slowly into sight, and Balaam behind her. When they were near, Balaam dismounted and struck Pedro fearfully, until the stick broke, and he raised the splintered half to continue. Seeing the pony's condition, the Virginian spoke and said, "I'd let that hoss alone." Balaam turned to him, but wholly possessed by passion did not seem to hear, and the Southerner noticed how white and like that of a maniac his face was. The stick slid to the ground. "He played he was tired," said Balaam, looking at the Virginian with glazed eyes. The violence of his rage affected him physically, like some stroke of illness. "He played out on me on purpose." The man's voice was dry and light. "He's perfectly fresh now," he continued, and turned again to the coughing, swaying horse whose eyes were closed. Not having the stick, he seized the animal's unresisting head and shook it. The Virginian watched him a moment, and rose to stop such a spectacle. Then, as if conscious he was doing no real hurt, Balaam ceased, and turning again in slow fashion, looked across the level, where the runaways were still visible. "I'll have to take your horse," he said. "Mine's played out on me." "You ain't going to touch my hoss." Again the words seemed not entirely to reach Balaam's understanding, so dulled by rage were his senses. He made no answer, but mounted Pedro, and the failing pony walked mechanically forward, while the Virginian, puzzled, stood looking after him. Balaam seemed without purpose of going anywhere, and stopped in a moment. Suddenly he was at work at something. This sight was odd and new to look at. For a few seconds it had no meaning to the Virginian as he watched. Then his mind grasped the horror, too late. Even with his cry of execration, and the tiger spring that he gave to stop Balaam, the monstrosity was wrought. Pedro sank motionless, his head rolling flat on the earth. Balaam was jammed beneath him. The man had struggled to his feet before the Virginian reached the spot, and the horse then lifted his head and turned it piteously round. Then vengeance like a blast struck Balaam. The Virginian hurled him to the ground, lifted and hurled him again, lifted him and beat his face and struck his jaw. The man's strong, ox-like fighting availed nothing. He fended his eyes as best he could against these sledge-hammer blows of justice. He felt blindly for his pistol. That arm was caught and wrenched backward and crushed and doubled. He seemed to hear his own bones, and set up a hideous screaming of hate and pain. Then the pistol at last came out, and together with the hand that grasped it was instantly stamped into the dust. Once again the creature was lifted and slung so that he lay across Pedro's saddle, a blurred, dingy, wet pulp. Vengeance had come and gone. The man and the horse were motionless. Around them silence seemed to gather like a witness. "If you are dead," said the Virginian, "I am glad of it." He stood looking down at Balaam and Pedro, prone in the middle of the open tableland. Then he saw Balaam looking at him. It was the quiet stare of sight without thought or feeling, the mere visual sense alone, almost frightful in its separation from any self. But as he watched those eyes, the self came back into them. "I have not killed you," said the Virginian. "Well, I ain't going to do any more to you, if that's a satisfaction to know." Then he began to attend to Balaam with impersonal skill, like someone hired for the purpose. "He ain't hurt bad," he asserted aloud, as if the man were some nameless patient, and then to Balaam he remarked, "I reckon it might have put a less tough man than you out of business for quite a while. I'm going to get some water now." When he returned with the water, Balaam was sitting up, looking about him. He had not yet spoken, nor did he now speak. The sunlight flashed on the six-shooter where it lay, and the Virginian secured it. "She ain't so pretty as she was," he remarked as he examined the weapon, "but she'll go right handy yet." Strength was in a measure returning to Pedro. He was a young horse, and the exhaustion neither of anguish nor of overriding was enough to affect him long or seriously. He got himself on his feet, and walked waveringly over to the old mare, and stood by her for comfort. The cow-puncher came up to him, and Pedro, after starting back slightly, seemed to comprehend that he was in friendly hands. It was plain that he would soon be able to travel slowly if no weight was on him, and that he would be a very good horse again. Whether they abandoned the runaways or not, there was no staying here for night to overtake them without food or water. The day was still high, and what its next few hours had in store the Virginian could not say, and he left them to take care of themselves, determining meanwhile that he would take command of the minutes, and maintain the position he had assumed both as to Balaam and Pedro. He took Pedro's saddle off, threw the mare's pack to the ground, put Balaam's saddle on her, and on that stowed or tied her original pack, which he could do since it was so light. Then he went to Balaam, who was sitting up. "I reckon you can travel," said the Virginian, "and your hoss can. If you're comin' with me, you'll ride your mare. I'm goin' to trail them hosses. If you're not comin' with me, your hoss comes with me, and you'll take $50 for him." Balaam was indifferent to this good bargain. He did not look at the other or speak, but rose and searched about him on the ground. The Virginian was also indifferent as to whether Balaam chose to answer or not. Seeing Balaam searching the ground, he finished what he had to say. "I have your six-shooter, and you'll have it when I'm ready for you to. Now I'm going," he concluded. Balaam's intellect was clear enough now, and he saw that though the rest of this journey would be nearly intolerable, it must go on. He looked at the impassive cow-puncher getting ready to go and tying a rope on Pedro's neck to lead him. Then he looked at the mountains where the runaways had vanished, and it did not seem credible to him that he had come into such straits. He was helped stiffly on the mare, and the 3 horses in single file took up their journey once more, and came slowly among the mountains. The perpetual desert was ended, and they crossed a small brook where they missed the trail. The Virginian dismounted to find where the horses had turned off, and discovered that they had gone straight up the ridge by the watercourse. "There's been a man camped in here inside a month," he said, kicking up a rag of red flannel. "White man and 2 hosses. Ours have went up his old tracks." It was not easy for Balaam to speak yet, and he kept his silence, but he remembered that Shorty had spoken of a trapper who had started for Sunk Creek. For 3 hours they followed the runaways' course over softer ground, and steadily ascending, passed 1 or 2 springs at length where the mud was not yet settled in the hoof-prints. Then they came through a corner of pine forest, and down a sudden bank among quaking asps to a green park. Here the runaways, beside a stream, were grazing at ease, but saw them coming, and started on again, following down the stream. For the present, all to be done was to keep them in sight. This creek received tributaries and widened, making a valley for itself. Above the bottom, lining the first terrace of the ridge, began the pines, and stretched back, unbroken over intervening summit and basin, to cease at last where the higher peaks presided. "This here's the middle fork of Sunk Creek," said the Virginian. "We'll get on to our right road again where they join." Soon a game trail marked itself along the stream. If this would only continue, the runaways would be nearly sure to follow it down into the canyon. Then there would be no way for them but to go on and come out into their own country, where they would make for the Judge's ranch of their own accord. The great point was to reach the canyon before dark. They passed into permanent shadow, for though the other side of the creek shone in full day, the sun had departed behind the ridges immediately above them. Coolness filled the air, and the silence, which in this deep valley of invading shadow seemed too silent, was relieved by the birds. Not birds of song, but a freakish band of gray, talkative observers, who came calling and croaking along through the pines, and inspected the cavalcade, keeping it company for a while, and then flying up into the woods again. The travelers came round a corner on a little spread of marsh, and from somewhere in the middle of it rose a buzzard, and sailed on its black pinions into the air above them, wheeling and wheeling, but did not grow distant. As it swept over the trail, something fell from its claw, a rag of red flannel, and each man in turn looked at it as his horse went by. "I wonder if there's plenty elk and deer here," said the Virginian. "I guess there is," Balaam replied, speaking at last. The travelers had become strangely reconciled. "There's game most all over these mountains," the Virginian continued. "Country not been settled long enough to scare them out." So they fell into casual conversation, and for the first time were glad of each other's company. The sound of a new bird came from the pines above, the hoot of an owl, and was answered from some other part of the wood. This they did not particularly notice at first, but soon they heard the same note, unexpectedly distant, like an echo. The game trail, now quite a defined path beside the river, showed no sign of changing its course or fading out into blank ground, as these uncertain guides do so often. It led consistently in the desired direction, and the 2 men were relieved to see it continue. Not only were the runaways easier to keep track of, but better speed was made along this valley. The pervading imminence of night more and more dispelled the lingering afternoon, though there was yet no twilight in the open, and the high peaks opposite shone yellow in the invisible sun. But now the owls hooted again. Their music had something in it that caused both the Virginian and Balaam to look up at the pines and wish that this valley would end. Perhaps it was early for night birds to begin, or perhaps it was that the sound never seemed to fall behind, but moved abreast of them among the trees above, as they rode on without pause down below. Some influence made the faces of the travelers grave. The spell of evil which the sight of the wheeling buzzard had begun, deepened as evening grew, while ever and again along the creek the singular call and answer of the owls wandered among the darkness of the trees not far away. The sun was gone from the peaks when at length the other side of the stream opened into a long, wide meadow. The trail they followed, after crossing a flat willow thicket by the water, ran into dense pines that here for the first time reached all the way down to the water's edge. The two men came out of the willows and saw ahead the capricious runaways leave the bottom and go up the hill and enter the wood. "We must hinder that," said the Virginian, and he dropped Pedro's rope. "There's your six-shooter. You keep the trail and camp down there." He pointed to where the trees came to the water. "Till I head them hosses off. I may not get back right away." He galloped up the open hill and went into the pine, choosing a place above where the vagrants had disappeared. Balaam dismounted, and picking up his six-shooter, took the rope off Pedro's neck and drove him slowly down toward where the wood began. Its interior was already dim, and Balaam saw that here must be their stopping place tonight, since there was no telling how wide this pine strip might extend along the trail before they could come out of it and reach another suitable camping ground. Pedro had recovered his strength, and he now showed signs of restlessness. He shied where there was not even a stone in the trail, and finally turned sharply round. Balaam expected he was going to rush back on the way they had come, but the horse stood still, breathing excitedly. He was urged forward again, though he turned more than once. But when they were a few paces from the wood, and Balaam had got off preparatory to camping, the horse snorted and dashed into the water, and stood still there. The astonished Balaam followed to turn him, but Pedro seemed to lose control of himself, and plunged to the middle of the river, and was evidently intending to cross. Fearing that he would escape to the opposite meadow, and add to their difficulties, Balaam, with the idea of turning him round, drew his six-shooter and fired in front of the horse, divining, even as the flash cut the dusk, the secret of all this, the Indians, but too late. His bruised hand had stiffened, marring his aim, and he saw Pedro fall over in the water, then rise and struggle up the bank on the farther shore, where he now hurried also, to find that he had broken the pony's leg. He needed no interpreter for the voices of the seeming owls that had haunted the latter hour of their journey, and he knew that his beast's keener instinct had perceived the destruction that lurked in the interior of the wood. The history of the trapper whose horse had returned without him might have been, might still be, his own, and he thought of the rag that had fallen from the buzzard's talons when he had been disturbed at his meal in the marsh. Peaceable Indians were still in these mountains, and some few of them had for the past hour been skirting his journey unseen, and now waited for him in the wood which they expected him to enter. They had been too wary to use their rifles or show themselves, lest these travelers should be only part of a larger company following, who would hear the noise of a shot, and catch them in the act of murder. So, safe under the cover of the pines, they had planned to sling their silent noose, and drag the white man from his horse as he passed through the trees. Balaam looked over the river at the ominous wood, and then he looked at Pedro, the horse that he had first maimed and now ruined, to whom he probably owed his life. He was lying on the ground, quietly looking over the green meadow where the dusk was gathering. Perhaps he was not suffering from his wound yet, as he rested on the ground, and into his animal intelligence there probably came no knowledge of this final stroke of his fate. At any rate, no sound of pain came from Pedro, whose friendly and gentle face remained turned toward the meadow. Once more Balaam fired his pistol, and this time the aim was true, and the horse rolled over with a ball through his brain. It was the best reward that remained for him. Then Balaam rejoined the old mare, and turned from the middle fork of Sunk Creek. He dashed across the wide field and went over a ridge, and found his way along in the night till he came to the old trail, the road which they would never have left but for him and his obstinacy. He unsaddled the weary mare by Sunk Creek, where the canyon begins, letting her drag a rope and find pasture and water, while he, lighting no fire to betray him, crouched close under a tree till the light came. He thought of the Virginian in the wood. What could either have done for the other had he stayed to look for him among the pines? If the cowpuncher came back to the corner, he would follow Balaam's tracks or not. They would meet, at any rate, where the creeks joined. But they did not meet. And then to Balaam the prospect of going onward to the Sunk Creek ranch became more than he could bear. To come without the horses, to meet Judge Henry, to meet the guests of the judges, looking as he did now after his punishment by the Virginian, to give the news about the judge's favorite man. No, how could he tell such a story as this? Balaam went no farther than a certain cabin where he slept and wrote a letter to the judge. This the owner of the cabin delivered, and so, having spread news which would at once cause a search for the Virginian, and having constructed such sentences to the judge as would most smoothly explain how, being overtaken by illness, he had not wished to be a burden at Sunk Creek, Balaam turned homeward by himself. By the time he was once more at Butte Creek, his general appearance was a thing less to be noticed, and there was Shorty, waiting. One way and another, the lost dog had been able to gather some ready money. He was cheerful because of this momentary purseful of prosperity. "And so I come back, you see," he said, "for I figured on getting Pedro back as soon as I could when I sold him to you." "You're behind the times, Shorty," said Balaam. Shorty looked blank. "You've sure not sold Pedro!" he exclaimed. "Them Indians," said Balaam, "got after me on the Bow-Leg Trail. Got after me and that Virginia man. But they didn't get me." Balaam wagged his bullet head to imply that this escape was due to his own superior intelligence. The Virginian had been stupid, and so the Indians had got him. "And they shot your horse," Balaam finished. "Stop and get some dinner with the boys." Having eaten, Shorty rode away in mournful spirits, for he had made so sure of once more riding and talking with Pedro, his friend whom he had taught to shake hands. Except for its chair and bed, the cabin was stripped almost bare. Amid its emptiness of dismantled shelves and walls and floor, only the tiny ancestress still hung in her place, last token of the home that had been. This miniature, tacked against the despoiled boards, and its descendant, the angry girl with her hand on an open box lid, made a sort of couple in the loneliness. She on the wall, sweet and serene, she by the box, sweet and stormy. The picture was her final treasure waiting to be packed for the journey. In whatever room she had called her own since childhood, there it had also lived and looked at her, not quite familiar, not quite smiling, but in its prim colonial hues, delicate as some pressed flower. Its pale oval, of color blue and rose and flaxen, in a battered, pretty gold frame, unconquerably pervaded any surroundings with a something like last year's lavender. Till yesterday a Crow Indian war bonnet had hung next it, a sumptuous cascade of feathers. On the other side a bow with arrows had dangled. Opposite had been the skin of a silver fox. Over the door had spread the antlers of a black-tailed deer. A bearskin stretched beneath it. Thus had the whole cozy log cabin been upholstered, lavish with trophies of the frontier, and yet it was in front of the miniature that the visitors used to stop. Shining quietly now in the cabin's blackness this summer day, the heirloom was presiding until the end, and as Molly Wood's eyes fell upon her ancestress of Bennington, 1777, there flashed a spark of steel in them, alone here in the room that she was leaving forever. She was not going to teach school any more on Bear Creek, Wyoming. She was going home to Bennington, Vermont. When time came for school to open again, there should be a new schoolmarm. This was the momentous result of that visit which the Virginian had paid her. He had told her that he was coming for his hour soon. From that hour she had decided to escape. She was running away from her own heart. She did not dare to trust herself face to face again with her potent, indomitable lover. She longed for him, and therefore she would never see him again. No great-aunt at Dunbarton, or anybody else that knew her and her family, should ever say that she had married below her station, had been an unworthy Stark. Accordingly, she had written to the Virginian, bidding him good-bye and wishing him everything in the world. As she happened to be aware that she was taking everything in the world away from him, this letter was not the most easy of letters to write. But she had made the language very kind. Yes, it was a thoroughly kind communication. And all because of that momentary visit when he had brought back to her 2 novels, Emma and Pride and Prejudice. "How do you like them?" she had then inquired, and he had smiled slowly at her. "You haven't read them!" she exclaimed. "No." "Are you going to tell me there has been no time?" "No." Then Molly had scolded her cow-puncher, and to this he had listened with pleasure undisguised, as indeed he listened to every word that she said. "Why, it has come too late," he had told her when the scolding was over. "If I was one of your little scholars hyeh in Bear Creek schoolhouse, you could learn me to like such frillery, I reckon. But I'm a mighty ignorant, growed-up man." "So much the worse for you," said Molly. "No, I am pretty glad I am a man, else I could not have learned the thing you have taught me." But she shut her lips and looked away. On the desk was a letter written from Vermont. "If you don't tell me at once when you decide," had said the arch writer, "never hope to speak to me again. Mary Wood, seriously, I am suspicious. Why do you never mention him nowadays? How exciting to have you bring a live cowboy to Bennington! We should all come to dinner. Though of course I understand now that many of them have excellent manners. But would he wear his pistol at table?" So the letter ran on. It recounted the latest home gossip and jokes. In answering it, Molly Wood had taken no notice of its childish tone here and there. "Here's some of them cactus blossoms you wanted," said the Virginian. His voice recalled the girl with almost a start. "I've brought a good hoss I've gentled for you, and Taylor'll keep him till I need him." "Thank you so much, but I wish—" "I reckon you can't stop me lending Taylor a hoss, and you certainly'll get sick school teaching if you don't keep outdoors some. Good-bye, till that next time." "Yes, there's always a next time," she answered as lightly as she could. "There always will be, don't you know that?" She did not reply. "I have discouraged spells," he pursued, "but I down them, for I've told you you were going to love me. You are going to learn back the thing you have taught me. I'm not asking anything now. I don't want you to speak a word to me, but I'm never going to quit till next time is no more, and it's all the time for you and me." With that he had ridden away, not even touching her hand. Long after he had gone she was still in her chair, her eyes lingering upon his flowers, those yellow cups of the prickly pear. At length she had risen impatiently, caught up the flowers, gone with them to the open window, and then, after all, set them with pains in water. But today Bear Creek was over. She was going home now. By the week's end she would be started. By the time the mail brought him her good-bye letter she would be gone. She had acted. To Bear Creek, the neighborly, the friendly, the not comprehending, this move had come unlooked for, and had brought regret. Only one hard word had been spoken to Molly, and that by her next-door neighbor and kindest friend. In Mrs. Taylor's house the girl had daily come and gone as a daughter, and that lady reached the subject thus. "When I took Taylor," said she, sitting by as Robert Browning and Jane Austen were going into their box, "I married for love." "Do you wish it had been money?" said Molly, stooping to her industries. "You know both of us better than that, child." "I know I've seen people at home who couldn't possibly have had any other reason. They seem satisfied, too." "Maybe the poor ignorant things were." "And so I have never been sure how I might choose." "Yes, you are sure, dearie. Don't you think I know you? And when it comes over Taylor once in a while, and he tells me I'm the best thing in his life, and I tell him he ain't merely the best thing but the only thing in mine, him and the children, why, we just agree we'd do it all over the same way if we had the chance." Molly continued to be industrious. "And that's why," said Mrs. Taylor, "I want every girl that's anything to me to know her luck when it comes, for I was that near tellin' Taylor I wouldn't." "If ever my luck comes," said Molly, with her back to her friend, "I shall say I will at once." "Then you'll say it at Bennington next week." Molly wheeled round. "Why, you surely will. Do you expect he's going to stay here, and you in Bennington?" And the campaigner sat back in her chair. "He? Goodness! Who is he?" Child, you're talking cross today because you're at outs with yourself. You've been at outs ever since you took this idea of leaving the school and us and everything this needless way. You have not treated him right, and why, I can't make out to save me. What have you found out all of a sudden? If he was not good enough for you, but, oh, it's a prime one you're losing, Molly. When a man like that stays faithful to a girl, spite all the chances he gets, her luck is come." "Oh, my luck! People have different notions of luck." "Notions?" "He has been very kind." "Kind?" And now, without further simmering, Mrs. Taylor's wrath boiled up and poured copiously over Molly Wood. "Kind? There's a word you shouldn't use, my dear. No doubt you can spell it, but more than its spelling I guess you don't know. The children can learn what it means from some of the rest of us folks that don't spell so correct, maybe." "Mrs. Taylor, Mrs. Taylor!" "I can't wait, dearie. Since the roughness looks bigger to you than the diamond, you had better go back to Vermont. I expect you'll find better grammar there, dearie." The good dame stalked out and across to her own cabin, and left the angry girl among her boxes. It was in vain she fell to work upon them. Presently something had to be done over again, and when it was, the box held several chattels less than before the readjustment. She played a sort of desperate dominoes to fit these objects in the space, but here were a paperweight, a portfolio, with 2 wretched volumes that no chink would harbor, and letting them fall all at once, she straightened herself, still stormy with revolt, eyes and cheeks still hot from the sting of long-parried truth. There, on her wall still, was the miniature, the little silent ancestress, and upon this face the girl's glance rested. It was as if she appealed to Grandmother Stark for support and comfort across the 100 years which lay between them. So the flaxen girl on the wall, and she among the boxes, stood a moment face to face in seeming communion, and then the descendant turned again to her work. But after a desultory touch here and there, she drew a long breath and walked to the open door. What use was in finishing today, when she had nearly a week? This first spurt of toil had swept the cabin bare of all indwelling charm, and its look was chill. Across the lane his horse, the one he had gentled for her, was grazing idly. She walked there and caught him, and led him to her gate. Mrs. Taylor saw her go in, and soon come out in riding dress, and she watched the girl throw the saddle on with quick ease, the ease he had taught her. Mrs. Taylor also saw the sharp cut she gave the horse, and laughed grimly to herself in her window as horse and rider galloped into the beautiful sunny loneliness. To the punished animal this switching was new, and at its third repetition he turned his head in surprise, but was no more heeded than were the bluffs and flowers where he was taking his own undirected choice of way. He carried her over ground she knew by heart: Corncliff Mesa, Crowheart Butte, West Falls Crossing, Upper Canyon, open land and woodland, pines and sagebrush, all silent and grave and lustrous in the sunshine. Once and again a ranchman greeted her, and wondered if she had forgotten who he was. Once she passed some cow-punchers with a small herd of steers, and they stared after her too. Bear Creek narrowed, its mountain sides drew near, its little falls began to rush white in midday shadow, and the horse suddenly pricked his ears. Unguided, he was taking this advantage to go home. Though he had made but little way, a mere beginning yet, on this trail over to Sunk Creek, here was already a Sunk Creek friend whinnying good day to him, so he whinnied back and quickened his pace, and Molly started to life. What was Monty doing here? She saw the black horse she knew also, saddled, with reins dragging on the trail as the rider had dropped them to dismount. A cold spring bubbled out beyond the next rock, and she knew her lover's horse was waiting for him while he drank. She pulled at the reins, but loosed them, for to turn and escape now was ridiculous, and, riding boldly round the rock, she came upon him by the spring. One of his arms hung up to its elbow in the pool, the other was crooked beside his head, but the face was sunk downward against the shelving rock, so that she saw only his black tangled hair. As her horse snorted and tossed his head, she looked swiftly at Monty, as if to question him. Seeing now the sweat matted on his coat, and noting the white rim of his eye, she sprang and ran to the motionless figure. A patch of blood at his shoulder behind stained the soft flannel shirt, spreading down beneath his belt, and the man's whole strong body lay slack and pitifully helpless. She touched the hand beside his head, but it seemed neither warm nor cold to her. She felt for the pulse, as nearly as she could remember the doctors did, but could not tell whether she imagined or not that it was still. Twice with painful care her fingers sought and waited for the beat, and her face seemed like one of listening. She leaned down and lifted his other arm and hand from the water, and as their ice-coldness reached her senses, clearly she saw the patch near the shoulder she had moved grow wet with new blood, and at that sight she grasped at the stones upon which she herself now sank. She held tight by two rocks, sitting straight beside him, staring and murmuring aloud, "I must not faint, I will not faint," and the standing horses looked at her, pricking their ears. In this cup-like spread of the ravine, the sun shone warmly down, the tall red cliff was warm, the pines were a warm film and filter of green. Outside the shade across Bear Creek rose the steep, soft, open yellow hill, warm and high to the blue, and Bear Creek tumbled upon its sun-sparkling stones. The two horses on the margin trail still looked at the spring and trees, where sat the neat flaxen girl so rigid, by the slack prone body in its flannel shirt and leathern chaps. Suddenly her face livened. "But the blood ran!" she exclaimed, as if to the horses, her companions in this. She moved to him and put her hand in through his shirt against his heart. Next moment she had sprung up and was at his saddle, searching, then swiftly went on to her own and got her small flask and was back beside him. Here was the cold water he had sought, and she put it against his forehead and drenched the wounded shoulder with it. 3 times she tried to move him so he might lie more easy, but his dead weight was too much, and desisting she sat close and raised his head to let it rest against her. Thus she saw the blood that was running from in front of the shoulder also, but she said no more about fainting. She tore strips from her dress and soaked them, keeping them cold and wet upon both openings of his wound, and she drew her pocket-knife out and cut his shirt away from the place. As she continually rinsed and cleaned it, she watched his eyelashes, long and soft and thick, but they did not stir. Again she tried the flask, but failed from being still too gentle, and her searching eyes fell upon ashes near the pool. Still undispersed by the weather lay the small charred ends of a fire he and she had made once here together, to boil coffee and fry trout. She built another fire now, and when the flames were going well, filled her flask cup from the spring and set it to heat. Meanwhile she returned to nurse his head and wound. Her cold water had stopped the bleeding. Then she poured her brandy in the steaming cup, and, made rough by her desperate helplessness, forced some between his lips and teeth. Instantly, almost, she felt the tremble of life creeping back, and as his deep eyes opened upon her she sat still and mute. But the gaze seemed luminous with an unnoting calm, and she wondered if perhaps he could not recognize her. She watched this internal clearness of his vision, scarcely daring to breathe, until presently he began to speak, with the same profound and clear impersonality sounding in his slowly uttered words. "I thought they had found me. I expected they were going to kill me." He stopped, and she gave him more of the hot drink, which he took, still lying and looking at her as if the present did not reach his senses. "I knew hands were touching me. I reckon I was not dead. I knew about them soon as they began, only I could not interfere." He waited again. "It is mighty strange where I have been. No, mighty natural." Then he went back into his reverie, and lay with his eyes still full open upon her where she sat motionless. She began to feel a greater awe in this living presence than when it had been his body with an ice-cold hand, and she quietly spoke his name, venturing scarcely more than a whisper. At this, some nearer thing wakened in his look. "But it was you all along," he resumed. "It is you now. You must not stay." Weakness overcame him, and his eyes closed. She sat ministering to him, and when he roused again he began anxiously at once. "You must not stay. They would get you too." She glanced at him with a sort of fierceness, then reached for his pistol, in which was nothing but blackened empty cartridges. She threw these out and drew 6 from his belt, loaded the weapon, and snapped shut its hinge. "Please take it," he said, more anxious and more himself. "I ain't worth trying to keep. Look at me." "Are you giving up?" she inquired, trying to put scorn in her tone. Then she seated herself. "Where is the sense in both of us—" "You had better save your strength," she interrupted. He tried to sit up. "Lie down," she ordered. He sank obediently and began to smile. When she saw that, she smiled too, and unexpectedly took his hand. "Listen, friend," said she. "Nobody shall get you, and nobody shall get me. Now take some more brandy." "It must be noon," said the cow-puncher, when she had drawn her hand away from him. I remember it was dark when I can remember. I reckon they were scared to follow me in so close to settlers, else they would have been here. You must rest," she observed. She broke the soft ends of some evergreen, and putting them beneath his head went to the horses, loosened the cinches, took off the bridles, led them to drink, and picketed them to feed. Further still, to leave nothing undone which she could herself manage, she took the horses' saddles off to refold the blankets when the time should come, and meanwhile brought them for him. But he put them away from him. He was sitting up against a rock, stronger evidently, and asking for cold water. His head was fire hot, and the paleness beneath his swarthy skin had changed to a deepening flush. "Only 5 miles," she said to him, bathing his head. "Yes, I must hold it steady," he answered, waving his hand at the cliff. She told him to try and keep it steady until they got home. "Yes," he repeated, "only 5 miles. But it's fightin' to turn around." Half aware that he was becoming light-headed, he looked from the rock to her and from her to the rock with dilating eyes. "We can hold it together," she said. "You must get on your horse." She took his handkerchief from round his neck, knotting it with her own, and to make more bandage she ran to the roll of clothes behind his saddle, and tore in halves a clean shirt. A handkerchief fell from it, which she seized also, and opening saw her own initials by the hem. Then she remembered. She saw again their first meeting, the swollen river, the overset stage, the unknown horseman who carried her to the bank on his saddle and went away unthanked, her whole first adventure on that first day of her coming to this new country. And now she knew how her long-forgotten handkerchief had gone that day. She refolded it gently and put it back in his bundle, for there was enough bandage without it. She said not a word to him, and he placed a wrong meaning upon the look which she gave him as she returned to bind his shoulder. "It don't hurt so much," he assured her, though extreme pain was clearing his head for the moment, and he had been able to hold the cliff from turning. "You must not squander your pity." "Do not squander your strength," said she. "Oh, I could put up a pretty good fight now." But he tottered in showing her how strong he was, and she told him that, after all, he was a child still. "Yes," he slowly said, looking after her as she went to bring his horse. "The same child that wanted to touch the moon, I guess." And during the slow climb down into the saddle from a rock to which she helped him, he said, "You have got to be the man all through this mess." She saw his teeth clenched, and his drooping muscles compelled by will. And as he rode and she walked to lend him support, leading her horse by a backward stretched left hand, she counted off the distance to him continually, the increasing gain, the lessening road, the landmarks nearing and dropping behind. Here was the tree with the wasp nest gone. Now the burned cabin was past. Now the cottonwoods at the ford were in sight. He was silent and held to the saddle horn, leaning more and more against his 2 hands clasped over it. And just after they had made the crossing, he fell, without a sound, slipping to the grass, and his descent broken by her. But it started the blood a little, and she dared not leave him to seek help. She gave him the last of the flask and all the water he craved. Revived, he managed to smile. "You see, I ain't worth keepin'." "It's only a mile," said she. So she found a log, a fallen trunk, and he crawled to that, and from there crawled to his saddle, and she marched on with him, talking, bidding him note the steps accomplished. For the next half-mile they went thus, the silent man clinched on the horse, and by his side the girl walking and cheering him forward, when suddenly he began to speak. "I will say good-bye to you now, ma'am." She did not understand at first the significance of this. "He is getting away," pursued the Virginian. "I must ask you to excuse me, ma'am." It was a long while since her lord had addressed her as "ma'am." As she looked at him in growing apprehension, he turned Monty and would have ridden away, but she caught the bridle. "You must take me home," said she, with ready inspiration. "I am afraid of the Indians." "Why, they've all gone. There he goes. Ma'am, that hoss—" "No," said she, holding firmly his rein and quickening her step. "A gentleman does not invite a lady to go out riding and leave her." His eyes lost their purpose. "I'll certainly take you home. That sorrel has gone in there by the wallow, and Judge Henry will understand." With his eyes watching imaginary objects, he rode and rambled, and it was now the girl who was silent, except to keep his mind from its half-fixed idea of the sorrel. As he grew more fluent, she hastened still more, listening to head off that notion of return, skilfully inventing questions to engage him, so that when she brought him to her gate, she held him in a manner subjected, answering faithfully the shrewd unrealities which she devised, whatever makeshift she could summon to her mind. And next she had got him inside her dwelling, and set him down docile, but now completely wandering. And then no help was at hand, even here. She had made sure of aid from next door, and there she hastened to find the tailor's cabin locked and silent. And this meant that parents and children were gone to drive. Nor might she be luckier at her next nearest neighbor's, should she travel the intervening mile to fetch them. With a mind jostled once more into uncertainty, she returned to her room, and saw a change in him already. Illness had stridden upon him. His face was not as she had left it, and the whole body, the splendid, supple horseman, showed sickness in every line and limb, its spurs and pistol and bold leather chaps a mockery of trappings. She looked at him, and decision came back to her, clear and steady. She supported him over to her bed and laid him on it. His head sank flat, and his loose, nerveless arms stayed as she left them. Then among her packing boxes, and beneath the little miniature, blue and flaxen and gold upon its lonely wall, she undressed him. He was cold, and she covered him to the face, and arranged the pillow, and got from its box her scarlet and black Navajo blanket, and spread it over him. There was no more that she could do, and she sat down by him to wait. Among the many and many things that came into her mind was a word he said to her lightly a long while ago. "Cow-punchers do not live long enough to get old," he had told her. And now she looked at the head upon the pillow, grave and strong, but still the head of splendid, unworn youth. At the distant jingle of the wagon in the lane she was out, and had met her returning neighbors midway. They heard her with amazement, and came in haste to the bedside. Then Taylor departed to spread news of the Indians, and bring the doctor, 25 miles away. The two women friends stood alone again, as they had stood in the morning when anger had been between them. "Kiss me, dearie," said Mrs. Taylor. "Now I will look after him, and you'll need some looking after yourself." But on returning from her cabin with what store she possessed of lint and stimulants, she encountered a rebel, independent as ever. Molly would hear no talk about saving her strength, would not be in any room but this one until the doctor should arrive. Then perhaps it would be time to think about resting. So together the dame and the girl rinsed the man's wound and wrapped him in clean things, and did all the little that they knew, which was in truth the very thing needed. Then they sat watching him toss and mutter. It was no longer upon Indians or the sorrel horse that his talk seemed to run, or anything recent apparently, always excepting his work. This flowingly merged with whatever scene he was inventing or living again, and he wandered unendingly in that incompatible world we dream in. Through the medley of events and names, often thickly spoken, but rising at times to grotesque coherence, the listeners now and then could piece out the reference from their own knowledge. Monty, for example, continually addressed, and Molly heard her own name, but invariably as Miss Wood, nothing less respectful came out, and frequently he answered someone as ma'am. At these fragments of revelation, Mrs. Taylor abstained from speech, but eyed Molly Wood with caustic reproach. As the night wore on, short lulls of silence intervened, and the watchers were deceived into hope that the fever was abating. And when the Virginian sat quietly up in bed, essayed to move his bandage, and looked steadily at Mrs. Taylor, she rose quickly and went to him with a question as to how he was doing. "Rise on your legs, you polecat," said he, "and tell them you're a liar." The good dame gasped, then bade him lie down, and he obeyed her with that strange double understanding of the delirious, for even while submitting he muttered, "Liar, polecat," and then "Trampas." At that name light flashed on Mrs. Taylor, and she turned to Molly, and there was the girl struggling with a fit of mirth at his speech, but the laughter was fast becoming a painful seizure. Mrs. Taylor walked Molly up and down, speaking immediately to arrest her attention. "You might as well know it," she said. "He would blame me for speaking of it, but where's the harm all this while after? And you would never hear it from his mouth. Molly, child, they say Trampas would kill him if he dared, and that's on account of you." "I never saw Trampas," said Molly, fixing her eyes upon the speaker. "No, dearie, but before a lot of men, Taylor's told me about it, Trampas spoke disrespectfully of you, and before them all he made Trampas say he was a liar. That is what he did when you were almost a stranger among us, and he had not started seeing so much of you. I expect Trampas is the only enemy he ever had in this country, but he would never let you know about that." "No," whispered Molly, "I did not know." "Steve!" The sick man now cried out in poignant appeal. "Steve!" To the women it was a name unknown as was also this deep inward tide of feeling which he could no longer conceal, being himself no longer. "No, Steve," he said next, and muttering followed. "It ain't so!" he shouted, and then cunningly in a lowered voice, "Steve, I have lied for you." In time Mrs. Taylor spoke some advice. "You had better go to bed, child. You look about ready for the doctor yourself." "Then I will wait for him," said Molly. End of chapter 27, part 1. Recording by Michelle Harris. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.